Hello there, hello there, hello there, hello there, hello there, hello there. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back to the Agostino Zinga Show, the number one, the numero uno cultural commentary podcast live stream show in the freaking world. How you doing? How you feeling? How you doing? How you feeling? Great, amazing, good to know, good to know, good to know. How am I? Muy buen. I'm not gonna lie, pretty decent. Given how things are panning out, I've got a little bit of a runway forward. I've got a little bit of a path forward. I've got a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. I'm feeling fucking good. I'm feeling fucking fine. Even though I messed up the intro to this particular podcast that you're listening to, even though I messed up the live stream, even though I messed up the recording because I was streaming it on my other channel, which is the Random Show. Make sure you tune to the Random Show at 11 p.m. UK time for a bonanza Random Show occasion where we're going to be watching a new Beige Frequency video. We're going to be checking out T-Fat-K and Golden Hour. Unfortunately, because I'm lazy and because I'm a shit streamer, I didn't clip up Golden Hour and watch and Find the Kid. So we have to watch it. I know I promised I wouldn't do that, but I was being lazy this weekend. I didn't have time to clip it, so we're going to have to watch it together as a family. We're going to have to watch it together as a family. T-Fat-K and Random Show. So if you, T-Fat-K and the Golden Hour. So if you like that kind of stuff, if you want to get an update on everything going on with Brendan Schaub and all that malarkey, make sure you jump over there. Make sure you jump over there, okay? Make sure you jump over there. Make sure you jump over there. I'll be greatly in your debt. So much so in your debt. So what have I got going on today? I've got so many things to talk about today. So many fucking things to talk about. I just want to say first fucking off that I'm really thankful for the people that check out this show. I just realized, right? I didn't notice before, but I just realized when I check my fucking YouTube analytics and stuff, I realized that I have, what is it? 33, 32 members on here. I have 33 members on here. I think Random Show makes more sense. I'd have like an inflated number. I think my memberships on Random Show are like 200 odd, right? Makes more sense why that's inflated. The content there, people are probably more open to listening to that sort of stuff from me. And generally, I think on Random Show, I've got a tier of memberships where it starts at 99 cents. It's like $1. So, you know, most people are going to get $1 membership. It's minor. It's not a big deal. And they're going to jump on it. So it makes sense that the Random Show channel members will be a little bit more inflated, even though I've been doing the Agostino Zinga Show way longer than the Random Show. But the Agostino Zinga Show channel, there is no $1 membership tier. It's all $4.99 and up. And I don't know, man. There's so many things you guys can be paying for monthly. There's so many things that you have probably that you get way more value for. To throw me a couple shekels, to throw me a couple dollars, a couple fucking pounds, a couple pound sterlings, euros, whatever you throw me for this particular channel, I appreciate it greatly. 31 real people or so getting a membership on this channel is bigger than anything. On God, it is. Because $4.99 in this economy, in this world, given everyone's finances, given the state of play, which I'm going to talk about later, with AI taking all the jobs and unemployment being at a record high, especially in the country that I live in, which is England. Yo, throwing somebody $4.99 is no joke. I don't take that for granted. I do not take that for granted. So anyone that does throw me any shekels, anyone that throws me any support, even if it's a like, even if it's a follow, a fucking subscription, because I know when I'm in a funk, I know when I'm in a bit of a funk, I don't necessarily like to engage too much, you know? I just want to watch. I'm not even in a funk, because I just want to watch stuff and not really have to engage. I just want to watch you, do your thing, be happy, let me listen to you in the background while I do my thing. And even if you're just doing that, I'm grateful. I honestly am, because there's so much content out there. There's so much stuff. There's so many people producing slop. Like today, I won't name the person, right? Today, I won't name the person because that'll be in bad taste. But I was checking through somebody's channel to get a clip. I wanted to get like a little screen grab, right? I was looking through their videos to get a little screen grab. And I was checking through their clips. And I was just trying to find, which video I wanted to check. And I was looking through their fucking YouTube. I was like, Jesus Christ, so much slop in it. And I was scrolling. I was thinking to myself, oh shit, I'm the same. I have two channels. Luckily, I'm not posting on IG. If I was posting on IG as much as I post on fucking YouTube, I'd be a problem. You know? I don't even post on Twitter that much. I'm not even yapping on Twitter that much, right? But still, like the amount of slop that I produce, like I was just looking through my thing. I was like, God almighty. If I think that guy is producing slop, imagine me, right? If I think that guy's producing slop, imagine fucking me. So anybody that checks me out, I am so fucking thankful. Oh, big up. Who's that? Big up, I don't know who that is. I forgot who he is. I don't know why it's not showing. Why is the chat not showing on here, by the way? Why is my chat not showing on here? Oh, I got it on the wrong tab. I got the chat on the wrong tab. Whoopsie. Big up me on the wrong tab. Big up everybody that tuned in, by the way. I appreciate you. Let me get this out of the way. Yeah, I think I got the chat on the wrong tab. My bad. I think I got the chat on the wrong tab. But it should be working now. It should be working. Big up Casual. I appreciate Casual. Big up Casual for the donor. Let me see if I can replay that. Why is it not playing? Why can't I hear anything? Oh, because the sound's off, innit? Is that why? The sound was off. Yo, I'm moving mad today. I'm not really all organized. Apologies for me. I'm moving a bit crazy right now. Big up Casual. Big up Casual. Let me see if I can replay this. Yeah, there we go. Big up Casual. Big up Casual. Big up Casual. Appreciate you. Is it going to say it or not? Will you say it? No, it's not going to say it. Cool. Big up Casual. This is for the paper plates and plastic forks. I know you love them. Yeah. Big up Casual. Yeah. We're out here, man. Plastic fork mafia. We don't play with plastic forks out here. Metal spoons and metal straws only. You know Wagwan. Metal spoons and metal straws only. Only my real caners know Wagwan. Only my real party boys, my real party girls, my real party day dems and everything else in between. You know what I'm talking about when I mean plastic forks, when I mean metal forks, metal knives, and metal fucking straws. You get me? Yeah, out here. We're out here. So yeah, I was just looking at my content and I was thinking to myself, if I think this guy who I'm just checking out has got slop, what about me? I produce an immense amount. Like one day I'll just, if I'm on like a power trip, or if I'm on like if I'm on a little bit of a focus drive and I really want to make sure that I pump shit out, I can have like 10 million clips on my channel in like one day. Same goes for random show. So anybody that checks out my stuff, anybody's able to filter through some of my nonsense and support what I'm doing, I appreciate you so much. Honestly, I don't take it for granted at all. I swear to God on my life, I don't take it for granted. So thank you for tuning in and checking me out. It's always appreciated. It's never fucking assumed. I tell you that now, it's never assumed. There's so much content out there, so much competition. Everyone's putting out content. Some of it's good, some of it's shit, like all of us, but still, there's a lot of people putting out stuff for your attention and vying for your listens. So the fact that you tune into me is greatly appreciated. The fact that you tune into me is greatly appreciated. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Cool. Let's move on. So I want to talk about two things today, right? I want to talk about two things today. I want to talk about one thing like this, right? Let me see if I can get this up on here. Bear with me a second. I haven't organized this stuff super well, but we're going to try and talk about some things here because I think this sort of stuff is a bit pertinent to the things that I like to talk about when it means to have some sort of level of accountability and everything else in between, right? Let me see if I can find it. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Yeah. I'm going to check out a few bits and bobs here. So this is what I'm going to talk about, right? So as some of you guys know, as some of you guys may know, and I'm sure some of you guys do know, I sometimes cover the old Brendan Schaub, who's on a show called The Fire and the Kid over on a random show, right? That's my primary kind of person that I kind of, you know, talk about and comment on. We'll have our muse. We'll have our muse, right? We'll have our muse. And Brendan Schaub is my muse. He's my muse when it comes to his content shit, right? I'm always kind of checking the stuff out that he does, figuring out what's going on. XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. Anyway, long story less long. As some of you guys know, Brendan Schaub is, at the current moment as we speak, going through a house sale, right? Which is very odd. You don't usually do that when you're a grown-ass person. You don't usually sell your crib, right? It's not really something that people usually do. But in Brendan Schaub's regard, he is selling his home. I want to show you quickly what I'm talking about because some of you guys won't know what I'm talking about. But some lady actually posted a video on her Instagram with the property and it being for sale. I'm not sure if I can find it. For some reason, I can't find it on the fucking T5K Reddit. Apologies for this lack of organization. But I'm trying to see where the lady, what's her name? There's this lady. Where is she? Come on, lady. Where are you? Buddy, bada, bing, bing, bang. So there's quite a few bits and bobs here. Let me get that out the way. T5K is gone. Bear with me a second. I want to get something. Where is it? Come on. Okay, that's that one I wanted. And I want to see where's the fuck is the lady? Where is the fucking lady? I can't find her for love nor money. Where is the lady? There was a lady that was selling a crib, like a really fancy saleswoman. She was very fancy looking, blonde, selling a crib that Brendan is staying in. For some reason, I can't find it on here. I don't know why. I'm really looking hard. I'm trying my best and trying not to waste my time on here with you guys. But for some reason, I can't find it. Okay, cool. I can't find it. Doesn't fucking matter, does it? It doesn't fucking matter. Let me just continue, right? So it doesn't matter. I'll find a clip another time. Maybe I'll insert it here when I'm doing the clip. So I don't have the clip on me now, but Brendan is basically selling a lot of stuff. He's selling his crib, right? It's a really nice crib. It's a really amazing fucking home. Let me see if I can actually get a picture of it, actually. Brendan Schaub. Let's see if we can get a picture of it. Brendan Schaub. Austin House Mansion Zilla, whatever it's called, right? Where is it? Cool. Where is it? We don't have the picture of it anywhere? Do we have a picture of it anywhere? No, we do not have a picture of the latest one anywhere. Cool. I don't have a picture of it anywhere, but let's just go with this one. Let's just go with this because this is getting my nerves. So anyway, this is Brendan Schaub's wife, right? Slow Joe, also known as Joanna Zanella Schaub. So this is a picture from ages ago, a current slideshow showing their crib in Austin when they first purchased it. Her showing all the little, you know, edits and stuff that they did to the house and whatever else it may be, right? It's a really nice house. I don't really have the picture of it to show you now, but I just believe me, it's a really nice crib. I'm just thinking in general, right? I'm just thinking. You know, in life, how people say, fake it till you make it. I'm wondering, is there some utility? Is there a use case where faking it till you make it actually works? But what we're seeing with Brendan is when it kind of comes to a head, when it kind of fails. Because I'm not too sure if Brendan, what he did, because basically, if you don't know anything about all this stuff, Brendan Schaub used to be a comedian, was a friend with fucking Rogan and stuff. Obviously he was in LA doing stand-up, and then for whatever reason decided to move to Austin, Texas. Now some people hypothesize that he moved there to follow Rogan. I don't personally think so. I personally think the LA fires were an opportune time for him to sell, because if you remember correctly, a lot of people in LA, even though the fires happened and destroyed a lot of people's homes, a lot of people in those valleys didn't want to leave. They don't want to leave their place. They love LA, they love the lifestyle, etc., etc. So some people were going out of their way. And imagine how much money you have to have, right? Imagine this. Some people whose some people whose own homes burned down were buying other people's homes that didn't burn down. Under the thinking, right? Under the proviso, oh, if that person's home didn't burn down, they must live in a section that the fires won't reach, because those wildfires swept with the winds and stuff. So some guys, some people over there who have enough money were able to not only like leave their crib that they just spent all their life building, also instantly buy another crib because they didn't want to move and go somewhere else. So a lot of people that had homes that didn't burn down in the fires, who lived in the hidden hills, who lived in the valley, wherever else it may be where the celebs lived, they started selling their cribs because they were going over market value, right? Which makes sense, right? Because if they're in demand, they're the ones that didn't burn down. Now all of a sudden your crib is the most desirable one. So I personally think Brendan did move, not because he wanted to move, but precisely because the market, the real estate market was opportune at that time. It was kind of like a house flip. It's a bit weird to house flip when you got a family though. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to get into that later. It's a bit weird to be a house flipper when you have a family. You have like 3 kids and a wife, and sometimes your fucking mother-in-law lives with you. That's a bit strange, but I get the opportunity was too good to turn down. Plus, when I was doing these streams in the beginning, I remember checking just quickly. Again, I'm not really an expert in American real estate. I'm not an expert in real estate at all, right? I've been renting all of my life. I don't know nothing about anything. But I do remember when I had like a cursory glance, I did remember that I saw properties in Austin that were going for like half the price of what Brendan sold his property in LA. So I was thinking to my head, okay, basic maths. If you can sell your property for double and then buy the same crib or the same square footage in Austin for half, you save money. Or at the very least, you bought the crib outright. No fucking mortgage, boom, you got it done. Which I think is a good way, innit? Why not? Why wouldn't you do that? So I got that understanding behind it. But obviously, nothing is that simple. Then my chat, most of which, especially people that watch a random show, most of which live in America, very much informed me that, Agostino, you are wrong there. Actually, the cost of living in Texas, in Austin especially, isn't that cheap. Isn't that cheap, especially compared to LA. Isn't fucking that cheap. So after he does save the money, it's all going to be eaten up in like, you know, property taxes and just way of life or whatever else it may be. I was like, nah, no way, no way, no way, no way. Well, lo to behold, fast forward, however many years later, Brendan moves to the crib and now he's selling the house after 1 year. And the fucked up thing about it is, right, as much as I want to rag on him and diss him and take the piss, because, you know, it's kind of funny moving your whole family to another fucking state. Basically in America, if you do that, it's like moving to another country. Because now I'm getting more familiar and understanding of American fucking landscape and shit. I can kind of, now that I'm doing a lot of these streams, especially on the random show, I very much have a lot more understanding and I have a lot more empathy for Americans who don't have passports or who are not interested in traveling. You know, look, there's a lot of Americans out there that don't travel. They don't go anywhere, right? I get it. America's a big fucking place. To move your family from fucking, yo, big up casual, appreciate you.
Fake it till you make it will get you in the end. Worrying about how you look to others is a fool's errand. Just live and enjoy life.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna come onto that. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm doing a fucking rigmarole. We're gonna come onto that. So, as I'm saying, right, moving your family from LA to Texas and then moving house after a year is fucking insane, right? It's really insane. It's incredibly reckless. It's incredibly irresponsible. I think as a man, you'd be kind of ashamed, right, that you did that. You moved your family, especially when you got kids. You've kind of uprooted your kids from school, from their community. Don't get me wrong. Maybe they were happy. Maybe they're not going to move too far away from their new crib, that they had in Austin. But still, it's a bit fucked up. I remember there was actually a comedian named Chris Stefano who actually went through a similar sort of thing. He moved his family, I think, from New York to New Jersey. In New York, that's like the dream everyone does. I think New Jersey is like the Essex kind of like of London, where everyone goes, like every New York rapper dream is to have a crib in New Jersey because it's like out of the way. It's sort of like it's basically the suburbs. You can get more square footage for your, you know, for your liking and stuff, or whatever else it may be, right? I think the whole of Wu-Tang lives in New Jersey, I'm pretty sure, right? And academics, right? And Joe Budden, people like that, right? So imagine. And I remember Chris Stefano ended up getting his family to move back to New York, and his fucking rationale for it was fucking insane. He was like, oh, I want to move back to New York because he wanted to be, basically, I think his line was, I wanted to live on top of I wanted to live down the street from a bodega, right? But basically he was trying to say his comedy was suffering. He couldn't write good comedy because he didn't have enough regular people to interact with, if that makes sense, you know? He didn't have enough regular people. So he felt like living in the suburbs made him feel a bit disconnected to regular people, so he couldn't write good jokes. So he went to move his family. But the problem was, when they moved to New Jersey, they just kind of sealed the deal for the New Jersey crib. I'm pretty sure he mentioned that his wife's favorite or dream cooker, dream stovetop, right? Like a nice gas fucking stove with an oven and shit. They got a really nice fucking freezer, not white one, a silver one that opens with 2 doors. Like, you know, his wife was going crazy with the interior decorating and like living a dream. Like, oh my God, thank you. I can finally get all the stuff I always wanted in the kitchen. And then he had this brainwave like, oh my God, I need to move back to New York. And, you know, they moved back, which is incredibly irresponsible and shit. But he reflects on it like a really bad decision that he made. I don't think he's proud of it, but still a bit really crazy. Also goes to show what money does, isn't it? I've started to realize that. What money does, because the regular guy try and do that to a woman, she's going to leave you. But if you got money and clout and fame, no girl's ever leaving you for wherever, no matter what you do. It's going to be very, very unlikely that girl's going to leave you. That's what happens. So they moved. So that's understandable. So Brendan, in his case, he's now moving after a year. But I have a lot of sympathy for him in this regard. The reason I have sympathy for this guy in this regard, because I remember when I was checking on the random show, I found out that he was paying nearly, I think the exact figure was $67,000 on property tax. $67,000 of property tax each month. 67. Brother and sisters, what the fuck? American real estate is insane. You can tell me I can buy a crib outright. I can buy a crib outright and I still have to pay $67,000. Like, what the fuck what's the point of owning a home? What is the point of owning a fucking home? But then, it got me thinking. As much as I like to rag on Brendan Schaub, right? As much as I want to rag on him, I don't personally think he's unique in this situation. I don't personally think he's the only person that does what he was doing with that crib out there in Austin, Texas. I think a lot of people do this. I think a lot of people roll the dice and basically get a crib, get a lifestyle that they probably can't attain and hope that they can hustle to maintain it. And somewhere along the line, they're going to break through. Something's going to happen. It's going to change the way they live. I think a lot of people do that. I don't think he's unique in this regard. That's why I'm saying, like, is the fake it till you make it thing bad? Because I don't think he's as dumb as he makes off. I don't think he's as smart probably as he thinks he does. I just think he copies a lot of people around him. So I'm pretty sure a lot of his friends, a lot of his family do exactly the same thing as he does and live a lifestyle that they probably can't keep up with, but hope along the way, something will change and it'll allow them to keep it. It'll allow them to maintain that lifestyle for a long term because they don't want to live within their means, you know? I think a lot of people do that. I honestly think a lot of people fucking do that. I don't think he's unique in this regard. But I just think when it comes to this particular situation, it's probably kind of irresponsible, kind of, just a little bit when you have kids. I think you can fake it till you make it when you're single. I think you can maybe even fake it till you make it when you're in a couple. But I really don't think you can fake it till you make it when you have children. I think that is incredibly irresponsible because just imagine a scenario. You're faking it till you make it, right? You got your kids in a fancy private school. You got your kids in really cool extracurricular activities. You got your kids all the fucking cool games. You got your kid all the great fucking toys that they want. You got your kids in a community where they have great friends. But again, it's mostly due to the fact that you are living this particular lifestyle, this particular level of wealth that you can't maybe sustain, right? And then you have to move. I think most of us, sorry, I'm about died there. Most of us, myself included, I could basically have all the money in the world and go to zero and start again, no problem. No problem. I think most of us would probably, like, weirdly enough, would probably long for that day where you're struggling again, right? When you have to graft again. It's a bit macabre, it's a bit sociopathic, but there's something about it that gives you a bit of energy. So I think a lot of us wouldn't mind starting again from zero, starting again from the bottom and going and clawing our way back up again. But I personally think, it must do like irreparable damage to your children when they're living one life and then suddenly they're living another life. That is the irresponsible side of things, you know? That's the side of things that probably doesn't make any sense for me, which I'm kind of confused about. But I honestly think, in this regard, that he's not unique in this. I think a lot of men do this type of thing and hope that it kind of works out. But the really brutal side of faking it till you make it, I personally think, is this shit. This is the stuff that would hurt me the most. Because faking it till you make it lifestyle-wise is one thing, but I think buying stuff, thinking you're of a financial level that you're not on, is brutal, because when the reality hits you, you have to start doing this shit. Somebody found a Facebook marketplace ad, 2 of them, for some cars that Brendan Schaub was selling from his collection. A 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon and a 2022 Ram, 1500 truck, 1500 truck that he's selling. I think both are probably, the Dodge sold pretty quickly because I remember, if I'm not mistaken, this particular lime green color of the Dodge Demon was a limited edition color. And it was souped up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a rumor that Dodge are going to stop making SRTs anyway. So this is one of their last ones that they made, limited edition. I think it was maybe in the thousands. So it's a really rare edition of this particular car. So that sold straight away for 120. But I'm pretty sure somebody also told me in the chat that he sold this below market value. I think the market value is about 140, 160, 140,000. But he sold it for 120, obviously, to get rid of it quicker, to get the cash. And then, of course, the the Ram truck as well, which is, you know, not really for me, but I'll get people wild, they'd like it. So I had to sell that type of thing. So for me, the reason why I think faking it till you make it is difficult and it's not the right thing to do, because I think ultimately you start getting used to a lifestyle that you definitely cannot afford. And then once reality hits you, once the real comes to your doorstep, you have to start selling this shit. And for me, this would break me. This would personally break me. If I faked it till I make it and I started to live a lifestyle that I couldn't afford and I had to start selling shit, like I could, in my world, I could imagine myself like getting to a point, like, because I want to get to a point where I can afford to pay for CDJs, right? I want a pair of CDJs and I want a proper mixer. If I go to a point where I've got a proper mixer and a CDJ in my crib, or I've got a studio somewhere, but then suddenly my faking it till make it strategy didn't work out, I had to sell my stuff, and I had to sell that stuff, I'd be heartbroken. I'd be heartbroken. You know what I mean? Same with this. He must be heartbroken he has to sell this stuff. He must be so pissed off he has to sell this stuff. Because this is stuff that you're hoping would work out for you in the end. You're hoping it's gonna allow you to live a lifestyle that you've always fucking dreamed of, and all of a sudden you're selling all this shit. But the other thing to say here, is there something to be said for people who at least get to live this? Maybe Brendan would argue and say, hey, You're talking all this shit about me. I'm leaving my house. I have to sell the crib. Da, da, da. Yes, it's true. But at least I lived it. At least I got to live in a big fancy mansion somewhere in the middle of Austin, Texas, right? With my wife and my kids and shit. At least I got to live that lifestyle. Maybe that's what he's saying, you know? Maybe there's a benefit to having that fake it till you make it, because you actually get to sample a lifestyle that most of us maybe won't ever get to sample. At least you got to try. And in the end, it's only debt. Some people say, right? It's only debt. It's only debt. It's only debt. It's only debt. But it's pretty brutal. It's pretty fucking brutal because, like I said, the reality of it is stuff like this, where allegedly he only paid, I think, like one payment of his mortgage. The reality of it is stuff like this, where the fitboy.com website is completely down. URL hasn't been renewed. The reality of this is this, where he's been sued. He's been sued by his old workplace. Yo, big up Richie, big up Richie, big up Richie, big up Richie. He's been sued by his old workplace, right? The reality is this, he's been sued by his old fucking studio space for unpaid rent. His old studio space has sued him for unpaid fucking rent. Because I think he had a lease and he basically broke his lease. He moved out before the contract obviously was going to end, and he's got months occurred onto it. And I think somebody mentioned on my stream chat, they said something like, sometimes if you decide to sign a long lease, you can negotiate with the landlord to, what's that thing called? To have them help you with like refurb. Not sure if that's true, but somebody mentioned on my stream chat. So maybe the cost of the lease, maybe the cost he's accrued by not paying off the lease is way more, because they probably worked out a deal, right? Where they could kind of like, you know, help each other out. Like, you stay here, you get the brand, you get to do your pod here, but we can also help you with a refurb. And the plan with the refurb help is obviously to keep them there for longer. But yeah, all these things are happening at once. All these things are happening at fucking once. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy, man. Absolutely fucking crazy. Yo, bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. Richie, big up Richie. I don't know why your chat isn't coming, brother. I don't know why your chat isn't coming through, but big up Richie, but I appreciate you for the super chat. Let's go into Gucci Music Fire. I just bought 2 items from Gucci, but not Demna stuff. I thought he said he wasn't. The fuck, this is static. That, but this show, Fakemink, EsDeeKid, Emily Wojciechowski, the highlight. Yeah, for sure. We'll get into it. We're just warming up. Don't worry. That'll be the main part of this stream. We'll get into it. We're just warming up. But yeah, just big up Black American too. Black American, I got lucky. I did the stupid with my first car, bought an Audi when I planned on a Volkswagen, not even the salesperson. I did it to myself. I got lucky because there was a massive recall. Yeah. And that's the thing I was trying to make out. I couldn't see the clip, but there's a clip on the Caleb. There's a clip on the Caleb Hammer show, right? There's quite a few clips on the Caleb Hammer show, to be fair. I'll just show you this one to be sure. I'll show you there's a few clips on the Caleb Hammer show. Where is it? I can't find it, but there's a clip on the Caleb Hammer show from this girl who basically said that she had to retrain herself to be like normal in terms of spending, because she grew up with a wealthy family. So she didn't know that it wasn't like, she had to kind of grow up to a point where she realized that having your dad give you a check and tell you to write whatever number you want on it in terms of your spending money wasn't normal, right? And I think she said she grew up like being a competitive horse rider already, you know? When you tell me you were a competitive horse rider, I know you grew up like in a whole different tax bracket. But she said she had to rewire herself to get to that level. So I guess in some respects, doing the fake it till you make it thing is very irresponsible as an adult, because you know where your finances are. And personally for me, I've been, I don't know if you guys are the same. I've been the type of person where like, I want to enjoy when I finally can go into like a luxury store and buy it all out. You get me? As opposed to buying something fake, as opposed to maybe, I don't know, trying something in the mirror and pretending I've got it at home, you know? I'd rather afford, this is a bad example. I'd rather be able to afford a fancy steak dinner somewhere than eat a shitty steak dinner in a pub. Do you get me? Like, I'd rather eat at home. I'd rather cook my own meals. I'd rather fucking meal prep than fucking get a taste of something nice and have to go back to eating fucking, I don't know, what you call ham sandwiches and shit. Yeah, I mean, let me eat my ham sandwiches, and when I can afford to eat something better, I'll get to that level. I don't want to start eating the stuff better than that when I can only afford fucking ham sandwiches, or my money's on a ham sandwich level. I don't really understand that. But, as Black Americans said, there are some people that get lucky and it works out. There are some people where it works out. Like people that no one wants to say the truth, but it does. There is some guy, there is some girl, there is some them or whatever else in between out there who bought a Dodge, who couldn't afford a Dodge, and it's working out for them. This drove them to hustle more at their work. This drove them to fucking train more, to do whatever, and now they can afford it and they're living a life of luxury. Somebody did do that, because sometimes if you wait too long to get, I need to be able to afford it, I need to be able to actually afford it, you never really can, because you got that inner voice in you doubting you. But sometimes when you go for it and you maybe spend a little bit more than you can spend, woo, it can push you. I'm sure people do that in relationships. I'm sure there's people that do that in a relationship. Now, I wouldn't really advise it, but I'm sure there's guys out there who go for girls that they know they probably cannot afford, who are a little bit too bougie for them, but they do it under the proviso of like, hey, if I go for this girl, even though I can't afford her now, this is the type of life I want to be in anyway. I want to be in these like membership clubs. I want to go on these yachts. I want to be in these fucking restaurants. I want to be in these high rise fucking buildings. She's going to push me to it because her lifestyle, her demands are so high up. It's going to make me kind of like want to drive and hustle more. So maybe it can work, but I'm too much of a realist. I'm too much, as much as I'm an optimist and a dreamer, right? I'm a big dreamer, a big optimist. I love to self-speak and write down my goals in a journal and shit. A part of me is also rooted in reality. I'm a big believer in like addressing the world or like navigating the world as it is, as opposed to navigating the world as you wish it was, right? I'm a big fan of that kind of idea. Hey, I'm going to live and exist in this world as it is. I know it's not fair. I know there's imbalances and injustices, but I'm going to try and make this work as is, as opposed to be annoyed all the time that the world isn't shaped in my image. That's what I want to do. You know, that's where I am. So personally, I think in the long term, I'd rather not be in a situation where I'm buying my dream car and then a year later I have to sell it because I can't afford it. I just couldn't do it. That would kill me so bad. And I'm not really a material possessions type of dude. I don't really care about that sort of stuff. I'm more so a lifestyle guy. I like to live well and shit. But I'm not. But if I did buy a car like this, and this was my dream car, these were my dream cars, and they were in my collection, it would break me having to sell it because I have to, because I can't afford that lifestyle anymore. And also it would break me to see my kids, because kids be recognizing. Don't think I didn't recognize, like I think most kids recognize, right? When they see their family's finances like kind of going down, and then you start feeling guilty about the stuff you got. You got presents or whatever else you got, gifts. You start feeling guilty about it, or just stuff that you ask your mom and dad for. So it's going to be hurtful for them too, psychologically. They're going to feel bad about having this and this or whatever. It's going to make them feel awful when they have to move house and and change friendship groups, or maybe change schools. Like that shit, like I've been through it, man. I went to a bunch of schools. I moved to a bunch of areas, mostly because, you know, we grew up kind of not in the best financial situation, and it's not that great. It really is not great. I was kind of lucky because I'm a very kind of extroverted type of guy. I usually make friends very, very easily, although I don't really like people, but still, it wasn't easy. It wasn't fucking easy. So Godspeed to him. Godspeed to him. Godspeed to fucking Brendan, because it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Cool. Moving on up. Let's fucking go. Let's talk a little bit about this, just to break the ice a little bit. Big up Shannon Sharp and big up fucking Chad Ochocinco. This might be one of the most egregious uses of a pause I've ever seen in my life. This might be one of the most egregious uses of a pause I've ever seen in my freaking life. Big up Chad Ochocinco, big up Shannon Sharp.
And he didn't do himself any favors.
Yeah.
You got at that position, you got to know everything frontwards and backwards.
Every position.
Not only do you got to know what you're doing, you got to know what everybody on the you got to know what the offensive line, man. Hey, look at man, y'all need to redirect that.
Running back,
I know we're supposed to be going rip, but the man lives this. And let's throw hot at the guy coming in my face, not the guy that's gonna drill me in the back. Not only do you got to know what pause. Not only do you got to know what
it's too late.
You have to.
Unc, it's too late. Unc, it's too late. What? The first one already was bad. The first one already was fucking bad, but that second one.
Man, hey, look at man, y'all need to redirect that.
Running back,
I know we're supposed to be going rip, but the man lives this. And let's throw hot at the guy coming in my face, not the guy that's gonna drill me in the back. Guy coming in my face, at the guy coming in my face. Let's throw hot at the guy coming in my face, not the guy that's gonna drill me in the back. Not only do you gotta know
what? Holy shit. Unk is freaked out, man. Unk is fucking freaked out. Big up Uncle Shannon Sharp. I got nothing to say about that. I got really nothing to say about it. I thought I'd just share with you because that was a fucking ridiculous use of a pause. It was way too late, and what he said was like unpause with. You can't pause that. You cannot pause it. What you said is what you said. Just live in it. Live in your truth. Live in your truth. Big up Shannon Sharp. Big up Channel Tracinco. Big up Shannon Sharp. Big up Channel Tracinco. So, countering the fake it till you make it shit. I think this particular creator, I don't know what his name is here. I'm going to click it and show you it. I think this analogy or this kind of philosophy and mindset for the future going forward is the way to go. Forget faking it till you make it, try and live a life that you can't afford. Funmaxx. Fun fucking max. Funmaxx. Forget the grind, forget the hustle culture, forget the macabre, drilled in, quote unquote, locked in face. Even the phrase locked in, I'm not using it anymore. I'm banishing locked in. Big up Young Old Vibes. I'm fucking throwing that shit in the bin. That shit is over with. It's so overused, it's so misused and so kind of corny sounding. But Funmaxxing is pretty on point, especially considering how bleak our future is looking so far, right? I think most of us by default should be black-pilled, especially seeing how unemployment and AI is rising. We should be black-pilled. So don't think black-pilled is like a thing of being like negative. It's just the way the world is. You can't just look outside and not be somewhat black-pilled. But in the black pill, you can still Funmaxx. It kind of reminds me of that. Do you remember, I don't know what happened. Is it somewhere in Asia? Do you remember that thing in Asia where there was like a war breaking out or some sort of coup, and there was a girl near the city center doing a TikTok dance, like filming for a stream? Do you remember that? It was a really fucking crazy, almost Hollywood scene where tanks are rolling into the town square as part of the coup, and she's dancing, unaware, she's dancing doing a TikTok thing that she does probably all the time on live stream. That's what you have to do. That's what Funmaxxing is. Yes, the world is imploding. Yes, shit is going to fucking hell, but let's have fun whilst we're here, because we don't get a second go around in this world. And one of the things I regret the most about COVID is, yes, I was a bit of a scaredy cat, but I was also not having fun. So please, Funmaxx, please fucking Funmaxx.
Set bros have lied to you. The path to greatness does not come from being really tight-fisted and beating yourself up and like discipline maxing. That's not how you get there, and it's also not the way to live. All right, all of the greats throughout history were playing the entire time. Einstein didn't wake up and go, rise and grind, brother. No, he was playing the violin. He was going for walks. He was thinking in the shower. He was talking with friends, and the ideas came. And on top of that, like, once you hit your goals, it never feels as good as you want it to feel. Exactly. It feels pretty good. It's like taking off a shoe that was a little too tight. Exactly. You feel a sense of relief. And then that fades. And then you're back to real life again. So if you're not optimizing for the before and the after, if you're not Funmaxxing, if you're not being playful like a child, you just gotta remind yourself, what are you even doing this for in the first place? For the accolades, for the social media posts? Remember why you started, all right?
That's so true. That is so true. Remember why you started. It was all fun. And I just think, forget even how you started, just because of reaction from everybody else. Like, the world is quite negative now. The world is quite dark. I just think as a reaction against everything else out there, have some fun. I think that's why, this is a weird thing to say, right? But I think that's why, in part, when Addison Rae pops into the scene, it's a really strange reference, I know. Stay with me, right? When Addison Rae pops into the scene, I think that's why I kind of like warmed or was kind of drawn to Addison Rae, because it was like, oh shit, for once we have a celebrity or an artist who's having fun. Because I think I remember when Addison Rae popped on the scene for me was at the same time that I found out about Chappelle Roan, right? Or Chapel Roan. And I remember the contrast in two of them. Like, one of them is overly serious, right? And probably doing a lot more outside of music than probably they need to. And the other one is just solely focused on being a pop star. Solely focused on being a pop star. And Addison Rae loves being famous. Like, she actually enjoys being famous, you know? Or at least presents that way. Where Chappelle Roan, you know, or Chapel Roan, from the crash outs on the runways and the arguing about politics and this and that and whatever, it seems like a bit of a curse, right? A curse and a blessing that she's been gifted with the talent to sing and play instruments and make music and be famous. and live in, and live in this current moment and do her thing out in public. Whereas Chaperone, whereas Addison Rae is really fucking enjoying every minute. Even though Addison Rae probably isn't as talented as Chaperone, you can still see the fun in them. And I think the two examples that they're using here of that American figure skating girl and the kid from the American ice hockey team who got his teeth busted and shit are good examples of it, of having positive outlooks on life, approaching what you're doing, especially even at that high level, at that high level, approaching it with just a free spirit and open-mindedness, and just going out there having a blast. And that's infectious to everybody else, because everybody else is not having the greatest time, but they don't mind seeing other people having fun. That's what I've realized online. Some people may not be having the greatest time, but they don't mind seeing other people having a blast. So live your life, live your truth, have your fun, try and enjoy yourself. Don't be too overly serious, because we only get one go around in this life. Only get one go around in this life. And this is the second video where he describes how to Funmaxx.
I had a lot of questions on my last video asking me, hey Christian, how exactly do I Funmaxx? The answer is very simple. You shenanigans max. Now this is not to be confused with jester maxing. Jester maxing is for other people. You are going to be shenanigans maxing for yourself. Now, how do you do that? Well, let me give you some examples. Okay, if you're stuck in your room, fire off that risky text, fuck it. If you're out and about, you're in line waiting for something, channel your inner boomer. Make conversation with the person in front of you. If you're out at a night, lose your friends, go on a side quest, bust that risky dance move. Full send the night, okay? And by living in the moment and seeking out the shenanigans, you are, interestingly enough, and ironically enough, going to be optimizing for the memories, for the stories, not your Instagram story. The stories you're gonna be telling your kids, all right? You'll be building mom lore and dad lore by doing this.
Ultimately agree. I've always said the people that the weirdest people in my life, or the weirdest people I've come across, are the type of people that you go to clubs with and they can't leave your side. If you're the type of person that goes out to a club with somebody and you can't leave their side and you panic when you lose them, you're not a vibe. I'm sorry to say, you're not a vibe. Part of the fun of going to a festival, of going to a night out, is sometimes losing the person that you came with accidentally. You could just be waiting for them. Like sometimes you go to a festival and there's a bar over there. You're just waiting by the, just not at the bar, just a little bit away from it, waiting for your friend to get a drink. They suddenly get chatting to somebody, or they have to kind of move a bit further down the bar, and all of a sudden you lost them in the sea of people. Or maybe the person that you went to see is on, you get distracted, you go over there, all of a sudden you turn around and the person's not there anymore, and then you don't see them again for another half an hour. But then when you do see them, they're with a whole different group of friends, and you're with a whole different group of friends, and now you've joined these fucking two groups of people that didn't know each other together, and you've also reunited, and it creates this amazing euphoric moment. You know what I mean? So those are usually the best moments. Those are usually the best times that you have sometimes. Or just the random conversations as you're waiting to fucking piss or shit, or do a fucking bump when you're in the toilet. Or the moments when you're in the smoking area trying to fucking nick a cigarette of somebody even though you don't fucking smoke. Those are the funnest times. Funnest fucking times. But as he said, being a Funmaxxer is almost adjacent to jester maxing. As much as jester maxing gets a little bit of a bad rap, as a resident, as a de facto, as a born and bred jester, right? I have jester tendencies. Obviously, it's natural to me. It's in my bones. I live this. You know what I mean? Like, it's in me. I have to say jester and Funmaxxing are kind of adjacent. Because some people say jester maxing is for other people, but when I've been known to do my jester shit, it's mostly for me. I'm having the blast. I'm having the greatest time. I'm entertaining myself. When really and truly you're thinking, oh, you're doing it for other people. No. I'm doing it for me. That's what makes it more psychotic. That's what makes it more insane. I'm doing it for me. So Funmaxx, have a good time. Let your hair down. Don't be lame. Don't be freaking lame. Next post here, talking about Funmaxxing and having a great time. Big up this lady. Big up this lady. I think she was in a Best Buy, Walmart. I don't know what shop this was. She just started to flex on some people in the supermarket. She started to flex on the people in the supermarket that she had money, that she was rich, she wasn't broke. Because somebody dared to call her broke in Walmart. Someone dared to call this young auntie. Someone dared to call this Dia. Someone dared to call this baddie. Someone dared to call out this queen, this princess, that she was broke. She said, what? Broke where? Broke who? She's like, my name don't even contain a B. I ain't even got a B in my name. No, that's what she said. I don't even have a B in my fucking name about broke.
Let me see. Am I broke? Hell no, she ain't broke. Fuck no. Hell no. She ain't broke.
That's an F.
Hell no, she ain't broke. The fuck?
Watch out for
And my son, I need a new daughter-in-law.
I love it.
You got $1 million, but you leaving out here with nothing.
Ooh.
I love it.
Bitch, you leaving your shit. Where your money gonna pay for your shit?
I'm broke. You see my money, right?
Let me see that money again. Let me see.
Oh,
hell
yeah,
no,
nah.
she ain't broke. She
Look at her. What a fucking legend. And people were clowning in the comments, but I'm sorry. In this economy, to have $6,504.85 in your account is a blessing. Especially when she's got a kid. She's got a kid. It looks like she had a child there with her. She has a child there with her under the age of like 10, right? A human child under the age of 10 years old. She pays her bills, she probably rents a place, maybe got a mortgage on it, and you got $6,000 in your account. Come on, man. She ain't broke, man. That ain't broke. In this economy, having $6,000 in your account sitting there right now, that ain't broke. That is not fucking broke. So big up this queen, because nowadays, any amount of savings, whether it's like $100, £1,000, £10, whatever it may be, is a fucking blessing, considering all the bills we have to pay, all the challenges we face, all the hurdles we have to overcome and jump over. The fact that she has $6,000 in her account, just there flexing on I think that might be a cash app. $6,000 is crazy. Well, what she does for it is another question. That's none of our business, right? What she does for it is none of our fucking business. But the fact that she has it, what a queen. Big up her, big up fucking her. But I'm not gonna lie, if that was me and somebody called me broke in public, I'd never feel the compulsion to show off that I've got money. I don't know. I've just never been that guy. Like, whenever somebody, I'm a big believer in whatever someone says about you, just tell them it's true. I'm not gonna fucking disprove what you're saying. That's peak jester. That's peak jester energy. Going around trying to disprove what people are saying. Like, give a shit what you think. You know what I mean? Give a shit what you think. Give a shit what you think you know. Think what you think. It is what it is. All well and good. We all live. We all kind of have our. We all have our takes. We all have our impressions of people. I'm not gonna tell you not to have it, but I'm not gonna be in the business of trying to disprove it. That is peak beta male, peak fucking jester. I don't think it works for men. I don't think a man could do this and look good. Even if you got money, I don't think a man could do this. Even if you did have money, or you had exactly the same figure that she had, I don't think you could do this as a man and look cool. You'd look so lame. At least to me anyway. You look so fucking lame. At least to me, if you're going around flexing your money. The only person that doesn't look lame doing this sort of thing, remember that guy? There was that black guy that went viral in America who'd be standing on people, calling everyone broke. Like, white, you think he hates white people. Remember that guy? It's like, what's his name again? Let's see if I can find it. Black guy hates white people, flexing money. Let's see if this works. Flexing money. He's the only man that it works for. Let's see if I can find him. Is this him? Charles White?
I don't like.
No, it's not him. Yeah, is this him? Who is this guy? I'm trying to find the guy. Let's see if I can find him. It's like a random guy in New York. Oh no, what's this about? Some guy started flexing. Okay, hold on. This is maybe muted. That's why it's probably muted. Let me unmute this.
Whoever the girl that.
Let's see this. I'm trying to find the kid. So it's like a dude who was in New York.
Issue, relationship problems and stuff. So all the man out there, bro, just stay down. Don't never harm yourself over a female, because there's too many people harm themselves about females.
And then the girl that whoever the girl that it happened to, me and her used to go.
It's over, like, you know, issue, relationship problems and stuff. So all the man out there, bro, just stay down.
Where is it? There's a guy. What was his name again? See if I can find him. Where's his images? There's a dude who was flexing. Is it New York? Flexing money. Is it New York? Maybe it's New York. Let me see if I can find him. Black guy flexing money in New York. What is that? Haha, you're broke. You're broke. He'd go around just like stunning on people. What's his fucking name? I don't know if I can. Oh, that's him. There he is. This is the guy. That's the guy. Him. Do you remember this guy? Where is he? I just saw a picture of him on the thing. Why did they do that on fucking TikTok? It shows you a picture and you can't click it. I just saw a picture of the guy walking down the street there. Where is it? Raw Ted. Monkey NYC, you know, monkey. I clicked the picture and it says monkey, you know. I said black guy flexing money in New York and it says monkey NYC guy flex money. Monkey. God damn, man. They got us everywhere, innit, man? Like, monkey. It's saying monkey. It's fucking crazy. Me in front of that broke. Okay. This might be actually. Is this the one? Why is it not showing the picture? Why can't I just show the fucking thing? Okay, cool. Doesn't matter. You get the point. You get the fucking point. Okay, moving on quickly on this one. Hilary Duff admits she intentionally crashed the Freaky Friday premiere and said that she was in competition with Lindsay Lohan at the time. Interesting clip courtesy of Call Her Daddy.
Let's go through. We're about to move on from this younger phase of your life, but I do need to know a couple things.
Okay.
Are you ready? Okay. You're like, I don't know. What are you about to ask me? Okay. Did you intentionally crash the Freaky Friday premiere?
Oh my God.
The lore around this, Hilary.
I think absolutely yes. Yeah, I was a teenager.
Wait, were you surprised when Lindsay Lohan showed up to the Cheaper by the Dozen premiere?
No. I mean, that was like my childhood feud, like nemesis.
So crazy.
I know.
So you...
I mean, I can't believe, I'm sure my publicist will be like, what the fuck are you doing? But now it's so many years later, like, who cares? It does not matter. Also, like, Lindsay came up to me at a club once and was like, are we good? And I was like, we're good. She was like, let's take a shot. I was like, okay.
It was amazing.
But also, like, Chad Michael Murray invited me. Why would he? I don't want to start any more stuff, but like, he was like, you should come with me. And I was like, probably I should.
Mm-hmm. Honestly.
I mean, what was I, like 6? No, I think I was younger than that.
So, the reason why I brought this up slightly, right? I have no idea about this Hilary Duff and Lindsay Lohan drama. I couldn't name you a Hilary Duff song. I know Lindsay Lohan adjacently from some of the movies and shit, but I'm not plugged into this drama whatsoever. I'm just wondering, in general, right? Maybe a lot of us talk about the lack of like stars nowadays, right? The lack of proper stars nowadays. Maybe the overall lack of talent, the lack of people that have that je ne sais quoi, the lack of X factor. I'm wondering, is part of the reason why we don't have that level of stars or maybe celebrity culture isn't what it once was? Is it partly because there's no more feuds? Because nowadays, I can't imagine there being... Because nowadays, I feel like celebrities go out of their way to fucking, you know, dose all the flames of any kind of feud out straight away. They don't want to have any drama whatsoever. No public feuds, no nothing, no even private feuds. But maybe in the 90s, early 2000s, celebrities had this real, like, you know, everyone's competing for the same spot. Maybe Hilary Duff and Lindsay Lohan were the same sort of age. They had the same type of demographic in terms of a fan base. They were going through the same type of roles. So they were going like blow for blow, bar for bar, shoot for shoot, song for song, moment for moment, video for video. Do you know what I mean? And that was pushing both of them to express themselves at the highest level. And thus it was allowing them to create great work and the fans were all fucking happy. But nowadays, everyone's so worried about their fucking mental health. Everyone's so fucking sensitive. Everyone's so scared. Everyone's so pussy, to be honest, that no one's willing to really have a battle with somebody and be like, hey, we both come up in the same time. We're similar ages. We're hitting the same demographic. You know what I mean? But one of us wants to be number one. You even saw the battle with Kendrick and Drake and fucking J. Cole. J. Cole basically like tapped out, waved his white flag in that battle because he was afraid of his mental health. He was afraid of getting fucking destroyed. He was afraid of somebody finding out his maybe secrets behind the scenes he doesn't really talk about because he's ultra private. No one wants to really compete. No one really wants to have like a public feud. A person that they kind of look at as their barometer, be like, you know what? I want to have something better. That's why I kind of rate Kanye. That's why I kind of rate Kanye. Do you remember when Kanye was super obsessed with like live shows and he was doing this whole thing about having the best live show? Guess the person that Kanye was talking about competing with before the public kind of caught on. Guess the person that Kanye was talking about that he was competing with, that he was looking at as his target, as his like, I'm gonna get you. The Weeknd and Bad Bunny. The Weeknd and Bad Bunny. He'd always name drop The Weeknd and Bad Bunny for their levels of doing the show. They're like, oh my God, these guys are doing shows at such a level I need to compete with. That was his kind of nemesis. That's what his person was going at. To be fair, Kanye's whole entire craze always had like somebody, like a foe. But I wonder if nowadays the lack of foes is what's giving us this like slop. The lack of foes is why we're in this kind of like malaise, this weird phase in culture where no one's really pushing the envelope. No one's really going for it. Everyone's kind of like comfortable. They've got their 1,000 true fans and they're just like, you know, they're going through the motions. But no one's trying to like outcompete each other. Okay, cool. She smashed it in that role. When I get my role, I'm going to kill it. She did this sick song. Oh my God, that bridge, that chorus, I'm going to have a more catchy one. She had this look. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. No one's willing to do that anymore because everyone's so worried about their mental health. Or that's the first thing they put in front of their fucking face. It's like, brother, you're a celebrity. I'm sorry, but part of me thinks if you're fucking famous, you shouldn't even have mental health issues. If you do, you have them behind closed doors. Do you know what I mean? You don't tell them to the public. You should be a superhero in a sense, you know? All this fucking feigning vulnerability to appeal to regular people is so performative. It's so manipulative, you know? It's so nonsense. I don't ever buy it when they come out and do their... Because all celebrities do the same thing. When they want to show you that they're relatable, suddenly they pull out their phone and start doing selfie video cameras. Or start sitting in front of a pillow. Or holding a cat or a dog and sighing all the time. It's like, brother, please. I don't need this. I'm already sighing in my everyday life. I sigh when I get to the fucking self-checkout and I realize I don't have enough money for what I want to buy. You know what I mean? Should I put it under my jacket? Should I just continue on? You know what I mean? Like, come on, allow the sighing. Allow the sighing. But big up Lindsay Lohan. Big up Hilary Duff. Big up fucking Alex on fucking Call Her Daddy. We love to see it. Let's continue. I also saw this clip courtesy of Slime, regarding King68. He was shook when the stalker rolled up to him in the gym, right? And I was thinking to myself, like, no, I'll tell you afterwards. Let's play the clip. King68 in the gym gets, you know, what's it called? Doorstepped? Gets swatted? Whatever by a stalker.
How what?
What you mean how I do it? I can't say hi.
Huh?
I can't say hi.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah.
Who am I?
Yeah.
Well, I'm on camera.
I'm on stream. I met you before? Where? From where? From where? I don't... Yo, I don't know you. I don't know why you in my face. I'm in the middle of work. I never seen you a day in my life. I don't get why you... Yo, chat. What the fuck? What you doing? Yo. God. Like, I don't know you. What's wrong with this girl? Yo, chat, I'm not gonna lie, this is a serious situation right now. I don't know this girl, but oh my God, she thinks she's married. She thinks she's been married to me for 3 years, chat. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm shook right now. I'm shook right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm shook right now. Yo, hey, she's stalking me. I don't know this woman. She just ran down on me. I was working out. She just ran down on me. I never seen this woman. I don't know who that is. I was just streaming, but maybe she found me on the stream. I'm not gonna lie. This is serious, chat. Like, I've never had a stalker before.
Crazy, isn't it? I'm surprised this hasn't happened to him sooner. I'm surprised this hasn't happened to him sooner, given, you know, the way that women seem to gravitate to him in general and how crazy stalkers are. It's kind of crazy this has happened to him in similar. So the first thing off bat for me is maybe in this scenario, this isn't what we all think, and maybe this woman was catfished. That's a possibility. This woman probably could have got catfished. Some guy out there maybe has been using King68's pictures and whatever video, whatever it is, maybe, and pretending to be him while talking to her. And she actually did think that she was married and in a long-term relationship or a long-distance relationship with this King68 guy. Or she could just be a psycho stalker who legitimately thinks that they have a relationship and that he's talking to her through the stream. Because there's some people that do that, right? There's some people who think when they watch content creators or streamers that they're talking to them directly. Or the person's talking to them directly by what they say, things they put in the background when they're talking, vocabulary that they use, whatever. It's weird things. But the toxic side of me, the problematic side of me, right? The wanting to bite my little fingernail side of me is thinking, is there something kind of lit? Is there something kind of affirming? Something kind of ego-maxing about having a stalker? Is there something about that? Because once you reach that level, you know you're either incredibly clouted or incredibly good looking. You know, you don't usually. I've not seen somebody chopped that has a stalker. I've not seen somebody that's not clouted have a stalker. You gotta have to have a certain level of clout, a certain level of looks to be able to have a stalker. But the reality of it is also kind of scary because they do be turning up at places that you're just existing in. Now, King68 can't complain too much here because he's also training in a gym and he's live streaming it to his audience. So, you know, you can't really complain too much. You're in a gym, you know, everyone probably knows where the gym is. It's pretty easy to identify what gym he's going to be in if you know the area. You know what I mean? It's quite easy to get hold of it. That's one of the issues of being an IRL streamer, that everyone kind of knows your location in that very moment. That's kind of the reason I kind of stopped posting on Instagram for the most part. I didn't want anyone to know what I was doing in that particular moment, you know? Like, I didn't want to know anyone to know, okay, cool. He just took that picture. That must mean he must be over there. So that's why when I was posting a lot on Instagram at first, I'd always post stuff like, you know, without any correlation to where I was exactly. So I posted a picture of me eating dinner, but I was eating it last week. I posted a clip of me in a club, but that happened like a month ago. But still, it didn't matter because people still think I was there. So it didn't really work the way I wanted, so I just stopped posting in general. But this is kind of scary. And I can't imagine how much scarier this must be for women. It's okay for him in a way because he's a big dude. He can defend himself. It's still going to be, you know, you're still going to be looking over your shoulder. But I can't imagine if the roles were reversed. Like, imagine she's the celebrity, he's the stalker. How weird that must be. You're working out in the gym and some 6'8" guy comes. Some 6'8" guy comes and he's like, he thinks you're married to him. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy. So big up King 68. Big up King 68. Hold your head up, brother. Hold your head up, brother. Next, we got this post again, courtesy of Slime. I don't know who this person is. This is courtesy. There's an NBA player called Dwayne Bacon. Dwayne Bacon, right? Big up Dwayne Bacon. He started laughing and even posted old footage of himself listening to NBA Youngboy after seeing his ex-girlfriend Nike out with Youngboy. So this is a basketball player seeing a clip of his ex-girlfriend Nikki in the fucking passenger seat of NBA Youngboy's car, right? Which only means one thing, innit, right? If your girl's in the passenger seat of a rapper's car, she belongs in the streets.
And today I got my toes out.
Alright, cool. I'm not gonna play the video, but you can see him like in his car with his friends. Right, I'm not take off the music, like stunting and, you know, flexing in the back of a car, listening to Amy Youngboy. I don't know. A lot of black athletes in America love NBA Youngboy. You know, I don't think it translates in the black athletes here in the UK, but I feel like a lot of black, especially young athletes, they love NBA Youngboy. He's their guy in the dressing room. That's all they listen to when they want to turn up and shit. But I really find it funny. This is the international sign. Being a man myself who doesn't really show emotion and is kind of closed off in that regard, and also closeted, right? It's closeted and also closed off in that regard. I think this is an international sign that you're crying on the inside. When a man starts doing this like like unbothered thing, right? When a man starts to move like they're unbothered, that's when you know they are really, really bothered. When a man starts to overly act as if like they're not bothered, everything is not that big of a deal. It's so actually, this is kind of funny. Actually, this is really funny. It's not funny. They're definitely crying on the inside. Especially these type of dudes who have like a weird, you know, there's a group of men on the internet who have this weird like possessive nature with girls, where because they dealt with a girl, they can't ever let them see, they can't ever picture them with somebody else. If they are with somebody else, it has to be someone that's broke. So if it's a person richer than them, it automatically makes them feel less than, you know, it makes them feel super insecure. As soon as it's a person, because for sure, if his ex-girlfriend was in a passenger seat of some guy's car that was just a regular looking dude, he wouldn't have posted this. But because it was somebody that he kind of looks up to in a way, the rapper, obviously Amy Youngboy, and somebody that he maybe deems might be more richer than him, or may have a little bit more clout, maybe a bit more famous, suddenly starts to hurt more. But I don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters. That was your girl at one point. Now she's no longer your girl. Somebody else may have her later. Who knows? But it's not really none of your business, really. But I do really, really love the international sign that most men do, where they start to smile through the pain, acting as if like it's no big deal when it is a big deal. You know it's a big deal. You know you're hurting, nigga. Just embrace the hurt, cry a little bit and move on. Cry a little bit and move on. Next post here, we got Mace and Cam Newton talking about a subject that I think is very pertinent and very important, about men and their idea that women lose value when they have children. Unfortunately, this is somewhat true. Unfortunately, this is somewhat true. Let's play. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, this is a real interesting statement and an interesting question when it comes to women, because a lot of it is determined on what does she have going for herself other than the children, right? What type of woman she is. I don't think that blanket statement, like you said, holds up in every case. I do understand that for most guys that are like premium guys or elite guys, a lot of elite guys may think that way, right? Unless she's just amazingly beautiful. If she's amazingly beautiful, it seemed like in this generation, people look past that. So I would say that it depends on what generation you're asking. In some generations, that was a problem. I don't think in this generation it matters that you have that many children, because we see guys all the time dating people who got kids by other people, or some of the biggest couples already had children before they got together. So I think that's not valid in this generation, in this day and time. But there was a time when that was the truth.
Yeah, I agree with Mace on that one. It was a time when niggas like, yo, you taking care of her kids too, nigga? They ain't your motherfucking kids. Like,
Yeah.
it was kind of like back then when niggas like, yo, you eating a pussy, dog? Like, doing eating pussy. Like, it was frowned upon.
I'm doing an academics. I'm doing an academics here. So, I'm doing an academics. I'm doing a fucking academics there. As I was saying, right? Unfortunately, what Mace and what Cameron said, or what Mace said, was true. We're not going to talk about what Cameron said. We'll save that for another day. But what Cameron said, what Mace said was true. And the reason why I think this is untrue is that we all know the reason why. But it's an uncomfortable factor of modern day relationships and dating. It's uncomfortable, but I think sometimes for whatever reason women don't really want to accept that sort of thing. But I think what it would do for most women having kids and, you know, trying to date is that it would maybe limit your options. It will limit the amount of options. It will limit the kind of guys you can attract, right? It might hamper something. But on the flip side, as a solution, I think one of the best things, one of the best inventions to help women navigate that field when you're a single parent and you want to date again, you want to fucking maybe look for someone that you can settle down with or build a future with. I think one of the best things to help women navigate that field has been the invention of, guess what? Dating apps. I think dating apps were the best invention ever to help women navigate that field, because with dating apps, you can immediately tell somebody that you have kids without having to go through that awkward process of revealing it later on in dating. Because maybe when you're dating somebody, you don't feel like it's the necessary thing to bring up at the first date, because you're not even sure that person's going to be someone you want to see again. So why do you want to tell them you have kids? Why do you want to mention their names, their ages, what they do? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to give you this information. Fuck you. I just want to hang out, want to have a drink, maybe have some adult time, whatever. But I don't want to tell you about my whole life story. But the invention or the advent of fucking social media and dating apps and stuff has allowed people, I think, to at least be able to put that stuff out without feeling like if they say it later, it's going to hamper their chances. I imagine even with people that have fucking disabilities, I'd imagine if you have a disability, probably dating apps probably helped you a lot, because obviously it's opened you up to a world where people who want to date people with disabilities, right? Maybe it opens you up to more people out there who maybe are interested in you, but it also allowed you to kind of put it forward in the front, be like, hey, I got disability, my legs don't work, or I got one arm, whatever it may be, take me as I come, or not. Do you know what I mean? Same when it comes to kids. They can just present it straight away and be like, hey, I've got children. The problem comes when you start hiding them. That's when the issues come. When you start hiding them in an effort to increase your dating chances, and then you get annoyed or pissed off or shocked when somebody leaves you because they find out you have kids. That's kind of fucked up. that's skullduggery is kind of fucked up. You're better off just presenting yourself fully, unapologetic to yourself, being 100% authentic to yourself, and let the chips fall where they may. If somebody tries to break up with you because they're not interested because you have kids and they want to look after your kid, you have to accept that, because that's one of the reasons why probably people, adults in general, should be very careful about who they sleep with and make sure they wear protection, because you don't want to end up having kids with somebody that you don't want to maybe build a family with, or maybe if you're not ready for, or the kid in general. That's why we all have to be careful, really, really careful about who we have children with in general, I think, going forward, because who would want to be a guy who leaves a woman with a kid to look after by herself anyway? I think that's loser, bummy behavior anyway. And also, who'd want to be a woman that has to now navigate a life where you're having to work, raise a child, and also maybe try and find someone that can help you with it, and then realizing that your options have been completely halved because you don't have a kid. No one wants that. No one fucking wants that. No one fucking wants that. So big up all the women out there who are trying to make it happen. Big up all the women out there who are trying to make it fucking happen. Moving on quickly about this. Quickly. Then move on to Gucci. Last post, then we move on to Gucci. Big up Indiyah, right? Big up Indiyah. Most of you guys know Indiyah. Former Love Island contestant, has been going through some drama lately because of the whole cheating scandal with her and Marlon, the streamer. She cheated on the boyfriend, Dami. Everyone knows the situation behind that. She posted something that I thought was really cheeky. Really, really cheeky. And again, just think if the roles were reversed here, right? Somebody asked her on her Snapchat, "Girl, go to Mimi's in Woolwich." And I think Mimi's in Woolwich is a very famous African restaurant everyone's really, loving out here in London. I think it's Nigerian, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's where the joke comes from. It's a Nigerian restaurant. Everyone's kind of rating it. It's got good Nigerian food, good African food. As most of you would probably know, African and Caribbean food here in London is up and down standards wise, right? You have to really know where to go, recommendations, and usually people gatekeep the good spots. They usually gatekeep the good Caribbean spots, the good African spots, because there's not a lot of them, they're few and far between. So when there's a good one, everyone floods there. So I'm assuming Mimi's is probably one of the best ones. This girl's like, "Hey, go to Mimi's." And Indiyah replies on a Snapchat and says, "I love Mimi's, but they don't deliver to me," right? And then she also puts at the bottom, "There is somebody I would ask to go, but too soon, innit?" And she puts an emoji of Marge, right? Embarrassingly shying away from all the cakes and stuff. So everybody naturally assumed this is probably a little bit of a joke, a little bit of a hee ha ha aimed towards Dami, because Dami is Nigerian. And she's saying, "Hey, I would like to ask Dami to go with me, but he's still feeling a little bit bad. He's still feeling hurt because I betrayed him and kissed this streamer in a fucking brightly lit restaurant," right? With tongue and all, and hands on either side of his face. I just think this is, obviously it's funny, right? Ha ha hee hee. But I would just love for us as a society to recognize our hypocrisy and the double standards. Because imagine if the roles were reversed and this whole situation played out the same way it did, and Dami was out here making these type of jokes, tongue in cheek, sarcastically. He'd be getting destroyed in the comments, replies. Girls already on social media don't really like Dami anyway, for whatever reason. Maybe it's because of his brand he's got called like Snow Bunnies or something like that, or just in general how he is. Girls in general don't seem to really like Dami, but they seem to really like Indiyah. I think it's natural. It happens in celebrity couples and shit. Some genders warm to the other gender. Well, some genders warm to the other couple. Who knows? Or some person in the couple. I can't get my words out there. But I don't know. I just find this sort of stuff like kind of in bad taste. A little bit unnecessary, a little bit cheeky, because I don't know. Like guys also have double standards, because a lot of us do a lot of dirt out here, right? Myself included. A lot of us do a lot of dirt out here. And then sometimes when the dirt gets done to us as payback, or as sometimes whatever, karma, we can sometimes have very weird overreactions to the dirt that gets done to us. We can have really strange reactions. So all the years you've been out here running the streets, doing a madness, and the one time happens to you, you kind of crash out. But that's the truth. That's the way we are wired, unfortunately. We don't really have an ability. I think women probably have a better ability of getting over adultery and cheating than men do. I don't think men could do it, even if it's just like a work husband thing that's been like overly friendly in the DMs and leaving you nice comments. We just can't get past it. So I think in this particular case, joking about this sort of stuff is a bit, because that guy is broken. That guy is, and he's gonna be even more broken when this fucking episode drops. When this show drops, right? Was it Inside Men from Sidemen? This reality TV show that she went on where she kind of got a little bit close with Marlon. When this show kind of drops, it's gonna be brutal for Dami, man. Honestly, sending him prayers, sending him fucking support, because when that show drops, everyone starts to re-examine the whole cheating allegations again in fucking exhaustive detail and exhaustive parasocial detail. It's going to be so brutal for him on social media. People are going to be talking a lot about it, have all their opinions, and it's going to have to relive that whole trauma again and again. And it's going to be worse too, because he's going to see. Because he probably, I don't know how he knew. Did he find out when we found out? I don't know. I don't think so, because I think the girl that recorded it sent him the video or something, right? If I'm not mistaken. But imagine he didn't know how it started. He's going to find out when we find out, when that show airs on Netflix. He's going to see exactly how his ex-girlfriend's, you know, cheating blossomed, how it started, the genesis of it. He's going to see how it blossomed. You know what I mean? He's going to literally see this girl giggling when this guy makes a joke, you know? Smirking, all the things that he's probably noticed before that happened, he's going to start noticing with him. It's going to be fucking brutal. So, thoughts and prayers go out to Dami, man. Thoughts and prayers go out to Dami. Thoughts and prayers go out to Dami. Cool. Let's move on. Let's get straight into Gucci. Gucci full 2026 analysis and review. The best I can do. The best I can do, right? Don't hit me. Don't hurt me. I'm not Fashion Roadman, right? That's my fucking North Star, right? That's my North Star. That's my guy. I'm not Fashion Roadman. So please forgive me. I'm just going to try and do the best that I can do, given the information that's available. So the show was yesterday, Friday to be exact, Milan Fashion Week. I thought that was fucking great, by the way. Having it at Milan Fashion Week was fucking awesome. They could have easily done it in Paris, because that's where all the menswear shows are and all the fucking hype is and shit. Whatever, right? All the well, hype, yeah, menswear, but mostly the hype and the tension, and it's the most illustrious and the most well received and shit. They could have easily done the show in Paris, but they did it in Milan. So I love that, returning the show or returning the hype again, or bringing back some kind of level of hype and eyes and attention to Milan Fashion Week and making that a moment is a great thing to see. I also love that off the top of the thing. Also the fact that they did an after party. They don't usually do after parties, right? Because if I remember correctly, to be precise, if I remember correctly, Demna used to do a lot of after parties for the Vet Monsters, but they became very popular. They got a little bit too crazy. I think generally he got a little bit too annoyed with the with the request for guest lists and stuff, and people wanted to attend. So he stopped doing fashion show after parties. I'm pretty sure there was no official after parties for Vetmont towards the end, and no official after parties for Balenciaga. Unless I wasn't invited, I didn't know. I'm pretty sure they stopped for a while. So him restarting the after party shit was pretty sick. I quite like that side of things. I quite like the after party vibe and restarting that and making that a bit of a moment. But the reaction to the show has been so overblown, has been so dramatic. It's starting to make me wonder, like, do you guys not know who Demna is? Are you guys not, like, familiar? Are you guys not educated? Are you guys not experienced with what he does and how he's able to basically, like, almost like a documentarian, right? He's almost like able to, like, analyze society, right? And be able to distill or reflect society back onto the runway, for better or worse. Sometimes it's a little bit too in your face. It says a little bit too much that you can't really handle. But for the most part, he does a really good job of reflecting what we see on the streets, what we see outside, and distilling it onto the runway. So in that respect, in my opinion, he's probably one of the greatest streetwear designers of all time. That's why I never really understood the idea that, oh, streetwear is gone. There's no streetwear in fashion anymore. A return to tailoring, which in a weird way for me felt like a little bit of a cultural dog whistle. We're going to return to fucking tailoring. Like, oh, what? You want to get all the niggas out here, right? You want to remove all the fucking niggas. Cool. But you can't, because the streets have fashion, especially luxury. The streets are the ones that kind of, I'd say, kind of consume it, dictate the trends around it, and for the most part, wear it the best. So I love the fact that he was able to distill some of the elements of Gucci from different sort of like niches, different sort of subcultures, different sort of communities, socioeconomic levels, racial backgrounds, religions, whatever, and bring it into the runway. He did a really good job with that. But before we get to the show, we're going to talk about the article that first came out before the show actually dropped. We're going to kind of go in some sort of chronological order. So I'm going to read the New York Times article about Demna. Then we're going to go over the show itself. And then we're gonna watch the whole runway show. We're also gonna do an analysis on Vogue, and we're gonna check out some reviews, see some after party stuff, and everything else in between, right? So let's go and let's dig in deep. So the first thing we want to check out is an article courtesy of New York Times. Can Demna save Gucci? Can Demna save Gucci? Really great picture here featuring Demna in his crib somewhere, I'm assuming, or office. Gucci headquarters here with his Chiquitas, with Chiquita left and Cookie on the right. Quite nice names for dogs, isn't it? Chiquita and Cookie. So this is him in his Balenciaga headquarters. So let's read the article This is courtesy of New York Times, and of course Vanessa Friedman is on there. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. The first part says, there is a corridor in the sprawling Gucci headquarters on the outskirts of Milan that is unlike any other corridor in the white glass walled space. It is a corridor that leads to the office of the Gucci new creative director, Demna, and the monomic man charged with rescuing the fashion brand from the cliff over which its sales have recently plunged. And it's really a corridor. It isn't really a corridor at all. It's more like a black hole, black walls, black floor, black ceiling. To enter it is to be swallowed by the dark. But then at its end, when Demna opens its door, light. How's that for a metaphor? It's a reminder. This is a reset, Demna really said in January. With some levity. Even he knows the symbolism is a little too obvious, but sometimes obvious exactly what you need. That's what you saw on the runway. Give me 1 second. That's what you saw on the runway. He was standing at his desk, a large wooden table covered in one lace tablecloth that he collects. He has about 50. It looked as if it was about to be set on an old-fashioned tea party rather than a business meeting. On one wall were 2 large photographs of his chihuahuas, Cookie and Chiquita, each wearing a pair of signature baggy black sunglasses. Above the desk was a mirrored metallic apple by the artist Claire Fontaine, with the Apple logo before the bite was taken out or eaten before the fall. Oh, sick. That's pretty cool. I've never seen it, but that's a clever idea for an art piece, isn't it? An illuminated apple, an illuminated apple logo, but without the bite. That's actually pretty cool, and that's a picture of his dogs there on the wall as well. Kind of cool. I don't mind that all in the slightest. Is that Sterling Ruby? That curtain there. Demna's office with artwork by Pia Campbell entitled Gabby's T-shirt. Oh, it's a T-shirt curtain alongside windows. That's pretty cool. Big up fucking Aaron Bondaroff. I was always thinking this would be a pretty cool thing to. How do you put this in your house? Do you remember My Life in T-shirts by Aaron Bondaroff? My Life in T-shirts. It was an exhibition in a book that Aaron Bondaroff did a time ago, right? He's the creative director and founder of A New York Thing, former Supreme model, started the Oh Wow Gallery, also known as, I think, Mormon, but he got kicked out because he had some scandal with, being a little bit too handsy with the ladies. But he did this really cool exhibition called My Life in T-shirts, where he had different quotes of his life, all on different T-shirts, and I think it was all over the walls of the gallery. Different sort of quotes. I think it was part of the autobiography. So I wonder if you could do something similar in your crib, but as an artwork. I don't know if that would work good, if that would actually look good, Something similar to that. It's like a collage, but it's full of your T-shirts with different sort of quotes on it. Who knows? Let's continue back to the fucking article. Where are you? There you go. Another picture here of Demna in front of another piece of artwork again. Demna's got a really good collection of vintage T-shirts. You gotta be honest. Demna's got a really good collection of vintage T-shirts. It continues. Demna had been busy remaking a space since he joined Gucci last March. After 10 years at Balenciaga, in which he was transformed the brand from a fashion darling beloved by the couture consignetti into a bona fide cultural phenomenon. Gucci itself had been soaring success story until 2022, when its superstar designer Alessandro Michele, was replaced by Sabaton De Sarno. An attempt to quiet the luxury pivot went badly wrong. From 2022 to 2025, revenue went from 10.5 billion euros to 6 billion euros. Demna was the brand's Hail Mary. Fucking hell. It dropped from 2022 to 2025, it went from 10 billion to 6 billion. Yeah, they had to get him out, innit? They had to fucking get him out. Yet the appointment was, despite Demna's previous success, a surprise to many who thought of him as a streetwear pro-styler. Pro-selector, yeah, pro-styler? Is that pro-styler or pro-stylizer? What's that word? Pro-stylizer? Pro-stylizer? How the fuck do you say this word? Pro-stylizer? How pronunciation? Prolicia. Prosiltia. How you say this? How to pronounce the word? Prolugulum. This is guys.
Proselytizer.
Oh, proselytizer. My bad. Proselytizer. I completely got it wrong. Proselytizer. A proselytizer is pronounced proselytizer is a 4-syllable word in the primary stress of the first syllable phi. What's the meaning of it? A proselytizer is a person who attempts to convert others to a new religion of faith, belief, or system or political party or cause. Cool. Proselytizer. Proselytizer. It's essentially Vanessa Friedman is too scared to call fucking Demna a cult leader. So let's use the word proselytizer. Recoiled from the idea of oversized hoodies in the realm of Jackie O's bamboo bag. The day after the announcement, the share price in Kering, the group that owns Gucci and Balenciaga, fell. Even Francois-Henri Pinault, the chairman of Kering, wasn't initially convinced. Gucci, after all, was a more 17,000 employees that represents 40% of the group's revenue. They couldn't get it wrong again. But here's the thing, said Francesca Bellettini, Gucci's chief executive, whose idea was to approach Demna in the first place. It wasn't Gucci that was ready for a new look. Demna was too. Now, as he prepares his show for this February 27th, when we're going to look at next, their attitude, Miss Betty said, okay, I'll show you. Plot twist said, look, Loic Gomez, Demna's husband. Ah. So we all thought it was Gucci that were trying desperately for relevance and to get their share prices back up again. But it also had in part was due to Demna wanting to leave Balenciaga. A lot of us didn't think that. I didn't think that. I thought he was wanting to stay at Balenciaga for the long term, or at least a bit longer they did. But actually he was bored of Balenciaga and he wanted to change. He wanted to challenge himself. He wanted to, you know, a different design brief, a different customer. So he actually was ready for that change. So when Gucci came calling, he was ready to go. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Demna. New Demna. One evening in early November, Demna, 44, right, 44, okay, was in Los Angeles hosting his Los Angeles County Museum art gala. I don't know, I think maybe part of me thought he was a bit older than that. I'm not gonna lie. Big up Demna though, which Gucci sponsors. He was trying out the property for a prototype of a new Gucci leather motorcycle jacket and some loafers, and standing at the entry of the party, greeting guests and gamely posing for pictures with Elle Fanning and Demi Moore, each of whom he had dressed for the event. He smooshed his way through the dinner table and official after party where Doja Cat performed in Gucci, and the private after party in Beverly Hills where he hung out with Ed Norton and his wife. When I came home, I wish I didn't have to speak to anybody for 3 days, Demna said the next day. He was wearing Balenciaga pajama pants with fake cartoon characters on them and a hoodie, and browsing a book soup in West Hollywood. He has something of a book fetish. He said the owners of the Idea bookstore in London told him he was their second largest customer after the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Jesus Christ. An Idea bookshop is not cheap. Big up Idea bookshop. I've never bought anything from there yet, but I follow them on Instagram and shit, and obviously check out their website. Idea bookshop is not cheap. They have some of the greatest art, cultural books you can ever get, but it's not cheap. They, you know, but you can find them. They got some super rare books that they're able to source, and they have some good signings and shit, and they have that little they have a assignment they got, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in Dover Street Market. But damn, to be their second largest customer after MoMA is something to pat yourself on the back with. Though he didn't buy anything on his visit, he was still thinking about the night before and his host's role. I liked it, he said. In the past, he said, I tried to hide in every possible way possible. When Demna was at Vetements, the upstart brand he co-founded in 2014, he left in 2019, and Balenciaga, he would never appear at the end of his shows for a bow. He hated revealing himself to the public. When he had to be photographed, he wore a black jersey mask that covered his head. He even wore it to attend the Met Gala, yeah. So he is coming out of his shell a bit more. He's starting to come out of his shell, which you love to see. This is him with the Kim, obviously, at the Met Gala. Oh wow, look at his house. He's got a fucking car bonnet on his roof. Is that an art piece, right? An artwork by somebody called Young Holland or Young Vin Holland, entitled Template. That's pretty fucking cool. It's a metallic, I guess a black metallic black painted car bonnet. It looks like maybe from a Lambo Urus with a crazy kind of like grill on it or something. Really kind of cool. I don't mind that. On top of a black leather couch. He's planning to go to the Met Gala again in May, but this time he won't be wearing a mask. The party used to make him most paralytically nervous, he said, but now, walking back some previous critical comments, he says, as the only place in fashion that celebrates fun and play. Fun and play are not the words of spot associated with Demna. The more likely ones would be tortured and angry. His Vetements Balenciaga show seemed to like screams into the void, with his sets that included a giant mud pit, swirling snowstorms, and an immersive end of days video. I was convinced the only way I could be creative and have ideas as if I was in a dark place, if I was a victim, if I felt betrayed. I used to be this fashion designer who works late at night, parties, drinks, doesn't take care of his health. It went with his backstory, growing up in Soviet Georgia, forced to flee as a teenager with his family and settle in Europe. Yeah, that's true. So I guess now he's living a more healthy life, I'm assuming he's trying to say, right? He's more of a healthy dude, he's tuned in, and he's dialed into the nth degree. He thought his fury came from the incoherent desire to change the status quo. But now he has been in therapy for more than 10 years and thinks maybe it was a lot about me not being enough for myself. It was a lot about me not being enough for myself. I've been there, brother. I've been there. He speaks languages of psychoanalysis as well as Italian, French, English, Russian, and Georgian. Ted. He speaks Italian and French. I didn't know that. That's fucking sick. That also helps, isn't it? I'm assuming with Gucci. That's really cool. Although I'm assuming at that level, if you work at the company, they're probably going to have a translator with you, and there's also always somebody that speaks English. But I'm sure being able to speak the language and break that barrier is fucking great. Antonin Tron, the new creative director at Balmain, who has known Demna since they attended Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, said he had been struck by how much more comfortable with himself Demna had become. Mr. Gomez, a musician who works under the name Boyfriend and creates a soundtrack for Demna's shows, agrees. He is a person I know who works the most on himself, Mr. Gomez said. Once you make peace with pain and trauma, you learn that to even more creative. But it takes a long time to realize the myth, the sad part, is not necessarily true. Yeah, I think Mr. Gomez also is his husband, no? Is that somebody else? I'm pretty sure Boyfriend is his husband. I saw that remix of I Wear Sunglasses on Night is so fucking good. Big up Boyfriend. Great name for an artist, by the way, Boyfriend. New life. During his Balenciaga days, Demna and Mr. Gomez lived in Paris and Switzerland. But when Demna left the company, they decided to split their time between Los Angeles and Milan. Oof. How nice, isn't it? That's luxury, actually. Forget buying all the fancy cars. Forget all the bust-down watches and the tennis ball chains. Give me 2 cribs in 2 different locations. I'm living good. Give me the ability to fly to Berlin and party in Berghain whenever I want. I'm living good. Give me the ability to go to any festival that I want. I'm living good. Forget the material possessions. Lifestyle. That's fucking awesome. A little studio in fucking Milan and a place in fucking Los Angeles. You can't go wrong there. All that remains in Zurich is Demna's clothing archive, decades worth of t-shirts, leathers, students' work, and even his grade school uniform, and several tons of books. It's obviously not the easiest moment to go to the United States, Demna said, but Los Angeles is where he feels more comfortable. In Paris, both he and Gomez often felt judged in a negative way, so much so that Mr. Gomez said it became more difficult to be free and feel safe. Really? Does it say that because of being too famous? Like being a creative director of Balenciaga, probably everyone was stopping him in the street? Or does it mean actually judged because of how they live lifestyle-wise? I'm curious because you would imagine people in Paris are a little bit more normal, you know, so it's a bit normalized. It's not that big of a deal to see a designer because I think people see fucking Rick Owens all the time in Paris. Just walking, chilling, you know, having a good time. So I don't know. Let's see. Los Angeles is where Demna proposed to Mr. Gomez a decade ago during a pool party. Okay, cool. So it's got a special place in their heart for them. And it's where they both bought a home, a 1950 bungalow that they're now renovating in its original style that Demna said looks a bit like a strip club bungalow. Before he got the Gucci job, Demna had been planning to leave Balenciaga, move to Los Angeles, and start his own line, though he wasn't entirely sure what it would be. Raw. That's a big revelation, isn't it? That's a huge revelation. I had no idea Demna was going to leave Balenciaga at one point. He was actually going to leave Balenciaga. I had no idea. I don't think I ever heard that rumor. I'm not going to lie. Before Demna left Gucci, before Demna left to go to Gucci, I don't think I ever heard a rumor he was going to leave Balenciaga. Honestly, I don't think I heard any rumor for any person I follow on fucking X and stuff who are usually ITKs in the know. I don't think anyone spilled and said, oh yeah, Demna's thinking of leaving. I think that's why everyone was so caught off guard when he got hired at Gucci. He's like, what? Because he's had such a comfortable, cushy job at fucking Balenciaga. Why would you go to Gucci? And it also kind of, weirdly enough, like would negatively affect Balenciaga because he got them up to a certain point. But now you're seeing this guy, whatever that guy is from Valentino, coming in, and he essentially is just doing his own copy of what Demna did. You know, he's not even carving his own lane. He's just copying what Demna did. But yeah, I never ever thought of a future where Demna would have just started his own brand. Well, that means namesake brand Demna, or namesake full name Demna Vasilia, which he doesn't use anymore. I'm sure it's because of his brother as well, probably, by the way. When he agreed to take on Gucci instead, he built a clause into his contract that gives him the option to separate artistic projects. His current hobby is buying 18th century artistic projects. So I guess that means if he wants to launch his own brand, he can. That's pretty cool. Although when he left Vetements, which was his own brand, he said he left it because he went to focus entirely on Balenciaga. So what? Is he better at kind of like multitasking? Is he better at focus now? Wonder what's happened now. His current hobby is buying 18th century portraits from antique markets and having them restored. With the few alterations, imagine a girl in a Victorian dress but with a dripping black eyeliner. For a while, he was doing the same thing with the porcelain figures he collects, adding heavy metal makeup to a Russian ballerina. The idea was taking something classic and giving it a different context applies to him. Maybe one day he will exhibit them or sell them. Of course he will, of course. No one that creative, no one that artistic, no one at that level, no one that rich actually is going to make that sort of stuff and not ever sell it in the future. We're definitely going to see those things sold at some point. We've got a picture here of Demna with these books here. Oh, those okay. What? I wonder what notebooks they are. Notebooks with the red binding. I wonder what notebooks they are. Reproductions of Gio Gucci's notebooks the Gucci team gave Demna when he arrived on his note. Oh, nice. I'm experimenting with colors. That's pretty cool. Red binding fucking notebooks that he uses. A meeting table in Demna's office, and the wall is still from Gucci's pre-collection photograph by Demna. Love that. When he and Mr. Gomez are waiting in Los Angeles house, to be habitual, they were getting acclimated to Milan, where they would have rented a traditional Milanese apartment. It has yellow walls, Demna said. I never thought I would live in a place that has a yellow wall. A palazzo meets a grunge, said Mr. Gomez. Palazzo meets grunge. There was golden mirrors everywhere. But in the middle, we have 4 sofas that are completely destroyed and a bit ugly. In Milan, Demna said his days are heavily structured. Wake up, work out, meditate, cuddle with dogs, go to office at noon. He said he learned from Marc Jacobs to reserve the mornings for himself because once he's at the office, his time is no longer his. I love that, by the way. I love that. But I also love how regimented he is. He's starting to get that place. Rick Owens is in that place. A lot of designers get to that place where you start to realize that the chaos is one thing, it helps. But actually being regimented and having like a structure to your day and trying to maybe, especially if you're like a person that has like a freelance creative job, having a set time you go into the office, a set time that you start your projects, a set time to do this, a set time to do this, actually allows you to be more creative because you know you've only got a certain amount of time to do the thing, as opposed to it being like an open-ended conversation where you turn up at 6, you might leave at 4. No, we're only going to be here for 9 till 9, 9 till 6, 9 till 10, wherever it is, and then you can kind of work your way around that, and hopefully creates to a better work-life balance. Demna changed his diet a few years ago too, when he discovered he had elevated blood sugar, and now he said, for the first time in my life, I feel good physically. Though I don't know how many more broccolis I can have. He hasn't drank in 7 years, and he no longer craves tiramisu at 11 p.m. He tries to be in bed by 10:30. Wow, he completely changed, didn't it? He used to be a proper party boy, or at least the people around him. They were probably that was partly why I kind of fell in love with Vetements in the first place. Like a lot of those guys and girls that modeled for their show, I'd legitimately see them outside in clubs and bars and stuff that I went to. They would live that life, whatever life that they were portraying, walking on the runway, having to present themselves, they were living it. So it's really crazy to see how they've changed. He said, I feel the happiest I've ever felt. He said, I felt lighter. Still, when Demna got to Gucci, he said the mood was a little bit hopeless, he said. Not only had Gucci become almost overnight a very public, critical, commercial failure, but it was dragging Kering down with it. The share price had fallen 43.7% between 2022 and 2025. His responsibility was to bring it back and make it stay there, Mr. Belletti said. That's the deal that she said she made with Luca De Mio, the newest Kering chief executive, and Demna. If the designer can pull this part off, he will have achieved that rare feat in fashion, transforming not 1 but 2 fashion houses. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? It had fallen the share price from 43% between 2022 and 2025. Madness. So I guess they kind of had to make that change. To be fair, the problem probably started the moment they got rid of fucking Alessandro Michele, to be honest. That's where the problem really started. I think they noticed a little bit of a dip and they just changed him immediately because they were getting worried. But I think the vision he had for Gucci at that time, how very distinctive it was, the world building that he did for it was unparalleled, really. And I think ever since then they probably regret that decision. But of course, in fashion, you got to move forward. You can't look back. So I guess Demna was the easy choice to make, especially because he was already in the Kering infrastructure, right? He was already in the Kering ecosystem. It made sense. As a welcome gift, the staff gave him 17 notebooks for inspiration, recreations of Giocio's Gucci's original sketchbooks, and jottings about bags and belts. Then Demna had 2 big epiphanies, which is kind of cool as well, by the way, to give people. The first happened when he went to the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, Italy, and saw the birth of Venus. It really moved me, he said. I had tears. Then when he came out and saw Palazzo Gucci, and I realized that there is Uffizi and there is Michelangelo, there is Botticelli and there is Palazzo Gucci. The second came after his 16-year-old cousin, who told him Gucci had become the Gen Z slang term for, has become a Gen Z term. So she says, I feel Gucci today. It's too Gucci, he said. That exploded in my brain. It means that there is more than the brand. I can also represent an emotion or be a state of mind. I'm using it a lot of my work. I feel Gucci today. Yeah, I like that, by the way. I like that. And I think once you watch the runway show, you'll see that that's exactly what the brand feels like. He's definitely able to capture, synthesize that moment, that nostalgia, but that vibe people feel, the way that people have kind of tried use the term Gucci to describe being happy and shit. I think he's done that in a really great way with this particular show coming up. Let's continue down. Some stills. For him, Gucci, he said, at the center of the Italian couture was also about having fun, not taking it too seriously, not being naive, but not giving too much space to drama. It has to be both classic and push boundaries. So he's designing it what he refers to as Gucci Core, a set of basics that will always be available on the Gucci runway. In a short movie Demna unveiled in September, establishing the set on the Gucci characters, all dressed in the idea of signature Gucci style. The new show. What I want to bring to Gucci, he said as a quote, is cultural relevance. And cultural relevance does not become from mainstream culture ever. It comes from lesser known or unknown talent. It comes from the underground. That's exactly why we got the show we're about to see. He said it already. The cultural relevance of Gucci, of all these luxury brands, weirdly enough, doesn't come from the people you see on the runway. Doesn't come from that ecosystem of the fashion industry in general. It comes from the outer limits. It comes from the outer limits. Like, I'm not too sure how Italy is sort of like laid out, or the, you know, the kind of the properties and the community. I'm not sure how it is, but I know at least with Paris, all the immigrants and stuff live on the outer rings, right? You live in the kind of the outer circle of Paris. But the funny thing is, the fashion epicenter is in the middle. So the people that they show on the runway are usually people that look like they're from the middle. The ones that go to all the fucking ateliers, the one that go to all the client meetings, the one that, you know, have the personal shoppers, have the limousines and shit. They're all live in the middle. But the people that actually influence the style and the trends that the middle people kind of adopt all live on the outside rings. That's a funny thing. But what he's trying to do, he's trying to inverse that. He's trying to flip it the other way around. He's trying to put all the people from the quote-unquote out underground, from the marginalized, from the overlooked, onto the runway and represent what they do, because they're the ones that actually dictate the trends for Gucci. I love that philosophy. I love that idea. That makes a lot of sense. That to that end, he's weighing whether celebrity ambassadors and celebrity front rows are worth the money. It's like an arranged marriage, he said. I hate the idea of having to pay someone to wear your clothes if they don't want to wear them. I hate the word ambassador in general. We have tried to have ChatGPT to come up with a different word, but it didn't work. Yeah, true. I guess it can be a little bit, although caring of all the money in the world, having somebody wear your stuff only because you pay them can create a weird little energy, a weird little situation in general. You won't be able to fuck with what you do. Really, truly, deeply connect to what you do. I just think in general, a lot of these brands don't do a good enough job in general of finding people who actually fuck with what they do. They always go for someone that has a name, has a clout, which makes sense because it's easy. It's a layup, right? You're not going to go for the lesser known 20 follower person on Instagram who talks about Gucci ad nauseum, right? Who has all the archive Gucci belts, who has all the old school Gucci beanies. You know what I mean? That kind of guy who like really has who has all the Gucci side bags from all the different creative directors and stuff in their collection. You're not going to go to them because they don't have many followers, but you're going to go to the footballer who might have worn one fucking Gucci wash bag one day because something they were gifted. You know what I mean? So that's the main problem. There needs to be a better way to identify. Maybe that then requires there to be an agency. Maybe that's what's needed. Maybe there needs to be some sort of agency that someone makes where they can kind of sign on a lot of like super fans of fashion that aren't necessarily that popular. And I guess the term for them is like micro influencers. So people that have maybe like, let's say like 10,000 followers and less, or even maybe less than that. Maybe like 5,000 or 1,000 and less. who really understand the brand, really understand fashion, talk, you know, in excessive detail, and they can be like, you know what, you know, that was a moment. That guy's not racist, and they kind of continue on. I think so, but hey, what do I know? What do I know? It said he has targeted about 20 artists he discovered through Spotify algorithm, including British rappers Fakemink, EsDeeKid, rapper everyone thought for a while was Timothy Chalamet, and invited them to the show, which I think is a great thing, by the way. That obviously gets you a lot of press and moments, but it's also, you know, somewhat organic. He's also exploring a new system of sizing, making it less about numbers 0, 2, and 4, and more about body types: short, skinny, tall and skinny, short and powerful. I'm not too sure about that. I'd rather be a size 12 or a size 16 than be called, you know, short, skinny, fat, or whatever, personally. But I think it says short and skinny, tall and skinny, and short and powerful. I don't know. Powerful being another word for fat is crazy. That's harder than it might sound, he said, since it involves some merely upsizing or downsizing a standard, but making new and different patterns for each piece. But ideally, more body types mean clothes that are more relevant to more customers, which I agree. That's necessary too going forward, I'm not going to lie. There's Demna again, his nice little fucking vintage shirt. But you definitely can tell he's lost weight, innit? Definitely can tell he's definitely can tell he's healthy. He's definitely lost a lot of weight, especially in his face. You can definitely tell. Big up Demna. He knows everyone is waiting for Gucci hoodie, but he said that is exactly why I won't do it, obviously. Body conscious. Feeling more physically confident, he has been designing a narrower silhouette. He's trying to engineer a new kind of minimalism, eliminating seams, making everything lighter. So he partly only designed all those fucking massive as fuck exaggerated hoodies at fucking Vetements and at Balenciaga because he was not feeling confident in his body. He wanted to hide. I guess it also goes back to the wanting to hide, not really being super confident or comfortable being a celebrity and people wanting to see you and talk to you. So if you make a really baggy hoodie that you can just kind of disappear in, you basically disappear. But now he's more body conscious. Now he's more kind of confident in his own skin. Because of the weight's lost, he's like, you know what? Nah. We'll have to do our own thing, you know? Which I don't mind. Big up fucking them. That's a really cool story there. I thought about the iPhone and the Apple, he said. When they started, how the approach was about smart design. You know, what do we really need? Until now, I was designed to impress myself intellectually. Turning things upside down, making strange sleeves. A lot of what you get when you study fashion in Belgium. But at Gucci, I feel like I don't have to do it. It's not about the concept, it's about the great jacket. You try it on for yourself. Yeah, it's true. No need to do all that stuff. Just make great clothes, really, and people will be happy. Simple as that. Just make great clothes and people will be more than freaking happy. But hey, what do I know? Let's continue. And on everyone around you, is apparently Mr. Gomez said he had his eye on a lot of very beautiful shoes. There may be a lot of leather on the show, as well as Sherling giving the mink treatment on the crocodile. I discovered I'm in love with crocodile, he said. Mr. Belletti has been wearing a 1960-ish bright red coat from the September movie collection with narrow shoulders, a narrow, squared off shoulder that she said gives her attitude. This show is how I would love to dress, says Demna, giggling. He really giggled. He was toying with including men wearing Sherling coats over bare chest. That's one of the goals for himself. He's not quite there yet, he said, but he thinks more tightening jeans would be so great. So Demna wants to get to a place where he's able to wear a fur coat with no t-shirt on. Demna's like all of us, isn't it? Demna's basically a bro. Demna's basically like all men. He's basically like a Chad. Essentially, Demna is a Chad. He wants to be able to he wants his body to be in a place where he can wear a fur coat with no t-shirt on. But Demna is all of us. Demna is fucking all of us. He wants to get to this level, right? Where is he? Famously, the Conor McGregor fur coat. Remember that iconic picture of Conor with a fur coat? I think he wore one without a t-shirt too. I'm pretty sure. But if the iconic fur coat with the iconic white, yeah, that's him with the white fur coat, topless, with no t-shirt on underneath. That's what he wants. That's what fucking Demna wants. Demna wants to be able to do this. Demna wants to be able to do that. I don't blame him, man. I don't blame him in the slightest. I don't blame him in the slightest. So we reviewed the article. I think the article basically tells us what we're going to see in the show, as opposed to kind of platforming the underground and putting them on a runway and kind of exposing everybody to the realities of who actually wears Gucci day to day and how they wear it. I think he did a really good job with it. So I'm going to play the video, play the whole runway show. We get an idea of what's going on here. courtesy of the Gucci YouTube account. I think it was live stream, but with no comments on. Weirdly enough, live stream but with no live chat. So it's Gucci Primavera fashion show. Gucci Primavera fashion show. Runway looks incredible, but especially with these kind of statues hoisted up at the top there, with spotlights on them. Fucking amazing. And if I'm not mistaken, the after party was holding the same space as well. I love that. The after party was on the same place. The runway became the place where everyone kind of watched in the crowd, and the top of the show was a stage. So they kind of reused that as a stage. They didn't go to another space. I quite like that. So let's watch the show. Gucci Primavera show, courtesy of the Gucci YouTube account. Let me fast forward a little bit until we get to the start of the show a little bit. So I think some people coming in. Let's fast forward a little bit. Let's see some entries. I need some entries. I quite like it when some of these K-pop people come in. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who any of these people are. Some of these Asian actors, Chinese actors, South Korean K-pop artists. Because they're really famous, and the pop they get from people outside is crazy. And you don't even know them. I don't recognize them at all. People go crazy when they see them. Like that, can you hear? Hear the pop. They know how to emote, innit? The Asian actors know how to emote. They know how to pose. That's one thing for sure. They know how to fucking emote and pose. Look at all the screams, man. Crazy. Everyone goes crazy. Oh, what's his face? Steve Lacy was there. That's a crazy trim, innit? Big up Steve Lacy. That's the kind of trim that you get when you only deal with white guys, isn't it? I think. Big up Steve Lacy, but I think that's the kind of trim you only get when you deal with white guys. What the fuck is that? It's a mohawk with no fade, but it's also kind of faded. It's like a mohawk with no fade, but it's faded on the top instead of the sides. Kind of interesting complex, kind of interesting sort of like flip, where he didn't fade the edges of the mohawk, but instead of faded the mohawk itself. So he's got like a more thicker, denser sort of section towards the back here, and then it's a bit lower towards the front. Interesting haircut. Interesting haircut. Big up Steve Lacy. Oh, Paris Hilton, right? And her sister, right? That walk is horrendous. Yeah. That walk is awful, man. Yeah. Big up Paris Hilton. Who's this lady? Who's that? Oh, Rico Nasty. Wow, that's Rico Nasty, isn't it? That's a really good look, actually. You wouldn't really expect to see her on the runway or at this type of shows, really, to be honest. It shows her level of artistry, to be fair. That's Rico Nasty. Wearing actually it's an interesting look. That's wearing usually girls' tights. I like that, right? Girls' tights usually come up towards their midriff, but this is like a girls' tight thing that you can pull all the way up. A pantyhose thing, with the Gucci chain print on them as well. Really interesting look.
Okay, that's perfect.
No idea who this person is. Oh, that's a tennis player, right? I forgot her name. Yeah, posing is so awkward. People underestimate how hard it is to pose. Posing must be so uncomfortable to do in real life. Who's this lady? Oh, that's Cristiano Ronaldo's wife, right? Georgina. Look at the diamonds. God damn, look at the diamonds. Look at the earrings. Jesus Christ, look at those earrings. God damn, they look like they're worth a bit of money, innit? They look like they're worth a bit of money, those earrings, and that necklace. Oh, and the law behind her is crazy, isn't it? Is it? If I'm not mistaken, isn't it? It's like it is a full circle moment. Isn't the law behind how they've met is that she bumped into her at a Gucci store? She's working as a sales assistant. I think that's the truth, right? I think that's one of the stories. That she was working in a Gucci store in Madrid or something. And Cristiano Ronaldo happened to be playing for Madrid at that time, walked into the store, saw her, they got talking, and boom, they've been together ever since. So this is a crazy full circle moment, isn't it? Now I'll be at the show. I don't know, that's an artist, right? I don't know what that is, though. Artist, I think, isn't it? I don't know what that is. I have the glasses, though. Artists are hard. Glasses are hard. Who's that? Who's that in the white top? Cool. Let's skip ahead and just go to the show. Let's skip ahead and go to the show. Let's skip ahead and go to the show. Gucci Fall 2026. Let's go. Classical music at the start. What I wonder what the show music is gonna be. What's the show music gonna be? Oh, hip hop. Nice. Woo. Beat. I like this already. Who's opening? Who's opening? Is that a white look? Ooh, tune. This sounds hard already. I like this beat. All white outfits. Oh, I like that. White short dress. Fucking hell. This is hard. I like that white dress actually. Oh, look at the makeup. The smoky eye is back again. I like that. Smoky eye is back. Smoky eye is back, I like that. Ah, muscular guys, love to see this. I don't mind that. Tanked up with the jeans and the loafers. It seems like all the loafers that Demna's doing now for Gucci are not hard sold. I wonder why that is. I guess it's probably a preference thing for him, right? I don't think he's making, you know the classic penny loafers that Gucci make? All of his versions of penny loafers are always slippers. He doesn't make like the standard one anymore. He makes that slipper version that everyone's wearing now. Like the kind of like a, yeah, it's, so you can see this model now with the soles of his feet. The shoe looks very, very low profile and not like a typical penny loafer. I don't know what the midsole of a penny loafer is, if it's like cork or whatever that material is, the hard material. He's basically against it. He's going to make the same shapes, kind of the same silhouette. It's going to be kind of elongated, but there's no more hard sole. But the fucking track, the beginning of this show is really good. And also, I love how this kind of relates back to the New York Times article, where they said, Vanessa Friedman said that he's got a house where like it's all black, right? It's all black, the corridor, and then when you open the door, it's all white. So I like the fact that the show started completely dark in the room, completely dark in the space, a light bar along the runway, and then the first two looks that came out were all white. I thought that set a precedent of like resetting everything, you know, especially coming from the interview itself. So I think it's a really good job there. I love the cut of that blazer. Yeah, I'm all for the smoky. I need to do the smoky eye. I'm all for the. I love a good smoky eye. I love a good smoky eye. It reminds me of Sting. It reminds me of like Rachel Zoe. It reminds me of like Amy Winehouse. A few other people, right? Iconic people that always had a smoky eye. You can't really go wrong with that. That's so good. So fucking cool. And interesting too, like he said, he's feeling more confident in his body. Look at the shirt, right? See, it's like again, only usually if you go to the gym and you're seeing a guy wearing an Under Armour shirt as a regular shirt, they're happy with what they look like in the mirror, you know? If you see a regular guy wearing an Under Armour shirt as a regular shirt, like a compression shirt, like a t-shirt, that guy's happy with what he sees in the mirror. That's what Deman's basically saying. He's feeling buff now, so he's gonna wear these type of things. So we're seeing some Gucci muscle shirts. To be fair, these are gonna go platinum. In the streets, these are gonna go platinum. People are gonna be on this, like a Gucci fucking compression type shirt. The kind of guys that go to like bottle clubs and shit, they're gonna be all over these shirts, man. Oh, the Gucci belt is very nice as well. Pencil skirt with a suit. Beautiful walk. Beautiful walk. Oh, I'm pretty sure. I forgot what style of. I think this is like a motorcycle jacket. I'm pretty sure, right? If I'm not mistaken, please forgive me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure there was a version of this that Tom Ford did for Gucci back in the day too. Or maybe this whole silhouette reminds me of it. But I'm pretty sure there's a version of this jacket that's very coveted by the Tom Ford archivist and fucking Gucci archivist because it's similar. It's made of crocodile skin, but I think back then it was actually made of crocodile skin. Now it's gonna be faux crocodile skin, obviously to kind of make sure you don't piss off Peter and everybody else is, you know, a bit more sensitive about this sort of stuff. But I'm pretty sure there's a jacket like this in this particular shape that's cut as well as this that Tom Ford did for Gucci back in the day. So I wonder if this is like a bit of a homage. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. It's fucking gorgeous though, isn't it? Look at it, man. God damn, it's good. Looks like it's actually cut. Oh, look what they've done too. I think they've matched the pattern, you know? I think it's all cut from one piece, but they've matched the pattern. Look, if you see here on the shoulders, I think they've matched some of the pattern on the crocodile skin. You can see here, it kind of all lines up perfectly here. Wow. Oh, that's a great look for a walk though, isn't it? That's a great look. That's a great way to see somebody's got a great catwalk from up above. An amazing angle. You don't usually see fashion shows like that, you know? I've never seen a fashion show with an angle from above like that. That's a really good angle as well, I'm not gonna lie. Especially for the walk. So good. You can kind of tell as well, like each model has been given a way to walk. I think this particular walk of like the Milanese woman or whatever, right? The chic office lady, the wife of the drug dealer, the old, oh, sorry about that. It's traffic outside. But they've all been given. I feel like each model's been given a directive of how to walk. Because I think all the ladies that are wearing the handbag on their elbow, they've got the pencil skirt, they've got the blazer. They've been told to walk in a particular way. I'm pretty sure everyone's got their own distinctive walk based on what they're wearing. So kind of going back to what he did at Vetements and what he did at Balenciaga with like the archetypes, you know, with like, oh, this is the bourgeoisie lady, this is the security guard. This is a quote unquote homeless person. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure everyone's got a kind of way they're meant to walk. Ooh, look at that muscle shirt. Looksmaxxing, huh? Yeah, a little bit of Looksmaxxing influence. A little bit of Looksmaxxing influence here. But by the way, I take back what I said earlier. I remember before I was very, very certain that they would Clavicular would get flown out from Milan Fashion Week or Paris Fashion Week, but it looks like he didn't. It looks like all the controversies around him kind of maybe made some of these houses turn their nose up at him. Elena Velez was a brave one. Elena Velez gave him that card of like, yeah, I'm on Vogue, bitch, fuck off, right? I've got that. Once you got that Vogue runway picture, no one can take away from you. Doesn't matter who the brand is. Even if they get a sponsored Vogue runway fucking thing, you can always claim it. But I did have a feeling, you know, I kind of really predict that Clavicular will get flown out and do like a lot more runways in Milan because, you know, Milan Fashion Week designers usually don't mind a bit of controversy. But it seems like it hasn't been the case. Maybe you might have to wait and see if Dolce & Gabbana do a show with him, but it looks like he didn't really make the cut. It looks like all the controversies probably did him a bit of negative, but you can see some Looksmaxxing stuff going in here, or at least maybe because of Demna's working out, we're getting a return to muscular figures, which is something that I always said we kind of lost because of Riccardo Tisci leaving Gucci or Givenchy, and you know he's gone on a bit of a weird one. He's being sued at the moment. He's not been going through a fun time. But I think one of the greatest thing that fucking Ricardo Tisci did at Givenchy was the reintroduction of muscular figures. Don't get me wrong, the models that used to walk for Ricardo Tisci or Givenchy shows, they weren't like supremely muscular, but they were still muscular than most regular models. So it's quite cool to see that kind of figure on the runway, right? So it wasn't just all twinks and skinny guys and shit. So I like that Demna's kind of returning that back to the runway. We're seeing like more muscular, broad-shaped guys on the runway representation, and also to kind of give you an idea of what the shit would look like. But if this stuff is Gucci, right? If this, I don't know what it looks like in person, but if this particular shirt, it looks like it's made out of some sort of satin, maybe some sort of silk. Let's say maybe it's more so silk. I would say it's satin. And if this has any type of Gucci monogram on it, if it has like a little metal badge behind the collar that says Gucci, this is gonna go crazy in the streets. People are gonna be all over this because guys already nowadays buy Gucci shirts and buy them as 2 sizes smaller, so they can show off their pecs. They can still be a Gucci shirt. Imagine if you actually make an actual Gucci sort of like form-fitting muscle shirt. Guys are gonna go crazy. The kind of guy that likes to wear this sort of stuff, even if they have a belly, they're gonna go nuts for this when it drops. So this is a very smart move by Demna. And also we've got the traditional classic Gucci double G belt as well there too. Oh, this grey dress is beautiful too. I love that grey dress. That bag is awesome. Oh look at the guy behind. Yeah, that could have been Clavica at the back there. This guy now coming up could have been Clavicular if he didn't probably have too much controversy behind him. Or maybe ASU Fratley though. Look at the makeup, it's beautiful. The makeup is so good. That's Fakemink there, right? Yeah, that guy right here could have been Clavicular. If Clavicular never did the How Hitler song with Kanye and he was still the same, I think he would have been able to go to the show. You probably would have been able to walk it. If Clavicular was probably not doing the whole How Hitler thing. Because he could have easily, or ASU Fratley could have easily been there. Because this is definitely, I think, a little nod to Luxmaxxing. A little nod, you know? A little nod to Luxmaxxing.org. A little nod. This ginger kid with this outfit too. I love the trousers, man. The trousers are giving me fucking Diddy in the fucking late 90s, early 2000s vibe. Do you know what I mean? Very shiny. And that polo top as well. Form fitting. Yeah, I love it. Oh, so look at the, actually, I'll take it back. Look at the soles on there. So he does have hard soles, but it's just like, they're like slippers. Oh, I see. They are hard. They kind of look like hard soles, but they're just slippers. This is so good. Fakemink walking the show, checking his phone as he walks down is great. This is, of course, like I said, I think he told all the models to do this. I think every model's been given, they're basically an archetype. They've been told, hey, you're the trapper, you're the dealer, you're the gym bro, you're the African uncle, you're the fucking rich housewife. You know what I mean? I think they've all been given a role to play, and I think his one was maybe adjacent to the Gen Z kid, the trapper, whatever. Because the way he's wearing the jacket over the shoulders like that, the way he's sagging the Gucci jeans that not meant to be sagged, right? The t-shirt being form-fitting, the side bag, the way it's been worn, is very much akin to people that you would see wearing it on the streets, right? People that you've maybe crossed paths with, especially if you live in the inner cities like I do in London, other places around the world. That particular archetype, even just his racial background, right? That kind of, I think I don't know what he is particularly. I don't think he's Moroccan, but that kind of like North African, Arab type of looking guy that might deal, that might just be around and shit, who wears the cool stuff, or just around your area, usually wears it dressed like this, or usually wears it in this particular way. So this wasn't surprising at all, but I do like the little pause in the show. That's a really cool little touch, actually. I just stopped to check his phone and shit. Very, very on point. And it puts it back into the bag too. I love that. Runway as a performance piece. Runway as a performance piece is brilliant, by the way. The runway acting as a performance piece itself is fucking brilliant, especially when you're tying it to the whole social media aspect and making them go viral. I love it. The smoky eyes. Ooh. That smoky eyes, deadly. The soundtrack. Ooh. I love it. Big up Fakemink. Oh, look at that blaze and the trousers. Again, the side bag. Yeah, they've definitely all been given this. They've definitely all been told to walk a particular way, because this lady's got a bit of a hurried walk around her. You can kind of imagine someone like this walking through a station, always in a rush. Their time is always in demand. Their time is always money. You know, that kind of unnecessarily frantic, like hurried, anxious look. So they've all got a different type of walk behind them. I love the exaggerated, super big glasses too. Demna's really good at the glasses. You got to be honest. Demna's on point when it comes to the sunglasses. I don't think there's any other luxury fashion designer that's kind of identified that people that want to wear designer glasses usually want them to be like obscenely big, like I am, right? If you're gonna wear designer glasses, you know already designer sunglasses aren't worth the money anyway. They're made. They're usually, you know, whatever, or way overpriced. But you're buying them partly because of the name brand, and you're also partly buying them because the shape and style of them you're probably not going to get in any other sunglasses manufacturer or brand. But you also want them to be just cover your face so you can just like hide, you know. And I think these are great. He does a really good job of making these, basically these face shields. You know, these face shields that double up as glasses. I think he does a really good job of them. And you know what too, right? I'm kind of loving this cropped look too. I'm kind of loving this little crop jacket look. I think he's done it on most of his shows now with Gucci, because it reminds me immediately of like early 2000s, late 90s era David Beckham. And that was when everyone was kind of doing that. Guys, especially with wearing, I think I saw another designer actually. It's this guy I follow on YouTube. I forgot his name. I think he's like, I think this guy I follow on YouTube is... I think he's like an influencer, but he's also got his own brand. Where did I see him somewhere here? I forgot his name. Let me see if I can find his name. But he recently made a shirt where he basically cut off the seam, and I saw, I think George Heaton also from Represent do it. It's become trendy now with a lot of these like guys that do fashion and do have their brand, streetwear brand stuff. They're all doing the thing where like they cut off on your shirt where it kind of flips over the seam. They cut the sleeves and they cut along the seam to make it a little bit shorter. And obviously when you wash it and you wear it over time, it kind of folds up. So it creates a really exaggerated crop look. But it kind of reminds me of like, you know, the shirts and stuff that you saw back in the day in the fucking early 2000s and 90s. So that's a really good look. And again, tying back to him being more body conscious or being more comfortable in his own body since he's been working out. One of the signs that you're going to feel comfortable in your body as a man and you feel like you're working out and you're looking good is when you don't have a beard. And usually when you wear form-fitting clothes, and also when you wear clothes that are a little bit cropped. That's when you know you feel good, because you're not worried about anything showing. You're not worried about falling over and your top rising up because you want people to see while going there. So yeah, I quite like this. There's something very appealing about this look. Low rise, crop tops. You gotta fucking love it. This woman looks like Kylie Minogue a little bit, isn't it? This look, I don't know why, this woman gives me Kylie Minogue. This makeup, everything about it, gives me Kylie Minogue. Super exaggerated, I love that. Oh, that's Gabrietta, right? Gabrietta, the girl that's going out with what's his name, Matt Healy from 1975. Yeah, she looks incredible here too. I love the bag too. Is that burgundy, right? Burgundy crop looking bag there. Oh, this is a really good look. That's a really cool look, that, isn't it? That almost looks like it's like I don't know if it is, but I'm gonna just interpret it. It's like a fake looking version of like of your thong showing, kind of, again, more of a late 90s, early 2000s sort of a nod. But I don't think it is. I think it might just be the design, the style. It might just be cut in a way to make it look like a thong, but it might not be a thong. You know, I don't think it is though. But it's a really cool look, and it kind of covers the heels and the boots, whatever she's wearing here too. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna go crazy in the streets. Girls in Atlanta are gonna be all over this, mate. The Atlanta baddies, the IG baddies in general, are gonna be all over this lace little two set. This little lace two set, they're gonna be all. It's got sparkles too. It's covering glitter too. They're gonna be all the IG baddies are gonna be all over. There's probably gonna be a few Shein and fucking Taobao and everything else it copies, but they're gonna be all over this. Oh wow, another one as well. Great dress. Oh, that's the Russian lady, no? Look at those heels. God damn, look at those heels, man. That's talent. Look at those heels. Look at those heels. Those are high, bro. Her foot is like, I don't even feel I can get my foot in that position. I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel I can even get my foot in that position. I'm so, lacking in flexibility and mobility there. Look how high the heel is. Like, god damn. Yeah, I like the slow walks as well. I love the slow walk. I love the slow walk too. I love the slow walk. I love the little slow walk. So I think everyone's been given a different walk. That side bag is gonna go crazy though. That side bag, that bag that they've got strapped over across their body is gonna go so crazy when that drops. Is that a leather? I don't know. Is that a wax shirt? I don't know if it's a wax shirt or not. Make it a little bit bigger and it can fit in my DJ headphones to be a perfect DJ bag. Make it a tiny bit bigger so it can fit in a pair of headphones. I don't think they could fit a pair of Sennheiser fucking HG25s or whatever you use. Make that a little bit bigger so you can fit a pair of headphones in them or just noise cancelling headphones. Perfect side bag. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think she meant that one. But she rescued herself anyway. Well done, girl. Well done. Good rescue. Ooh, I like this. What are the red sneakers? Are those red sneakers? We got some sneakers. Finally from Demna. The Gucci. Yeah, I think, are those sneakers or what are those? Oh, look at that motorcycle jacket too, with the panels on it. Ah, the smoky eye, man. I need to. This is proper indie sleaze. This is proper indie sleaze. Like, this is proper indie sleaze. It's kind of weirdly give me a bit of heady. So there's some heady vibes here. This is proper indie sleaze. The cropped shirts, the low rises, the exposed fucking midriffs, body forming. There's I really like it. Oh, net spend. Reckons that hair anywhere. Oh, look at that leather look. So good. Leather look is stupid. Net spend. Look at net spend. I love that. I love that they probably noticed that he stands or walks in a particular way. I'm pretty sure this is how he walks generally, with one arm behind his back holding the other one like that. So they probably told him to do that as well when he walks down the runway. That's a pretty clever idea. And also have him wear the trousers where they're kind of like sagging. Again, the silver trousers remind me a little bit again of Demna's Hedy's got a iconic pair of Dior Homme trousers that's silver. I think they might be one of that iconic collection that all the bands used to wear from. I forgot a band in particular used to always wear Hedy Cement Dior. But yeah, that reminds me of a Hedy era Cement Dior pair of trousers in silver that everyone was kind of infatuated with. Oof, beautiful. Look at that. With a zip as well. Look at that skirt with a zip as well. Leather. Oof, can't go wrong with that. What's that leather? It's that leather crocodile skin looking, isn't it? Jesus. Oh, the side bag also comes glittered. That crossbody bag thing also comes glittered. You gotta love that, man. So hard. The gold outfits with the Gothenburg boots. The all white look is incredible. Oh, so good. I'd wear the hell out of that. I'd wear the hell out of that look, head to toe. The Gucci mules. Oh, look at the, again, IGB's gonna be all over them boots. The makeup is sensational, man. The makeup is really good. Yeah. That's how real people in real life wear fucking Gucci. In real life. In suburbs and hoods all around the world. You'll see somebody out there, especially within some Central European, Eastern European communities, they'll be dressed like that. That's exactly how people wear that shit. Or you put the, especially if you want to get warm, or you do the thing you do in Southeast Asia, right? Where they kind of roll the shirt up to expose the midriff so you can kind of, you know, get some fucking air around you and stuff and make sure you're cool under the heat. But yeah, this is how people in real life wear this shit. Or especially with these fucking horrible free quarter left jort trouser things with the Gucci slides and shit. This is how they really wear them. I love this. I love this depiction because I was literally, especially in the area that I live in, I've seen a bunch of Eastern European people wearing shirts, especially with that Gucci hat that has the, even with the beak as well, the one that has a little bar at the side. I forgot, it's a particular Gucci hat. A lot of fucking Eastern Europeans love to wear. It's like a, if you know what I'm talking about. It's like a little low one, you bent around as well. So this is a really, really cool idea to get on a runway. Oh, that bag is great. And the fluffy zippers are also really nice. Oh, look at that. That jacket is incredible. With the fur, no sunglasses, I like a lot. Killed it. I love it. Oh, look at that. That's sensational. Again, so it's leather. It's that leather. So there's a lot of that croc snakeskin material in all the collection. That's what. This might be one of my favorites. You know, this look here might be one of my favorites. With these low-rise skinny trousers that also look. I don't think they're trousers. I think they might be connected to the boots, to the heels. You know, I think because he did this before. This is kind of like one of his staples that he did before when he was at fucking Vetements and obviously at Balenciaga. These kind of pantalones that also have the shoes on them as well, so they all come in one piece and you kind of put your whole thing in them. I think they're all connected, and it's also got the buckle there, right? The horsebit buckle, the iconic horsebit buckle there. You've also got the snake pattern on the bag, and then you got this cropped bomber jacket with the fur hood that got the fur collar that extends all the way to the bottom. It's a really clever idea. I'm pretty sure it's a flip on the fur collar, but it just extends all the way down, so it kind of goes past the literal hem of the jacket. It's a really clever idea, very, very clever idea. And also that smoky eyeshadow is just superb. I love it. Double G's on the belt. Oh, yeah, see? That would have been Clavicular. If Clavicular wasn't so controversial, if my guy Clavicular wasn't so controversial, if my guy Braden wasn't so controversial, I think this will be him. This is definitely, I think, a nod to Funmaxxxing. The chiseled jawline, the muscular figure, the vest. I think everything is more of a Funmaxxxing thing. But that's a great look, though. Unironically, that's a great fucking look. A very European look. That the fucking wife beater tucked into the 3/4 length tracksuit pants with the fucking fluffy Gucci loafers. Like, you can't go wrong. My favorite coming up, actually. My favorite one coming up too. Give me again more David Beckham nods here. Yeah, this is kind of giving me David Beckham nods here as well. Oh, I love that he's got the Gucci, what you call it, the Gucci emblem, the kind of the bar, right? They got with the green on either side with the red in between on his mohawk, sprayed on his mohawk. That's a really clever idea. But yeah, I love this with the motorcycle jacket and the baggy jeans. That's great.
On my conscience, sweet and dangerous, like every secret we keep.
Superb. This looks like Karen Roitfeld. This looks like Karen Roitfeld. This looks like very, very Karen Roitfeld coded this.
In the middle of the night, when I'm drifting.
Oh, I love this.
When the world falls.
Super baggy looking, double-breasted, not super baggy, super baggy, double-breasted suit. I'm not sure what that material is. What is that? Is that silk? That looks so lush. Might be silk, you know. Yeah. That's gorgeous.
Sweet and dangerous, like every secret we keep. And I love it, and I hate it, but I take it.
Yeah, you can't tell me this is not intentional. You can't tell me this is not intentional. The way even she's got, even the previous model with the dress sort of like hanging over the shoulder slightly. This particular lady has this fur coat hanging off the shoulder slightly. One glove in the other hand, you know, carrying the other glove. There's a particular, everyone's been given a directive about how to walk this particular show and how to present themselves. I think they're all doing it really fucking well. It's definitely an archetype, stereotype type of thing. It works really well. Soundtrack is so good. The soundtrack is so good.
And I love it, and I hate it, but I take it. In the middle of the night.
Yeah, you can't tell me this is not on purpose. You can't tell me this is not on purpose. This lady right here. You can't tell me this is not on purpose. This is so good. So well done. It's like a little theatre piece this is. I love this. Wow, I love this song. Love this too. I honestly feel like some people, most of us anyway, most of us don't usually watch things. We don't really check things out for ourselves. We just interpret what we see online. I think most people just saw that clip of Fakemink on the runway or net spend or whatever and just made their review or their instant reaction based off that. I don't think that many people even watch the show. Because if you didn't watch the show, it's impossible you watch the show and not think it's great. This is fucking fantastic. Demna killed it, man. I think there's something to be said also for the fact that he didn't come straight out the gate with a runway show, right? I think he did like 2 pre-collections, if I'm not mistaken, haven't it? Was it 2 or 1? But anyway, he did a pre-collection before. A lot of us fashion fans, especially, we love to criticize the fashion calendar. It's really brutal, especially for the designers. Especially they're designing like 6 collections a year. It's fucking insane for most of them. But there is also something to be said for when you take over a new house, having the ability to do a pre-collection. It just be pictures and stuff and lookbooks and not be an actual full runway show, so you can kind of iron out the kinks, kind of refine what you're trying to do, hone down on what you're trying to do, understand you know what I mean, maybe have more time to dig deep into the archives, get some feedback on certain things, and then by the time you hit the runway and make your actual, because you know, outside of us fashion freaks, no one really knows anything about the fucking pre-collection for the most part. Everyone kind of just turned a blind eye to it. I think most people's main introduction to Demna will be this runway, you know. I don't think most people even know what happened at the fucking pre-collection. I don't think they probably care. But the main reaction they're going to get is the runway. So by the time he gets on the runway, the debut's going to be honed down and fine-tuned. So for as much as these fashion houses love to like replace, hire and fire these young designers, like giving them, like even Demna, he's a seasoned, he's an experienced guy, been, you know, had a brand for ages, been at all the fucking houses, growing, whatever else it may be, developing. Even he needed a time to kind of refine what he was doing before he presents us the final thing. So I think once the final thing came out, it's all guns blazing and it's all 10 out of 10s. But I really don't understand people that watched this or saw this and thought it was bad. This is great. This is really fucking cool. Really well done. Again, you can immediately tell where the references are coming from, what he's trying to say. I think the show's really well produced and the soundtrack is just killer. But I love that all the models have their own distinct way of walking down the runway. It's not like a uniform way. You're trying to give people a bit of individuality, trying to return Gucci, I guess, back to the people in some respects and not have it be this highfalutin, out of reach thing that people can't attain. And kind of trying to, in a weird way, also reinvent, kind of add back the cool. As much as Alessandro Michele's stuff was great, it wasn't, we'll say maybe the modern, but it wasn't the most coolest, I would say. This is definitely way cooler. This is definitely a cooler show, a cooler vibe, everything about it. I love it. Ooh, look at that. All black outfit is beautiful. A lot of black in this look as well. A lot of black. Trench coat, the heels are gorgeous. Oh, the Gucci trench with the... Come on, you telling me it's not going to do numbers? You telling me this is not going to do numbers? You telling me this entire look is not going to do fucking numbers? The Gucci trench, right? The nearly shoulder to floor, the nearly head to floor length Gucci trench with the Gucci track pants, with the fucking bar on the side, and the hit. Like, come on, this is gonna do numbers when it hits the retail. People are gonna be all over this. Like this particular look especially. This particular look especially is gonna do fucking numbers. That's giving me a little bit, not gonna lie, if you know this reference, this is giving me Emmanuel Alt, right? Emmanuel Alt, former creative director of or fashion director fucking Paris Fashion Week, or sorry, Vogue Paris Fashion Week. This is giving me Emanuela Alt. If you remember that vibe. That, and I've got there's another lady too that used to help her. I forgot her name. I think there's also a lady as well that had like a Turkish sounding name. But it was an era where everyone was kind of obsessed with the fashion stylist, and they were the sort of celebrities and shit and the influencers. This is giving me Emanuela Alt vibe, especially with the kind of the trousers kind of like up a bit. I forgot what the term is for that, and then the kind of almost kit, not really kit and heel, but yeah, this is the look they all kind of went for, the skinny jeans with the heels and shit. Yeah, this is giving me Emanuela Alt. If you know, you know. Big up Emanuela Alt. Oh, the lady that destroyed ID magazine. The lady that destroyed ID magazine. Boo. Wow, I love the trousers and the suit. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, come on, man. It's the performance. Look how everyone's walking. Look at the different walk. Look at this guy's walk. The performance is great. Are those tassel ones? Are those a tassel version of the slipper loafers? I quite like those too. With the handbag tied on, you know, with the handbag over the shoulder. Yeah, this is chic. This is fucking chic as fuck. This is chic as fuck. And that smoky eye again. The smoky eye is yeah, I think the eyebrows are dyed again. Why do fashion designers hate eyebrows? I think the eyebrows have been dyed too. But yeah, so good. Oh, look at the trousers. Yeah, that's a perfect casting as well to put it on the Asian model. The trousers and that top. Oof. The sparkles, the diamantes, the diamantes. Oh, the viral look, the viral walk, yeah, the viral walk. Big up Emily Vajikowski. The viral walk. Personally, again, like I said, I think she was told to walk like this. She looked like she just came out of fucking Basement, Berghain, Fold, Blitz Club, name whatever famous club around the world. She looked like she just stepped out of one of those clubs somewhere. I'd say mostly a nightclub, less so a cocktail bar or whatever else it may be. Dressed to the nines. And, you know, maybe off to the after somewhere, maybe a little bit inebriated, maybe a little bit off the old 2C, right? The old 2C Uzi. She maybe had a little bumsky wumpsky, a little tabby, a little pilly, and she's now on her way home. So this is like the grown-up version of Raven, where you go out in a cute outfit, sexy look. You're not actually going to even score, to land anyone, to take anyone back home. You just want to feel hot in the club and have people look at you, and the gays admire you, the guys want to fuck you, the girls hate you because they want to be you. But then once you've had your fun and you've danced and you've shaked a bit of ass, you've maybe declined a bunch of drinks and you've had a good time, you then just leave on your own like this. This is and there's nothing. I've said it personally before. There's nothing better in my experience. There's no other feeling that's sometimes greater than the walk home after a club. It's one of the great. You know how sometimes you can say the walk of shame after leaving someone's house is one of the worst experiences, the worst walks. I think one of the best walks ever is leaving a club after. Especially when you leave before it closes. You leave like an hour before, maybe 2 hours before. You leave on your own volition. You kind of, it's sort of like, it's hard to do, most people, because it's kind of like, you know how Bert Kreischer says, or people that drink a lot, they say like being tipsy is the best, right? Being a drunk is really not that great, but being tipsy is the best. But really, we all go past the tipsy part. We all start to drink a little bit more. But if you can kind of rave and stop yourself to go too far, where you don't stay until the end, you don't stay until the afters, but you also don't go early to go home too early like a fucking boomer. You go at just the right time. You got just the right amount of buzz where you can walk home. No, wait, you can walk towards your house. Maybe stop at somewhere to go get something to eat and then jump in a cab. Get some fresh air in your face. Get some fucking, you know, get some movement in your legs and stuff. Get some of that club funk off of you. Rekindle or kind of relive some of the experiences in your mind, and then keep it moving on the way home. That's really the iconic moment of a club, and I can see this what Emily Achach is kind of going through here. You know what I mean? Just remembering all the guys that were giving you compliments, all the girls that are showing you fake love, but they really want to be you because they can't be you. You know, all the gays gagging over your outfit and shit, and you're remembering exactly all the bouncers, the way they were looking at you like a piece of fucking meat. You know, this is the look that you do when you're on your way home. This is it. I got it instantly when I saw it. I've seen it plenty of times. I wanted to be her in plenty of times. Obviously, I wanted to be this lady in male form. Don't worry, I'm not trying to be trans out here. If I was, it'd be definitely jump scare worthy. But I wanted to be this person before, you know, leaving always. I'm the person that stays too late. I'm the person that either goes home too early or stays too late. But this is the perfect time. She's leaving at just the right time. Maybe in most cities it's like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. You know, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. She's walking down the street, or maybe this is just coming out of her Uber. She just jumped out of her cab. She says, "You know what, Uber guy, you're a bit weird. You give me too many compliments. You're looking too much at that back mirror. Let me drop off here." She purposely makes her Uber driver drop her off a bit further away from her home. She doesn't want to see where she lives, and she's just walking down the street in her crib, in her hood, you know, feeling herself, oh my god, we're living all the moments. This is what I'm seeing in this particular look. Big up Emily Ratajkowski. You did nothing wrong. You did everything correct. Oh, and again, this look too with this guy having the shirt over the sleeve. To be fair, I don't know if people on social media don't go outside. Like, have people on social media not ever been outside? Have you never seen a man walking down the street with a shirt like this over his shoulder, exposing like half of his body, so he can get some air in, or maybe if he feels like he worked tired, so he can show off his body without having to take? Because obviously there are some men that are not obnoxious. I think CrossFit was probably the time, right? I think CrossFit was probably the first moment in at least straight men history. I think the gays have always done it because they feel comfortable wherever, and obviously the body and being physically fit is way more of a status symbol, a bit more of a thing in gay culture as well, and obviously improves your dating whatever options and just in general thing in their culture. But I think in straight man world, it wasn't. Not most guys aren't comfortable just walking around the street with their shirt off, even if they've got good bodies. They're not comfortable with it. So the kind of go between, the way to kind of make sure that you can kind of take off your shirt and also get some air in, and also kind of show off your body a little bit, was to do the whole half shirt thing. I remember the hood. Everyone should kind of do this, or sometimes you do this with hoodies. Like, so it's a weird thing. Sometimes you do this with hoodies. Sometimes if you wanted to wear a hoodie with your shirt, like imagine this is something that people just do in the ends all the time. If you had like a designer hoodie, let's say you went to Selfridges and you bought yourself a Gucci hoodie and you had a fucking, I don't know, a bomb, like a Givenchy t-shirt. But you wanted everyone to see that you bought those two items because they cost you a lot of money, right? The hoodie already was like north of 500. The t-shirt was already over 400, right? So you want to put both items on. But on that day happens to be the hottest day in London. But you also want everyone to see that you got the shirt. So what you do is that you put the t-shirt on and you put the hood over your head, but you want to put your arms through the sleeves. So that was what you do, and you might pull down the shirt so people can see that you've got a Gucci hoodie. But you don't want to sweat, so you got the Gucci hoodie over your head, hanging on your shoulders, but it's not on your arms. And some people did that with the shirts too. But this particular look, you're gonna see in clubs across Ibiza this summer all year round. The guys that wear designer shirts and want to maybe show a bit. So I'm surprised everyone on social media is like tripping out over this. It's like, brother, this is what people wear in real life. Like, people do this in IRL. maybe if you don't live in like ends, you don't live in like city centers or inner cities, you don't see this, but this is like standard, like across places in the UK, across places in Europe, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, all over the place, North Africa and shit. People dress like this. Africa and stuff, people dress like this. Even South America, everyone's fucking obsessed with South America at the moment, especially Brazil. Have you not seen documentaries of guys in Brazil in favelas dressed like this, like with their shirt over the fucking shoulder? This is like a standard fare. Standard. I think people in Mexico actually, I think in Mexico City, when I went there last, I think the guys in Mexico City, some of them, you know, are a bit on the torta side, let's say, right on the big side. I think some of the guys in Mexico, what I remember seeing, they sit on the chairs and they have just their shirt over their bellies like that. You know what I mean? Just sitting there, letting the air get in. So it's like, come on, bro. What do you expect? This is real life shit. I love this. What Demna is doing. Oh, with the bare feet. Yeah, that's like coke walk. Yeah. She's tweaking. That reminds me of that girl. Do you remember? That's the thing. Social media is weird though. Do you remember that girl went viral? What was that? There's a gift that went viral earlier on of this girl, right? I wish I could find it. It's like a gift of some girl in a club, and she's literally sweating through her makeup, right? She looks like, you know, but she's having a great time. And people in the comments like, oh, I want the clubs to return back to this. How do I get this feeling in a club? And everyone's reply is like, oh, the feeling that you get from to replicate this is obviously MDMA, you fucking idiot. She's clearly off a fucking pill. She's clearly off some fucking MDMA. And this is she's kind of giving this a little bit with this walk. She's got a little bit of the, you know, a little bit of the involuntary jitters and stuff, moving the hair around. This is somebody that's feeling himself post walk, but has gone home the right amount of time. Not gone home the right amount of time. Just when someone was like, hey, let's order something, like, you know what? I'm all right. I had a couple bumps of your thing, had a couple bumps of his thing, had a couple lines of that guy over there. I'm good now. I'm going home. I've had a couple of cocktails. I mean, she's already looking forward to a fucking Uber Eats, a delivery order, you know? She's already looking forward to it. But that's just like feeling yourself like, look, I put on a cute outfit, I got compliments and shit. Boom, let's go. And that's me after a club. If Emily got to do a thing, this is me after the club. This is definitely me after the club. Somehow, this is me after the club. Somehow, I'm that guy that ends up losing his shoes. Somehow, I'm that guy that ends up losing his shoes and I'm walking home like this. Or I'm the guy that goes to the club wearing a pair of shoes that I shouldn't be in the club with. Big up New York. Big up New York. I go to shoes either wearing some New York boots I have no business wearing in a club, or I go home, or I go to the club wearing some fucking loafers that I have no business wearing, or I go to a club thirdly with shoes that are too small for my feet, but I'm in denial that my feet are now a UK 11 and not a UK 10 or UK 9 anymore, and I have to walk home barefooted. I've done this plenty of times. But because I live in the ends, no one. That's a good thing about living in an area where it's not cool. One of the bad things about it is that it's rough and there's a lot of like street crime. And as you can, throughout the period of this stream and this pod, I'm sure some of you have heard a bunch of sirens go off, right? Because I've got my window open because I need some fresh air in here and I get sweaty. I'm a big black man. But there's a lot of police here, a lot of sirens always going off, a lot of crime, burglaries, whatever, everything else in between. You know, there's loads of shit going on. But the best thing about living in an area like this is that on the way home, you don't see anyone cool. You don't see anyone cool. It's just me. You don't see anyone cool. It's just me. You don't see anyone cool. So you can go home and you can be barefooted. The amount of times I walked home with my socks on the way home from the club because my feet were bleeding from wearing some uncomfortable Rick Owens boots or uncomfortable New York boots or uncomfortable loafers, and no one's seen me. And I've still been off the residue of a bean. It's been incredible. The amount of times I've done this and nobody has known because I live in ends and I've still been tweaking a little bit. No one's fucking seen because I'm in ends. I've done this plenty of times, so maybe the Emily Ratajkowski thing is a bit too chic for me, a little bit too hot and cute and whatever. But this is definitely me. It's even the pace of it. This is me. I can see myself through that guy. This is me. Even the pace of that he's walking. It's kind of like, you know, that walk that you make when you're like you're still tweaking off the club and you're trying to make sure that you're hoping you look normal. You know what I'm talking about? Where you're tweaking, but you are trying to look normal, so then you end up looking like you're tweaking even more. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? You're walking, you're like trying to keep it together, but you look even worse because everyone's like, why is he walking so slow? Why do you have no shoes on, one sock on? You're holding the shoes in your hand. Like, that's me. That's me. That's me. Look at this. Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. My feet aren't that clean though. My feet definitely aren't that clean on the way back from home. My feet aren't that clean. They don't look that small. They're not that thin, right? There's definitely more hair on them, but yeah, that's me. On point. This is so on point, man. They got this Gabrietta girl to come through with the dress, with the skirt a little bit short. She's pulling it down. She's come on, man. This is so good, man. It's a performance piece. It's a performance piece. Demna is a performance artist at heart. He is a director. He is directing this play. This is brilliant. Brilliant reintroduction of the Gucci clientele. I love it. Irony that the trans person has the best walk of everyone is fucking hilarious, isn't it? The irony, right? The irony that the trans girl has the best walk of all the girls in the show is not lost on me. I'm not gonna lie. Big up Alice Consani. The irony is incredible, but stunning. Absolutely They can't put no niggas in that, innit, eh? They can't put no niggas in this, innit? You can't put no niggas in this, bro. Hey, you cannot put no niggas in this. Imagine the dick print, bro. You cannot put no niggas in this, bro. Imagine the dick print. Oh my god. Imagine the dick print. Just imagine. To some communities they'll be okay with it, but could you imagine the dick print with some guys, bro? That shit would be just front and center. Just all the way down here, you know what I mean? Just all the way down here somewhere, mid-thigh. Just resting. Waiting for his next victim. Ready for his next victim. Hungry and asleep. Waiting for his next victim. If that was a black guy, hungry and asleep, waiting for his next victim. Half down the thigh, just about here, just about there. Just waiting for someone to come along and be like, wakey. Just waiting for someone to come along and be like, wakey, time to play. I love that, bro. I love that. Hey, get me wearing one of these and get me on a platform somewhere. Get me one of these. Get me in a club somewhere where there's a high platform, and get me just like, you know what I mean? Just get me dancing. Get me dancing on a high platform. So people have to look up. I mean, get me dancing on a high platform. People have to look up, and I'll put this on. For the culture, I'll put this on. For the culture, I'll put this on. Is it me, or is it recognized that Demna's not doing a lot of like iPhone stuff? I feel like with Balenciaga and Vetements, there was a lot of stuff that was like tied to like accessories, like phone cases, little necklaces, things like those things that you could like incorporate your phone in. I wonder if that's on purpose. He's not really integrated a lot of like phone techie sort of stuff in these shows. I wonder if that's on purpose. You don't really see a lot of like, or maybe they're selling them in store, but they're not putting them on the runway. I don't know, but I've not really seen a lot of phone cases and shit like that. things as well about Demna. Like, especially even, I don't think he got enough credit back then, obviously, when I bet him on, but I love the contrast, how he was able to design, you know, go over the top and really over design a t-shirt or a pair or a hoodie. But then on the other end, you could also design a very chic and elegant dress, an evening dress, you know, for a woman and shit. I love that contrast. They're able to give you like the grunge, like the streetwear, baggy jeans, the vintage t-shirts, but also design the fuck out of a really nice dress that, for the most part, I think even dresses are very flattering to most women's shapes. The ones that are frilly at the bottom, the ones like this are a bit more form hugging and have the high slit on the side. He's able to appeal to, you know, a wide range of demographics. I really love that. Oh shit, isn't that Elon Musk's estranged daughter? I'm pretty sure, right? Oh yeah, man's mewing. Looks, see, if Kaviki wasn't so cancelled, he'd be here. Man's mewing at here. She wants to laugh so badly, innit? She wants to laugh so bad. Look at her face. She wants to laugh so badly. You can tell she wants to laugh so badly. I love it. Wow. This is another runway debut, I think, isn't it? This might be another runway debut. This might be another runway debut. I love it. Wow, 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 wow. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, Queen Mother, Kate Moss, Queen Mother, Kate Moss. That's the real coke walk. Look at the face. Cheeks are still high as fuck. Cheeks are still high as fuck. Clutch has definitely got a little inside there. Clutch has definitely got a little, you know what I mean? That is Queen Mother. You know, people always overuse it. Moss as well, like over the years, like even though she's gone, depending no matter what she's got, it's interesting that I remember at a time when she came out, or no, remember the time, but when she first blew up on the scene, like I don't like, it's incredible that her face is still like so ubiquitous, you know, it's still kind of held the test of time. I know she's probably got some work done, who knows, who gives a shot, but I'm just thinking in general, because she never really had the most, I guess, I'm a striking, you know how people want like models to look like just very striking and almost kind of alien looking. She almost kind of had a bit of a girl next door kind of look about her. So it kind of speaks to her beauty, let's say, that she's been able to still maintain some similar relevance throughout the years, despite having that kind of not the most like crazy angular face and shit. Just a very good looking lady overall, but people love it. You know what I mean? Love it, love it. Big up Kate Moss, man. Big up fucking Kate Moss. Oh, is that a thong? Oh, I think that's a iconic. Is that the iconic double G thong on the back there? I think that might be it. The back is exposed. I think we might have a little double G Tom Ford thong situation. I think on Tom Ford, I think he had the guys wearing it right on the advert. I think that might be the little iconic double G Gucci thong. It's I don't know how uncomfortable that is. Just like literally like a slit, and I'm pretty sure the clasp of the fact has the double G's. I'm pretty sure that might be it. Yeah, that is. That's it. That's the one. That's the iconic thong. The iconic thong. I think Tom Ford debuted his with guys wearing it in the campaign. I'm pretty sure. And this one's been debuted by Kate Moss on the runway. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, that is so cool. That's an iconic piece. That iconic piece. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see Charlie in it. Charlie XX loves a little thong exposed and a fucking tramp stamp exposed. We might see my girl Addison Rae wearing it. A few people. Maybe Slater. Big up Slater. She's got an album dropping soon. She might be wearing it. Maybe some of these Spanish speaking girls as well. They might be jumping on it too. Some of those reggaeton girls, they might be looking at it. But yeah, this is a great fucking look. We'll probably definitely see this on a red carpet. I think we'll probably see this whole look debuted by some actress on a red carpet, and it's gonna be on the Daily Mail. Like, oh my god, back exposed and the bum. My bad was on mute. I don't think I've ever seen Demna come out at the end of the runway. This might be the first time I've ever seen him at the end of the runway. The first time ever. He's usually very behind the scenes type of thing. I wonder. Maybe it's contractually obligated because Gucci got him from Balenciaga. Big job. Hey, when you do this job, I want you to be here. Put your face on this. I want everyone to know that you're doing the collection. Or maybe is he just more comfortable in his own skin, less social anxiety, and he wants to step out and let everyone know that what he's doing. I wonder, but I think this might be the one time I've ever seen him at the end of the runway. This is incredible. Yeah, he runs like he don't play sports though, innit? Big up Demna, but he runs like he don't play sports. That's a run of somebody that's probably never had to run for a bus or a train in a long time, and somebody that definitely didn't play sports in school. Big up Demna though, my guy. Yeah, perfect show. I enjoyed that very, very much. I really don't have any idea why some of you motherfuckers on fucking social media were fucking spinning your wheels so much at this particular show. I think this was fucking perfect. I think it did exactly what it was meant to do in terms of all the looks that were debuted. I think this is a great runway debut. It's probably the first Gucci debut anyway for him anyway, because most people, like I said, don't really watch pre-shows. So their first introduction to Demna at fucking Gucci would be this. And I think, number one, I thought the set design was incredible production-wise. I love the Roman sculptures at the top there. I don't know what they represented. Maybe there's a theme behind that. But I thought those were really cool moments there. At first, when I saw these, you know what I thought they were? I thought they were the cameramen who were dressed in kind of white to kind of make them blend in. I didn't know that was the statues. I thought they were just cameramen. I'm not going to lie. But I love the plinths, the sculptures there at the top. That looks really cool. Obviously you got this kind of raised step design with all the people sitting down, and there's, I think, cushions on each chair on the thing, so you can sit down comfortably as well, but it gives it a nice sort of look. The runway is really wide. I love how the models don't walk back up at the same runway. They just walk off to the left and go behind the stage and kind of come out again, so there's no like repeat. The soundtrack is incredible. I think that's mostly because of his boyfriend, who's also an artist and a DJ. Like, I don't think I've heard a single soundtrack of them when he's design has been bad, but he particularly knows what he's doing in terms of the flow of the show. You have a really great opening track, it kind of picks up and gets to a peak, and then you have a really good closer. Like, it's a really good set, like really good. I think the only thing that comes close to this set I heard recently in this Fashion Week calendar has been Benji B. I'm not really usually a Benji B fan, but Benji B soundtracked the latest Burberry show for fucking, what's his name? Daniel Lee, and I think that was incredible. That really helped to elevate the show a little bit and give it a little bit of pizzazz. Like I said, I love the form-fitting t-shirts, the slippers, the loafer things. I'm not too sure on. I'm not gonna lie. The loafers I'm not too sure on. I'm not too sure if I'm all the way sold on these like slipper elongated loafer things that he's doing. I kind of want to see him take the traditional penny horsebit loafer and just kind of elevate that a little bit. But I guess he's doing it more of a comfortability thing, because to be honest, I've never owned Gucci loafers, but I've also had the similar type, which is the GH Bass, right? The GH Bass loafer that comes with the buckle, or no, that comes with the tassel, which is what I've got, and this other one just comes without the tassel. But basically, all penny loafers are kind of the same sort of similar shape, and they're not comfortable. They're not comfortable, especially if you've got wide feet. My little pinky toe always rubs up around the side and hurts, and you kind of get bunions and shit. The soles of your feet hurt when you're walking. So I don't really know. I know there's people out there that wear loafers like they're slippers. Big up you. Especially the guys that like to wear like the kind of like preppy Ivy, take Ivy type of style of wear. I don't know how you guys do it. I know there are guys that wear literally penny loafers with no socks. They wear penny loafers, no socks, and I don't know how you guys do it. I wish I could do that, but they're not the most comfortable shoes to wear daily. So I understand his idea of taking these loafers and kind of making them comfortable and be like, hey, these shoes are not comfortable. I'm going to make them comfortable by making them be a little bit wider, a little bit longer, have a bit more of a softer construction and not be so constricted, to take away that leather midsole, whatever, hard sole at the bottom, and give them a really soft kind of like sandally looking rubber outsole type of thing. I get it, but I'm not sure if I'm sold on the look. They're just they look too much like African uncle shoes. They're too pointy. They're too like long in the front. I don't like that extra material. I don't know. Something I'm not too sold about. The shoes in particular, I'm not too sure. Everything else I like about Demna's Gucci is good, but the footwear so far hasn't really impressed me. I think the heels have been stupendous for the ladies. I think Tom Ford I think he's definitely gone back to that kind of Tom Ford era of like really high stilettos. I think those work really well for the women. But I think footwear for guys so far, I've not been impressed by what I've seen with Demna at Gucci. I'm not gonna lie. But I think he's purposely also trying not to create a sneaker. He's purposely trying not to create, because he could easily just create another moment with a sneaker, but I think he's trying not to give you a sneaker and trying to push you in the direction of like, hey, here's a loafer. He's trying to force the loafer. But I don't really like that so far from what I've seen. But the jackets and like, look at the cut on that jacket. Look at the cut on that fucking motorcycle jacket, that crocodile one. Fucking stupendous. Like, you can't go wrong with this shit. Oh, the zips, yeah, the zips on the side there. Some of the white outfits as well was fucking stupendous. The muscle shirt with the jeans, the blue jeans, you can't go wrong with. This is almost like an American look, kind of an American Soviet type of look, right? With the big gaudy silver watch, the glasses, the the compression shirt, the jeans, the black belt. Like, you can't go wrong with that. You really, really can't go wrong. I love this grey dress as well. Like I said earlier, I think Fakemink wasn't so controversial to be looking good in that outfit. Fakemink I thought did well as well on the show too. I love that he stopped in between, checked his phone again, giving me dealer, giving me, I don't know, guy at the afters that is always there but that doesn't really say too much. I think that really looks in good as well. I love the fact that he kind of sagged these jeans as well, a bit of individual style. I think that added to it, and the crossbody, the side bag worn crossbody in that particular way is quintessential, something that you see someone, a young kid in the ends wearing, especially even nowadays. You see kids nowadays with Louis V, Gucci bags wearing a tech suit, you know what I mean? So the fact that this wasn't interpreted or incorporated more and more runways is stupid, but I thought that was great. The smoky eye look, the hair and makeup is really great. The makeup, especially the smoky eye thing, I'm in love with it. I think this may be an indie sleaze type of a thing. I'm not too sure if it is. Again, really fucking good. Like, all of it is fucking great. This particular look here with the jeans, like, stupendous. All of it was fucking fantastic. This was giving me Kylie Minogue a little bit. But yeah, the whole show was fucking great. The whole show was fucking great. But that I don't know what that there's a couple sneaker looks, right? This one and the other one. But whatever that first track was, Net Spend as well looked awesome with the silver jeans, or the silver pants, sorry, in that kind of snakeskin look. The gold looks were also stupendous. This look in the white with the silver was lovely. Look at that with the sparkles. There's even this crossbody bag or the side bag with sparkles. Like I said, make this slightly bigger. Make this bag slightly bigger and I'm all over it. I'm all over it. Slightly bigger so you can fit a pair of headphones in it. I'm all over it. But still, really, really good. And yes, look, great stuff. Like this in particular was like Eastern European as fuck. This look here in particular was Eastern European to the core, man. To the core. The shirt over the shoulder, the side bag, crossbody, the fucking Sports Direct fucking quarter length trousers with the sandals and the fucking hat worn down to the low over your eyebrows, almost like your, you know what I mean, in case you're worried you might get caught stealing. This is the kind of outfit you see someone wearing and they're fucking stealing something from Tesco's. This is the kind of look you see somebody wearing and they're stealing something from Lidl, you know? They're stealing something from Greg's. They wear this, they have a designer and these fucking fur Gucci loafers on, but they're stealing fucking, I don't know, they're stealing a sausage roll from Greg's, you know? This is how a look. Real end shit. So yeah, I thought this look was great. Loads of great looks, great bags as well. Let me check out the full runway actually before we go on. Let me see what you're saying in the comments before we go on. Pick up the chat. What are you guys saying here? Big up Richie. Why am I the only one that thought Kate Moss clothing wasn't the most flat? What, Kate Moss clothing wasn't the most flattering? It's because what she looks like. Kate Moss is, yo. Big up on 10 toes. You don't think that the flattering Kate Moss is flattering, because Kate Moss isn't flattering to look at the moment. It's just what it is. But that's part of why she's iconic. I don't know. Let's see Kate Moss tweaking. This is what fashion show is she at recently? Yeah, look. Let's look. Kate Moss is not okay. I'll show you. This is someone who said it.
Different. Again. And it also seems like it runs in her family. Her sister Lottie Moss also has been struggling with addiction. She has opened up about this on TikTok, but it seems like when it comes to Kate Moss, she's denying that she may have had another issue with.
Does she deny or she just never answer? I don't think I've ever heard Kate Moss deny she has an addiction issue. She just doesn't answer the question.
Substances again. Like this recent article accuses Kate of going back to her old 90s partying ways. Here's a picture
icon
of Kate Moss with her daughter. It looks like she's
doing lines with your daughter is fucking wild. I'm not gonna lie. Doing lines with your daughter is fucking insane. But live by the sword, die by the sword.
Enjoying some outside time. Now I saw this messy post from The Sun. They captioned a Kate seen drinking beers, vaping, and rubbing her nose after a toilet break at Hyde Park. Onlookers say that Kate appears to be back on the party circuit. Quote, Kate was having it large at Hyde Park and was knocking backs of cans of Peroni. I guess like flicking them around. What does that mean to be knocking cans around? They say that she was hanging out in Van Moore.
Yo, this guy's not outside, innit? What? You don't know what knocking cans around means? It means just knocking them back, bro. Just drinking them. I think the idea about it must be just holding them in their hands. You don't know the term. Bless him, anyway. That's really good. It's actually a good thing. It's actually a good thing he doesn't know the term what knocking cans around means. It's such a good thing.
Orson's private backstage area before watching him from the side of the stage.
Hold on.
She was
Let me show you.
What breaks my heart if you could
Wait,
be
this is the one.
like
Look.
visibly not.
So big up on 10 toes, right? On 10 toes said, am I the only one that thought Kate Moss's clothing dress wasn't that most flattering? Because she doesn't look too flattering nowadays. Look at her recently in the recent Fashion Week. On the front row.
Shows, and you could see that there's something off. Like in this clip right here, she's visibly nodding off and uncomfortable. She's touching her hair. Her body language shows that she's like kind of maybe possibly like tweaking here. I don't know what this
maybe possibly. Bro, she's tweaking 100%.
Could be. What kind of drug? This comment reads, Kate is back in her party mood. Another person writes, snowing. And another comment reads that it's snowing. Which, if you don't know what that means, it's kind of suggesting that she could be on the white powder. It just breaks my heart because she's like so iconic. So to see her kind of like struggling here and having all the cameras on her, the pictures being taken, she's like turning around. She clearly doesn't want them to be taking these.
Anyway, that's basically what I'm trying to say. She's not, you know what I mean? Like she's been living her life doing her thing. Big up, we don't know, we didn't, wow, I didn't know Alex was trans. What the fuck? Yeah, big up Richie. Yeah, Alex is trans, but Alex is a legend though. I think there's actually a video of Alex Constani recently that I wanted to show you guys about what's in the bag. Alex Constani, is it on Shorts? Someone made the shorts of it recently. There we go. This where is the one? It's an interview with a bag. There's two years. This one with
Are looks important to you when dating someone?
Yes.
Yes.
No shade.
I'm not even gonna sit
I mean,
here and
like,
lie to you.
obviously, it's not just the look. I can't find somebody attractive unless they're like a good person. But like, if you're not attractive to me physically,
But what I'm attracted to, I like a guy that's like a little ugly.
Yeah.
Would you ever date a model?
No.
I would never in my life date a model.
Also,
still got a chance.
hot men, I'm just gonna say it, or hot people in general,
are not cute.
It's just not the vibe. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say I'm a hot bitch, but you know what?
She's a hot fucking bitch.
Thank you. But I think, honestly, you gotta protect your piece, and male models specifically, there's an energy where it's almost like, because they're attractive and they're men, there's like an arrogance that I don't like.
Yeah.
And that's kind of all hot men, in my opinion.
They're divas.
Ooh, hot take.
Bleach brows, here to stay or gone tomorrow.
Of course they're here to fucking stay.
Brow is fab.
Bleach brow, no brow. I was shooting with someone recently and they were like, just shave them off. I was like, period.
Have you ever done that before?
No, I wouldn't. No
Would
shade.
you ever do that for a show?
Maybe. I love art, but like, yeah, but I feel like you do it long enough. Like for me, I've had my brows bleached for like 3 years. People think it's natural.
It's not natural.
Girl, no. I like bleach look, my hair is like a little bit, it's like a mousy blonde, so my eyebrows are kind of the same.
Would you ever like dye your eyebrows different color?
I want to. I've been thinking about it, but my agent over here, you know, you gotta play the game.
Yeah, big up her, legend. Let's go back. What is it saying here? All hell Moss, big up Richie. On to Todd Gucci's review. This is giving Dave Beckham. Clav would look good in this. Yeah, that's basically my review. Exactly. Big up onto the toes. Yeah, guys are wearing it. Demna's masterstroke, mute. Big up Fashion Roadman. We got Fashion Roadman. Wild one. It's the second time. Very rare. Okay, cool. I'm sure it's part of the contractually obligated. The more talking points, the better. So much is riding on the success of his Gucci. Yeah, for sure. Caring, basically the whole of Caring is riding on the success of his Gucci. Innit? Big up Fashion Roadman. Appreciate you, bruh. Big up on Don Dota. Runway and stage were cool. Very, very James Terrell. Dave Flavlin coded. I don't know who's Dave Flavlin. Who's that? Who's Dave Flavlin? Educate me. Educate. Who's was that? Dave Flavlin or Dan? Dan Flavlin. Who's Dan Flavlin? Who's Dan Flavlin? Who's that? Oh yeah, for sure. I see where you're coming there. I see that. Big up Don Dotto with the fucking inspo. My thing was like, is it Cyprian? What how you say Cyprian Galliard? How you pronounce his name? That's the one, yeah. I kind of thought a little bit with the steps, a bit like this. This is like kind of. Do you remember this guy, Cyprian Galliard? He used to kind of be a little bit of a Supreme collaborator model back in the days. French contemporary artist. He did like this really cool piece where he had these boxes of beer stacked up in like a pyramid shape, and they were stacked up literally all the way up to the ceiling, and you could sit on them. And obviously all the boxes of beer had like beer in it you could drink, so you could literally drink them and I would just sit on them, and it kind of all disintegrated over time. So that's how it looked like in the opening show. And then over time, as people were viewing the collection and going to see the artwork, by the end of the show, you got this. So some places you could actually sit, some places all the beer were taken. Kind of cool, innit? Kind of fucking cool. Big up Cyprian Galliard, wherever he may be. Big up Richie says 7.5 out of 10 due to original clothing and too much blank space. Good points, music, scenery, models, and artistry of a bulky the fuck era. 7 out of 10.5. Okay, I'd give it an 8. I think I'll give it an 8. I'd give it a fucking 8 personally. Maybe the way to give it a 9, I'd probably want more outerwear personally. I think for a full show there weren't a lot of jackets. I'd give it an 8. I think it's missing 2 points because the footwear I'm still not all the way sold on with men, and I feel like there's not enough jackets. Maybe he's doing it on purpose. He's not really giving us a lot. He's not giving us a lot of Parkers. You know, when he was at Balenciaga, he gave us a lot of great Parkers, a lot of great bomber jackets. There's not a lot of great jackets. Maybe I feel like most of the women had good jackets, but the men didn't really have any good jackets on this particular runway collection. I don't know. Big up Richie, Don Dota, big up Coiler, the code switching like Trentino. Cheer one of the Ebonics, Mr. Andrew Schultz. The fuck is Tom Ford? Okay, cool. Kate Moss is a legend. She was hanging with Amy Winehouse and Pete Doherty. Yeah, exactly. Pete Doherty. Exactly. Let me just check the pictures actually on Vogue and check some reviews. Let's see if I was feeling the same way with the pictures, with the still images. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. To be fair, this looks. You know what this looks like actually. You know what's really funny about this runway look collection? Am I bugging or does it look very nostalgic? Did they take this with a camera that was like a? Did they grade this in a particular way? Is it been taken with a particular camera or a particular type of thing? Maybe it's a close. This looks like. If you told me this show was from like the early 2000s, I would also believe you. The Vogue runway images just look very, you know, they look kind of vintage in a way. I wonder if they did that on purpose. Really well done though. Really would. Look how that model's walking kind of off center, isn't it? So he's not used to this, isn't it? He's walking kind of off center. So he kind of fucks up the symmetry of the pictures. I love it. Fakemink there. To be fair, I think to be fair to Fakemink, I think personally, I think the picture doesn't do him justice. I'm not gonna lie. I think Fakemink got done dirty by the actual picture. I think he looks better on the runway. You know, I think the picture doesn't make it look justice. Maybe it doesn't look that great here with this model shoot. But again, I'm used like my eyes are used to seeing this combination of pieces put together like this. Like there's guys who buy like Dior jeans and old fucking undercover John Takahashi jeans from Undercover back in the day, and they buy them and they sag them. You know, there's guys out here that are buying like vintage jeans and sag jeans. They probably not meant to sag. They're sagging them. So I'm not too shocked about this. But people don't really like this sort of stuff sagging. But I think that's great. I'm not too sold on the shoes. You know, the shoes I'm not sold on. I don't like this like long-toed loafer. He did a few of these at Balenciaga as well, but I don't really like them. I don't know. There's something weird about these shoes. I'm not sure if I want my shoes to look like that. Personally, look a little bit too African uncle-ish. Let's continue. Yeah, loads of great shit. This is one of my favorites too. Actually, I really like this look too. This is one of my favorites too. This is a great look. The smoky eye as well. The side, even holding the bag like this too. If you know, you know. Even holding the side bag crossbody, or wearing the side bag crossbody like this and having your hand like that, is that something that people do a lot in the ends as well. This is all of it. It's stuff that you see people doing in the streets. The shoes look a lot better here, to be fair. Maybe look better on the baggy jeans or him. I don't know. But yeah, it looks really good. I like that particular look on look number 14. This look on look number 16 was also great. The King Moss look. That's the kind of like the inbuilt thong type of thing going on. It's a really clever design as well. By the way, I can't wait for some Instagram girl. I can't wait for some Shopify entrepreneur to come out and say, Demna copied me and stole my design. Everyone's doing that nowadays. I can't wait. Some girl's gonna come out and say this. Some girls made this particular set or made this tights for her activewear brand or something, and she's gonna come out and say, Demna stole my design. Gucci stole my design. I'm sure they're gonna come out and say. I'm sure they are. I'm sure. I can't wait. Yeah, this look is gonna go crazy. In the Atlanta streets, in the streets of Miami, in the streets of Atlanta, in the streets of New York, all the baddies are gonna wear this. All the girls in Dubai are gonna have this. This is gonna go double platinum in the streets of in I don't know, the IG baddie crowd. They're gonna be all over this particular lace 2 set. They're gonna be all over this for sure. Especially if I think it's got little sparkles on it too, right? It's got little sparkly things on it as well. So yeah, they're gonna be all over that for sure. That too. Another one too. You say me you've never seen something like that in the afters. You guys say me you've never seen someone that looks like this in the afters. Like, come on, man. Holding his trousers like that too, holding them up. Have you not seen anyone like this in the afters like this? Come on. Yep. Okay, here's the red sneakers, right? We didn't really get a better look at them, did we? Okay, those are the sneakers. Huh. So there were some sneakers. This is like the debut, I guess, of a sneaker. They remind me of a particular. I don't know what the Jordan is. It reminds me of a particular Jordan. Is it a Kobe? They remind me of some particular. Is it a Kobe or a Jordan? They remind me of some Jordan. It's like the higher number. The numbers I don't really fuck with. It's maybe above 17. Maybe it's an over 17 number. Like, yeah, I think it's an over 17 number. There's a Jordan looks similar to this, or there's a Kobe shoe looks similar to this as well. But yeah, interesting design structure here. You've got two sides of it are like this croc skin leather sort of thing, and in the middle you've got this like webbing. This like, I guess is that lace? Is that Velcro? Is that, I don't know what it is, but there's a nice parting here towards the middle, and then there's that leather tread at the bottom. Yeah, I think it's a rubber tread on the outside. Okay, classic model. I guess you got no like obvious midsole, all kind of like a one-piece crocodile print sort of thing going on here. And then you've got this like pull tab. I guess it's more of a pull tab. It's less of a structural integrity of the shoe. It's more like a pull tab, so you can kind of affix it on. But it also runs down the middle of the shoe. Huh, interesting. Not for me particularly. Not for me at all. But yeah, I think people like them. What else we got here? Yeah, another one of my favorite looks, by the way. She was. I don't know what she. I don't know. I don't know if she was told not to blink. I don't know if this particular model was told not to blink when she was relax. I don't know if this particular model was told not to blink, but she needs to relax. But everything else is looking great. Leather trousers. And I think he's removed the horse bit, by the way. I don't think the horse bit worked. Looks like they removed it. Leather trousers have no more horse bit now. So no more horse bit little cuff little things on the pockets. I'm not sure if that design didn't work or if they're moving on from it, but no more horse bit on the pockets there. Great skirt. You got the trousers with the snakeskin pattern. Oh, the trousers they look so good close up. Oh, actually, those boots look alright in black, innit? I don't like him in the red, but in black they look good. Also, I think the red too is a part of making me a nod to the hood, a nod to the inner cities, because there's something about, I don't know, I remember people saying, oh, black people like all red shoes. I don't think so. I think it's across the board. I think it's across the board. Minorities, I don't know why we love all red shoes. All white outfits, I think they especially in like, you know, working class areas, all white outfits go double platinum. All red shoes go double platinum. There's something about minorities wearing all red shoes. So I don't like them in the red, but I like them in the black. I think the black looks way better. I think the blacks look way better. The black sneakers look actually much better. Yeah, those trousers are gonna go crazy. Those are so good. Those are so good, those trousers. And it also comes with a shirt, kind of, with a more of like a pink cheetah print style there. No smoky eye on Netspend. I don't wonder why. I wonder why Netspend did to get the smoky eye. Maybe because of his hair already looking the way it does. But still, fucking great. I ain't mad at that. Also comes in gold, and the shoes as well come in the Gucci monogram too print, which looks slightly better. Oh, look at the jeans. They're like coated in gold, isn't it? They're like painted over gold. Interesting. We get another angle on the boots here. The first sneaker, I guess. The first Demna Gucci sneaker. This is more of a distressed look around it. Yeah, I guess it's like kind of a sneaker, also a Chelsea boot a little bit, looking wise. I don't mind that. And there's and it also comes in white. Okay, I ain't mad at that either. Yeah, this is a great look. So some models got that smoky eye, some models didn't, I guess. But yeah, the smoky eye goes crazy. You're definitely gonna see JT in this, isn't it? I don't know why, but this particular look gives JT from City Girls is gonna wear the fuck out of this. Yeah, this obviously the classic look with the horse bit and the quarter lengths as well. You can't go wrong with that. So yeah, loads of good shit. This is one of my favorite looks actually. Look number 34 might be one of my favorite looks. Look number 34 might be one of my favorite looks, head to toe. This looks go crazy. With the trousers covering the face. I guess you call somewhat boot cut. Somewhat boot cut pants there. Low rise with the double G on the belt buckle, the bomber jacket, the bag. Like yeah, this look might be my favorite. One of my favorites on there. Look number 34. Absolutely killed it there. Scan through some more stuff here. Double breasted. Oh, there's a leather suit. Yeah, what's that leather suit saying? Yep, great. Amazing shit. I wasn't too keen on these two pieces though, with the fur gilet body gilet things or the fur kind of cuff things. I wasn't too sold on these. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't too sold on this particular look. The glasses are great, but I wasn't too particular sold on this particular thing here. I feel like ever since was it the Prada show? Was it Prada? Raf Simons and fucking thing. I think that might be it. I think ever since that show, we've seen different design. Seen so many designers do their interpretation of this, isn't it? Seen so many do their interpretation. I feel like ever since that show, I think every designer one season done this interpretation, but I wasn't too sold on that personally. Wasn't too. Oh, it's got a leather bottom. Okay, cool. It's got like a leather bottom. So this kind of body con thing's got leather bottom as well. Interesting. It's like a body gilet type of tubular thing that goes over your shoulders, right? Wasn't too sold on that personally. The suit. This was again one of my favorites. 58 was another one of my favorites. This green, a wash green olive kind of Gucci trench coat that goes all the way down, and the pants as well, matching with the top probably. But the Gucci sweat, the Gucci pants, these are gonna go crazy for sure. I doubt he's not gonna wear them because he's a Celine guy. I was thinking. ASAP Rocky will probably love these, but I don't think ASAP could wear Gucci now, innit? Because he's Celine guy, innit? Probably. But yeah, these are great. These are so well done. So well done. And yeah, for me, 8 out of 10. For me, I give Demna an 8 out of 10 for sure. It would have been higher if I got more jackets and got more sneakers, or at least better footwear for the men. And I thought the Kate Moss closing was superb. Kate Moss closing was superb, as was the Elon Musk daughter. I forgot her name, but the Kate Moss closing was superb, especially with that. Look at that, perfect, bro. You can't go wrong. That fucking double G thong, you cannot go wrong. The gays and the girls are gonna go fucking crazy for this when this drops. They're gonna go crazy. It's gonna be everywhere. You're gonna see this everywhere for sure. It may be already everywhere, but you're gonna see it everywhere. I love this. So I'll give it an 8 out of 10. I give it an 8 out of 10. Cool. Moving on. Let's check out some reviews. So first review is courtesy of Rachel Tashin. Rachel Tashin. I know Rachel Tashin from the really well-regarded, legendary style podcast from GQ. It's gone now. It doesn't exist. I don't think it exists anymore. But its original iteration with like Noah Johnson and her and some other people was maybe one of the best ones. It might even be better than How Long Gone. I like How Long Gone now, but in terms of an overall fashion podcast, I think that might be one of the best ones. I think Noah Johnson's now the fashion director of High Sonobiety, I think, and stuff. But I think style podcast or I forgot what was the name of it. It's like it was basically a GQ style podcast that they did. It was fucking awesome. So big up Rachel Tashin. She also got a really good newsletter. Was it Opulent Thoughts? I think, yeah. She got a really good newspaper. I recommend you check her out. She's a really good writer in general when it comes to fashion. So let's check out her review. Can Gucci make luxury AI? Backstage at the Milan debut at the new Gucci, the third rebrand of a luxury brand has undergone since Alessandro Michele left in Jesus, true, innit? It's the third rebrand. That's a good point. The third rebrand since that goes to show you just how iconic Alessandro Michele was, isn't it? Maybe his stuff hasn't aged too well, I'll say personally. I think a lot of that Gucci stuff that he did hasn't aged the greatest, but he definitely did leave a mark that took 3 revamps to fix, you know, or to change or to set right. Designer Demna was feeling the amore. I hope I made you feel Gucci today. The energy, the passion, the fun, the sexy. I feel like I'm falling in love with this feeling. Yo, big up Richie, big up Richie.
Thanks for the Gucci deep dive. Still awaiting Balenciaga flats.
yeah,
Still
they're coming,
waiting with bated breath.
They're coming. Big up Richie, they're coming. Don't worry, they're coming. You're coming. I told you they're coming. When they're coming, they're coming. I told you they're coming. When they're coming, they're coming. You're a legend. I appreciate the support, brother. But they're definitely coming this year for sure. You're gonna see them on my feet, and I'm gonna tag you. I'm gonna tag you. You better like the video when I tag you. You better like the video when I tag you. Big up Richie. Before a single look appeared on the runway, Demna had already generated a big feeling with series of AI generated images shared on Gucci's Instagram page earlier this week. Alongside real pictures of Sophia Loren and Gucci Boutique in 1966, the Michelangelo's David were peculiar pictures conspicuous with wealth. A helmet head Securia in a Gucci accessory striding through the wood-paneled restaurant. Though the origins of the pictures weren't quite clear at first, Gucci soon added a tag on the post indicating that they had been generated using artificial intelligence. A bold choice given the use of the technology. Yeah, that was all the hullabaloo on social media, innit? People get their panties in a twist about AI so much, man. It's not that deep. In the end, it will end up being ubiquitous anyway. We're not at that place right now, but people need to chill out with the AI generated. Like you can exist in a world where you don't need to interact with AI or always go out of your way to declare how bad it is. Like, we get it. I heard about that, Demna said backstage, rolling his eyes and smiling. Did he think his use of AI was controversial? I don't think so. I think this is 2026. Exactly. I'm using things as a tool. If I can use it to do something that gives me a quick idea or visualization or something, why shouldn't I do it? It's like 2008 retailers were refusing e-com because of the not quality. I mean, I find it ridiculous. Exactly. You just want to promote the show. Like, me personally, right? I'm not the biggest fan of AI flyers. This is a really weird example. But in the dance music scene, a lot of people are starting to lean towards AI flyers. Probably because flyer design artists are probably quite expensive for what they are. But if you're going to promote a show, you're going to promote a rave, maybe creating an AI flyer or some sort of artwork to kind of promote who's playing in the run-up to the event isn't such a big deal, because you want a quick turnaround. You want to just spit out an idea. I don't know, the person that's headlining your show went to Tesco's. You quickly knock up an image of Nina Kravitz in Tesco's. Boom. Just to promo the show. But the actual flyer is designed by an artist. You know, that's how you can kind of blend them together. Or you can actually post a picture of fucking Nina Kravitz actually in a Tesco. But I don't mind the quick idea ideation, I guess, of it. I guess the only reason why people maybe aren't too fond of AI is because sometimes AI art can look terrible, and also if you haven't really made anything yourself, if you haven't actually tried to make a flyer, an original one, you won't know how unnecessarily hard it is to kind of just get your idea done well, you know. So I get why he did that. I get why he did the little AI run to kind of get it out there. That's just the color of the mohawk that gave that model. I think that was done behind the scenes, you know. I think that was done right at the show. I don't think that model even. I think the model had a helmet, but I think they decided behind the show when they were styling him to give him that model, because you can still see some of the spray here. Some of the remnants of the sprays. I think they just gave him the hair color. Really nice touch though. I think that worked well. No one understands the art of fashion provocation better like Demna, who over a decade at Balenciaga reshaped the world's understanding of luxury from conservative bubble fetishing bourgeoisie quality to a much more immediate language that rendered familiar and quotidian clothes, ill-fitting security guard suits, track pants and puffer jackets and t-shirts and sneakers, with a layer of aspirational uncanniness. Fashion audiences have been skeptical or even suspicious of his work, accusing Deman of designing these enormous sneakers and blobby silhouettes to play some kind of prank on rich people, delusional enough to buy the stuff. As for whether the clothes on Demna's Gucci runway were indeed energetic, passionate, fun and sexy, well, they had more in common with AI notions of those feelings than human feelings. Oh, I don't think that's true. She's saying the clothes felt like AI. Really? Come on, Rachel Tashin. Really? Are you for sure? The clothes felt like AI. She got to be lying here, right? The clothes felt like AI. No, I don't think so, man. They look well made. They look well thought out. There's a lot of idea. There's a lot of intention behind it. I don't think they felt AI whatsoever. The clothes felt AI. I don't know what she's saying there. I don't get that bit. In fact, he mentioned backstage that ChatGPT predicted he would make oversized bomber jackets with monograms. Clearly, he's very comfortable to exactly. So he says here that he uses ChatGPT to see what people are saying, and he said ChatGPT predicted he'd make bomber jackets with Gucci prints, but he didn't do that, which is annoying, right? Because we want that, but he didn't do it. And if anything, I don't think there's a single bomber jacket for men. There's one for women that's covered in like a fur collar. There's not a single bomber jacket for men, not a single hoodie, I don't think. There's a t-shirt, but not a traditional t-shirt really. They've all been kind of lifted up over the shoulder. Yeah, there's not a lot of streetwearish type looks here, so I don't know. AI would have made a very, very different look. It would have made more parkas, maybe more sneakers and boots. I don't think this looks AI at all, but yeah, cool. Let's scroll down. Rachel Tashin. People had expected something epic. In a sort of a teaser collection of the show last week, Demna showed a short film directed by Spike Jonze and Halin Dredgen, starring Demi Moore and Edward Norton. That suggested something strange and pop, a vision of contemporary wealth that had an undercurrent of darkness but lots of punchy, potent joy. After all, having money should be fun, even if billionaires don't make it look so. And to that fact, this was his first runway show, a distinction that may seem minor to casual observers but marks a higher degree of seriousness, brand identity and otherworldness than any other project. But rather than surrealism or modern wealth, Demna's debut was surprisingly vacant. Really? You think that was vacant? Look at the start, man. That song, the way they come through. You think that was vacant? This start, I don't know, who's that? Is that Miles Semendry? Who's that at the start here? Yeah, that's what you call it, isn't it? I thought that was Alison Barker, some intros here. But look at the start. You saying this wasn't a punchy start? Look at the song even. Come on. With the all white. Come on, man. With the all white look. Come on, man. Oh, this is too much. Come on, Rachel Tashin. Give him a break. Demna's debut was surprisingly vacant. Well thin women, muscular men in skin tight, underdesigned. There's probably a lot of work that went into all these shirts, especially the muscle t-shirts, right? The compression shirts. There's probably a lot of work that goes into constructing them, cutting them in a particular way. Underdesigned, you know. Underdesigned. Ay. But when he over-designed, it's too complicated. It's too esoteric. When he tries to make it simple to everyone to wear, this will probably be one of the most wearable Gucci collections in a long time, especially when you consider what Alessandro Michele was doing, right? Big up Alessandro Michele, we all loved him, but a lot of that stuff, a lot of regular people couldn't wear or wouldn't wear. a lot of that kitschy sort of stuff people wouldn't wear. Nowadays, Sabato the Sana shows, I think, you know, maybe unfairly panned. A lot of that stuff will maybe a lot more wearable, but this stuff is going to be all over the place, man. Come on. We'll see when the fakes drop. The fakes are always a good indication of how good a show is. We'll see the amount of fakes that come out of this. It'll be frightening, especially that kind of cross-body bag thing is going to be all over the place. The models were swaggered, popped their hips, and the British rapper Fakemink paused mid-runway to answer a text. But the show was humorless. Why do you want the show to be funny? Why do you want the show to be funny? Why do you want the show to be funny? First you want it to be serious, you want to have, then you want it to be funny. Why do you want the show to be funny? I don't get it. The blankness of the contemporary world, the blandness of the most pop culture, and the unrewarding chase of followers online and the status offline, the bleak beige aesthetic of our time, the vaguely informed emptiness of recreating early eras like Y2K it girls with their it bags, their elbows all on display like a tour through some ill-tended garden of earthly displeasures. God damn, she's not liking this. Some of the looks were so plain, like a cheap-looking grey slip dress, white horsebit heels, or a pair of leggings with a shrunken shirt, and they read a cynically commercial canvases engineered solely to sell the bags. Nah, I think it was pared down and stripped down for a reason, though, isn't it? He's already done quite a lot of the garish prints and the patterns and the cuts and stuff. So going out of your way to just design a very sleek slip dress, which I really liked how they come through, I thought was a nice refresh. Didn't everybody want him to do this anyway? Wasn't everyone nervous that when he went to fucking Gucci that he would just be designing hoodies and t-shirts, like the same stuff for Balenciaga but in Gucci way? Now he's come to Gucci and he's actually designing. Like, he's actually designing to, like, okay, I'm gonna start giving you stuff. I'm gonna start designing like a conventional designer. And now it's not enough. It's just a slip dress. It's just a slip dress to sell a bag. Come on, man. Very reductive. Very, very, very reductive for what it is. Very, very, very reductive. But hey, we'll just continue on. Rachel Tashin. Y2K it girls to sell bags. Of course, this was who wears luxury clothing today. Spend $100 on your Zara dress and $5,000 on your Gucci bag. Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? That has always been the real fashion consumer anyway. I worked with a girl once before. Big up Jodie. I worked with a girl once before. One of the managers I had one of my retail days, and she was well known in our store for being fucking psycho enough to save up her little money that we got from retail. Again, she was a manager, but she didn't get that much more than us. Retail wages are always kind of terrible. She would save up her money, right? She would save up her money, and she would just not eat for a while and buy designer bags. But her clothes obviously weren't always designer. Maybe some of the stuff was like high street and stuff like Zara or Topshop back in the day. But she'd always buy a real legit designer bag, whether it was, you know, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, whatever it may be. So there's women out there that do that. They're like, look, I'm gonna get that fucking it bag. I'm gonna do everything I can. I'm gonna eat beans and toast. But I'm gonna buy this, you know, $50 star dress. I think that's who actually buys a lot of this stuff day to day. But luxury brands don't like to recognize that. You know what I mean? They don't want that. They don't want that type of customer. They want all their customers to be like very affluent, very well-to-do, high society people. But the reality is, the people that actually wear this stuff day to day and actually give it the cultural relevance and shit are the people in the inner cities and shit that wear the stuff like that. You know, mixed and matched with like a regular high street dress and stuff, an outfit. But I don't know. Some of us as fashion are a little bit too what do you call it? Pretentious, I guess, with our fashion and the consumers that buy it. Even if we don't buy it, we want all our fashion brands customers to be very up their own nose and shit, up their own ass. It's unfortunate, really. Continues. Gone are the cognoscentes who definitely attended couture. You see, that's what you want. You want the couture clients, like academics preparing papers. Their manicured hands extremely able to tell the labels cashmere from another. In their place are people in Los Angeles, Paris, Dubai, New York, Shanghai who are feeling themselves because they spend a lot of money somewhere at some point. Yeah, that's the luxury consumer. It's entirely possible for that reason that the rich or the more likely wannabe rich might look at them as runway and gulp, feel seen. Exactly. Why? Like, to be fair, I think the bad reviews of this show are more indicative of the people behind it not really being comfortable with regular people or people that they look down upon wearing this sort of stuff or being elevated on this sort of level and being sort of represented on the runway. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. I think a lot of fashion people have a lot of biases, I guess, a lot of whatever it may be, sociological, racial, who knows what it is. But a lot of these fashion reviewers and stuff have a lot of they have a lot of snobbery that goes on about the customers. They don't really want to. But to be fair, a lot of the brands like that too. I bet you if you're like a chav and you walked into a Louis V store with money to spend, they're gonna treat you badly compared to like some Asian student that looks like he's rich, you know. So there is sometimes a reluctance from these luxury brands to treat their customers well. But to be fair to them too, these luxury brands, it doesn't really matter how they treat their customers. If they treat, you know, working class, middle class people poorly, they'll still come back and buy the stuff anyway, because to them it's a status symbol. You know, there's a lot of status attached to the brands and stuff. There's a lot of good feeling around them too, whatever else it may be. Still, if the goal is really to be big, or to go big, sorry, Gucci is Kering's blue chip label, which it desperately needs to revive after years of steeply declining sales. Demna could sharpen up his quality. Tom Ford, who led Gucci through the legendary run of 1990 to 2004 with an unapologetically sex sales attitude, knew that to make sleazy really work, your leather jacket had to be precise, your stitching exact, your fabrics beautiful. Can Demna convince more than just those who are desperate to look basic and rich as it costs to look that cheap? What? Can Demna convince more than just those who are desperate to look basic and rich than it costs to look cheap? Isn't that just so? Should Demna design for people that exist right now or people that don't exist? Isn't that what people do? You see somebody wearing a Richard Mille watch with, like, I don't know, Fear of God clothing or like Champion shorts and shit. People want that now. People don't want to be screaming like they have money head to toe. They want to kind of mix it up a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think Demna's designing for how people actually dress, how people actually shop. That's why he's probably the quintessential streetwear designer, because he actually sees what's going on in the actual street and mirrors it. Won't be surprising to me. Won't surprise me if Demna actually probably would never admit this, right? He probably walks around the streets and does like little kind of like sociological reviews. Sits down on a park bench somewhere in the city center and just watches people as they walk by, you know, or just walking, or just sit in the high street and look at people that go into luxury stores and actually see what they actually look like. You actually be surprised by what they actually look like. People that go in and out of these luxury stores. That's what probably informs some of his collection. So yeah, a bit of a scathing review there from Rachel Tashin, but she's definitely not a fan. She's definitely not a fan. Let's quickly check out Demnagram. Big up Demnagram. This is kind of the fan site for Demna for the most part. It's run by a kid that's associated with a big fan of Demna, basically. This guy right here, this Sabakakani guy. It was kind of cool for him because he was with Demna when he was at Gucci, when he was at Balenciaga, and Demna's kind of brought him along the way to, like, you know, document all his stuff that he does when he's at fucking Gucci too. Let's check some of this out. I need that track, man. I don't know what that track is. I need that track. I don't know what the track ID is, but that fucking track, I need it so bad. I need to play that in the set. That track is so fucking hard. To Kate Moss, Timeless is great, by the way. I love that. Well, oh, that's how he came out at the beginning, like that. Okay, and he put it over his shoulders. Love it. I didn't notice that. Yeah, bum out, sagging. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. There's Demna at the end. Actually, I don't mind that set he's got on there, actually. That wasn't on the runway, innit? I quite like that set. Whatever this set is. This zip set with a hoodie and the trousers. I wonder if that's a Celsius outfit. Is that a Celsius outfit? I like that. I like that outfit. Who's that next to him? Is that who the fuck's that next to him? That's EsDeeKid on the walk thing. Big up EsDeeKid. Yeah, see, I don't know, man. I never like these shoes at fucking Balenciaga or at fucking Vetements. I never like these shoes. I never like this like elongated thing that he does. Part of the reason also why I don't really like Martine Rose. Big up Martine Rose. She makes great jackets and great collections in general. It's one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of Martine Rose shoes as well. Martine Rose has this aesthetic as well. This like African uncle aesthetic, where it's like this long shoe. I don't like this. Maybe I'm just too used to seeing African uncles and my dads and stuff and people in the area wearing these shoes. But I hate these shoes, man. I hate them so much. I hate them so. I wanna like them, but I don't. You know, that long. But I guess it's like that kind of like ugly chic thing, innit? That everyone does. But I think they look horrendous, man. I hate them so much. Like, look at them. Look at that. Like, what the fuck is that? Why would you wear that? Why would you want your like? Or maybe it's my trauma of not wanting my feet to look big. I already have big feet, but not want. I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe I don't want my feet to look so big and long, so I don't like wearing shoes that are long. But I don't know why I'd want to have this extra material. Like your toes stop about here, right? I think your toes stop about here. Why would you want them to be? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I don't like this whatsoever. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. I'm not a fan whatsoever. I hate these. I hate these so much. Hate the shoes. Hate the shoes. Hate the shoes. Who's this?
Hello. Sorry.
Oh, this is the Oh, Kim was there. Okay, cool. Hugging for the clout, love it. Hugging. Oh, this is the scenes from the after party, by the way. Scenes for the after party. Yes. I can't wait to hear what fucking I can't wait to hear what Mazza's gonna say. I can't wait to hear what Mazza will say when he sees this. Mazza, fucking EsDeeKid's biggest op. I can't wait to hear what he's gonna say. He's gonna be so jealous when he sees this. But it's just fucking a great look for EsDeeKid. Big up EsDeeKid. Great look for him. Great fucking look for EsDeeKid. We done that. Let's get rid of this on the screen. Let's get rid of the review from Rachel Tashin. Let's get rid of this. Let's go back. Yeah, cool. This is fucking hilarious, by the way. Asana Michele and Demna behind the scenes. Love this. So good, man. I love this, by the way. I love that there's more. I would prefer a little bit more rivalry. I think rivalry kind of creates great collections and great designers and moments and stuff. But it is quite nice that they are somehow still friends. You know, I do love it. I love that they're still friends. I love that they're still friends. I love that they still can be friends despite the rivalry and shit. Let's see what else. We just another review here, courtesy of the wallpaper. Wallpaper gets an exclusive look at the runway set at Demna's Gucci show, which sees the Georgian designer create an ancient sculpture. Oh shit! I thought it was white. I'm not gonna lie, it's all wood. Wow, the lighting made it look white. The lighting made the fucking set look white, but it's all just basically PDF, right? Not PDF, plywood, color of plywood, kind of. Wow. In March 2025 announced that in that letter he explained that he spent the last year or so in scholar of the brands, seeking out the Gucci-ness of Gucci. It was a journey that led him to the ancient Tuscan city of Florence, where Gucci was founded 150 years ago. He convinced the leather goods brand at the stint of London Savoy Hotel as a bellboy, identifying the need for burgeoning travel cases. There, Demna visited Gucci's factories, archives, but also the Uffizi Gallery, which are just a few hundred meters from Palazzo Gucci. It was within the Uffizi that he found himself with the front of an artwork that had long been aware of since it Western art, but it's not seen in real life. The Sandro Botticelli, The Birth of Venus, a defining work. Okay, cool. So this is what inspired the fucking collection. Let's see. The Birth of Venus. Sandro Botticelli. Oh, really? Okay, cool. This iconic artwork is what inspired some of the collection. You wouldn't think it looking at it, would you? Maybe the opening white look, but you wouldn't think immediately looking at this picture that inspired the collection, isn't it? Maybe some of the white coming through. Maybe some of the white coming through. Maybe some of the whites when the collection first opens, but you wouldn't really imagine it looking at it. But yeah, brilliant piece, by the way. Brilliant fucking piece. The beauty in it was unconditional. It was absolute. It made me realize how deeply the Italian Renaissance shaped everything. I understand about art, about proportion, about desire, and about beauty. When I left the museum, I stepped into the Palazzo della Signoria. The first thing I saw was the Palazzo Gucci. He said, in that moment, I understood the place Gucci holds within Italian culture. Yeah. But yes, okay, it's amazing. It's all wood, you know. It actually looks kind of concrete, but in the light, it's wood. Who'd expect it? The experience of entering the museum was inspiration behind the runway set at the autumn-winter tour held at the Milan Palazzo della Cincinelli today at 27. The hall designed by the sporting events by the Paolo Vivetti of Viola in 1923. Upon entering the show space and the ascending staircase, guests were greeted with a vast hall clad in travertine stone leaf. Made from ultra-fine sheets of Italian marble, bounded sheets of fiberglass and transparent resin, the innovative material which replaces the need to have heavy blocks of stone came on market when stone leaf was founded. Really? What is that? Clad in travertine stone leaf. Let me see what this looks like. Travertine stone leaf. Oh, so it's not wood. So that thing I thought is wood is actually travertine stone leaf. Wow. That's what it looks like up close. Holy shit. Okay, it's beautiful. It's very marbly, isn't it? It's very marble looking, the actual surface, the texture of that material. Wow, it's really cool. You can get some very cool effects on it, like brickwork, stonework, tile work. Yeah, okay, I see exactly what's going on here. That's beautiful. Gorgeous. Populating the Imagines Museum was a series of sculptures replicating those found in the Uffizi Museum. Each one was 3D scanned before being recreated by Tuscan artisans in plaster, which was then treated to look like marble. Love that. Plaster look like marble. That'd be good to have in a home, actually. Plaster statues treated like marble. That'd be good to have in a home. The space, according to Demna, was designed to represent Gucci's own importance in Italian culture. My vision of Gucci is the coexistence of heritage and art and fashion. This first Gucci show introduced the universe of people, archetypes, consumers, dress codes that will shape my design language going forward. Exactly. He says it all here. People, archetypes, and consumers. Not fucking fashion glitterati people. I love it. He said exactly who he's talking to right there. Gorgeous, isn't it? Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Big up Demna with the set design. Went crazy on that one. Got the marble there. Let's get rid of that. Got that. Review from Marie Claire. We'll skip that one. WWD review. Who is this from? No, we'll skip her. And then we'll go straight to the drama. So some of the drama around the show was this interaction between Fakemink and Demna backstage. This was all levels, so much levels of cringe and embarrassing. Now, I don't know. I think this was before the show. I think this was before the show. I don't think it's at the end. I don't think I hope it's not at the end. I just walked for you in the show and you're treating me like this. I think this is before, when he's just like, you know, going around doing his thing. But I felt so bad for Fakemink. And to see Feng in the background. Looking at him like, oh shit, you just got dubbed. Look at Feng in the background looking at him like, you just got dubbed. Like, he's like, oops. Oopsie. Yo, Feng is mad tall, innit? Or is Fakemink really short? Is Feng really tall or is Fakemink really short? Because he's towering over everyone here. But yeah, it's really embarrassing little clip. You see in the backstage here, if you're not watching the video, Demna's walking around saying hi to people, waving, and he especially goes over to wave at this like short bald man who's probably someone very rich, and he obviously says hi to him because he's the money man. But the talent, you know, you get reminded that you're talent and that you're not that important because he kind of shoos Fakemink away. Now, some people are hypothesizing that he did that because he heard the story. Remember the story about Fakemink being kind of homophobic in that Instagram story? And maybe he's kind of finally saw that and said something. But I think this is maybe at the start of the show. Emotions and stress levels are high. Demna's just trying to get stuff sorted and stuff, and all these hangers on, all these clout chasers, all these kiss asses, all these begs are in the background trying to get a little moment. But I think it's at the beginning of the show. I hope it's at the beginning. If it's at the end, if I feel bad, I feel worse for Fakemink because he just walked the show and he's getting treated like this. But I think this is at the end. I think it's at the beginning. I'm pretty sure this is at the beginning of the show, and basically, you know, he's just trying to get through everybody and make sure the show can start on time. Any last minute edits and whatever else there may be, but this is highly, highly, highly embarrassing. Kind of goes to show you, you know, the pecking order that exists. Because I think in other spaces, Fakemink is doing this with other people, but in this particular arena, Demna's the guy. You know, Demna's the guy. So it kind of goes to show you that there's always a hierarchy. There's always a level of hierarchy when it comes to these sort of things, and you have to kind of know where you stand. Personally, if it was me, and I was him, and I was walking the show, and I was doing the after party, there's no need for all this. Saying hi. I mean, he's like, I don't know, wait for a moment where you see him when he's kind of free and then go over and say hi. But you don't need to go out of your way to just really go and say hi to him and get involved in this kind of queue of people that are clout chasing and trying to kiss his ass. Just do your own thing. Do your own thing. Wait for him to have a moment that you can say something, or wait to the end of the show. I think Fakemink kind of jumped the gun on this one. So kind of embarrassing, but it is what it is. These things happen. Then obviously at the end, he kind of won because he got the iconic picture of him and Demna at the end of the show. Taking flicked up, so he didn't really feel too bad about it at the end. You got a picture flicking up with Demna, which is something that's going to last for eternity. Yes, the video clip will also last for eternity, but you having a clip with the creative director of Demna of Gucci that helps you to walk the show is always going to look fucking great. So he got that moment, so he's probably happy about that. We got another clip here of Feng outside coming in. Right? He looks great. I think the outfit suits him. Probably would have helped if he had a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a shampoo and condition. But I think he likes his hair to look like that, right? I'm pretty sure he likes his hair to look like that. But Feng stepped out as well, looking decent as well in the outfit that he had on, right? All denim, I think. Or at least it's denim material, or denim looking. Maybe it's not actually finished in denim, but I think it looks really cool. The denim shirt, and also the flared denim jeans with the the elongated fucking loafers that Demna doesn't seem to be wanting to stop. We got another clip here of Fakemink and Netspend outside. So this is after all the drama, basically, because Fakemink said this about Netspend before.
I can't like you 15. No miskin, but I'm still so clean. Eating green 15s, you a little girl to me, you got a makeup team. I'ma see you in a dress and you gonna see me on your screen. You won't ever catch man in a dress. You won't ever catch man in mascara. You won't ever catch man doing no ungodly shit, bro. Get the fuck out of my face, bro. The only bad thing that I do is I kill everybody. I'm a fucking killer. And I'm half Indian.
He's a bit tapped in it. The only bad thing I do is kill people and I'm half Indian. What's that mean? The only bad thing is being half Indian is crazy.
And I'm half Indian, bro. I do this shit for all my Indian brothers. All my Indian brothers living out in shit and piss, bro, and hate. I'm doing this for them. And yeah, bro, and it's free Palestine. What the fuck? I'm half Algerian. I'm half Algerian and my grandfather's Palestine. Fuck anybody. It's free Palestine, bro. Look at my nose, bro. Look at my nose. But yeah, just had to clarify. I mean, I'm barely a rapper, I'm an artist. But I'm better than rapping at all these rappers.
Okay, cool. And then of course they linked up, which is good. I'd like to see that unity. Yeah, unity in the little industry, underground industry. There's not a lot of them around. Do you know what I mean? They're all kind of popping up at the same time. They're killing it. Fans seem to love them anyway. I want to hear more Fakemink and Netspend tunes together. So I'm glad that they were able to mend whatever little riff they have and get along. Plus, imagine if they actually had actual static. Imagine if they had actual beef. Imagine, that's why having beef in music is dumb, because imagine if they had actual beef and they were still booked to do the show. Then what would happen? Then whoever casted them would have to pick between one or the other. Or when they got there, they'd have to be on site and start swinging. Imagine you start having a fight backstage because you've been booked to the same show. now you ruined the thing for both of you. Do you know what I mean? So I love that they were able to mend it. It wasn't that deep, and they both got books for the show. Great to see. We love to fucking see that. Netspin and Fakemink becoming friends once again. And then of course the after party was a thing that was gonna go viral on social media, that featured I think they all performed, right? Netspin, EsDeeKid and Fakemink, or maybe just Fakemink and EsDeeKid, and they performed LV sandals, which is crazy, right? Performing LV sandals at a Gucci show is crazy, but it also goes to show just how culturally plugged in Demna is. Perform Gucci to perform that. Clocked in, because I think if this was Virgil and he was still alive, most definitely he would have definitely got EsDeeKid to perform LV sandals at a Louis Vuitton show. You know already. He probably would have played it at the show. He probably definitely would have had it on there. But Pharrell's moving in a different direction musically, so that's not going to be the case. But I still think this worked in a weird way. It kind of still worked, because the people that wear Gucci monogram are also going to wear Louis Vuitton monogram. They're not going to choose between one or the other. They're going to have both, so you know that they got money, or at least you think they got money.
One thing to last. Before we start, you will play another. This is your national anthem. So all the ones. People shipping us. Cocktails dropping all over Georgia. If you talk shipping our banger, you never got no more shit. Bitch, I'm all about me passion. Music, money, and fashion. Dirty girls come later in the end. It's all in this fashion.
Do you think I don't like about this new generation is the unwillingness to rap over a track with no backing track. Everyone has a backing track. Backing track meaning like there's always vocals. Like, please spit over an instrumental. Please, for the love of God, spit over a fucking instrumental. Enough with this like singing over these tracks. I don't like it. It gets on my nerves, It's the only thing I don't particularly like from these new underground artists. Then there's a real lack of willingness to just, because I think that sounds so much better, especially EsDeeKid. It sounds so much. You're not really saying that many words anyway. Just spit over an actual instrumental, man. Please, for the love of God, I beg of you. Love it. Yeah, so I killed it. So that was pretty cool, to be fair. That was a really fucking cool moment. They're gonna remember that forever. I love how they kind of converted the runway, the place where they had the runway show, into the after party. They didn't have it in a separate location. I quite like that idea. That worked really well too, especially with how it's laid out. It worked incredible for it being the kind of like a party vibe, and then the runway turned into a place where all the fans were kind of dancing and jumping up and down. I thought that worked really fucking well. We've got another angle here of the party. Yeah, well, that worked really well too. I think there's some kids in the mosh pit. So Demna really he loves the underground shit, innit? He's there in the fucking crowd having a good time. Demna realizing someone's recording him too is hilarious, by the way. Yeah, so Demna's there loving the shit. Fair play, fair play, fair play. I don't mind that at all in the slightest. A return to Fashion Week after parties, by the way. We need more. We need more cool. I think that kind of creates the whole world around it, It kind of helps to create the whole world around it. So I'm glad we're seeing more Fashion Week after parties now. That worked, man. That worked. I like this. That worked. That fucking worked. That fucking worked really well. And then of course it's just a contrast, isn't it? So I think this was, I don't know when this was. Who is this? Was it Sabato De Sarno? 2024. Must be Sabato De Sarno, right? Must have been. Yeah, so it's just interesting the contrast. So that after party was Fakemink, EsDeeKid, maybe Fumigero. I saw him in the audience sitting down. Maybe Fang, maybe EsDeeKid, whatever, right? And then 2024, you see the change in music and direction, just where the going vibe was. This was Arca and K-Tronada at the after party. So Arca was DJing. So interesting. You see the different shift in tones and whatever vibe that's going on. This is Arca and K-Tronada in 2024. So yeah, love it. See quickly how things change, musical direction, style, and everything else in between. Another lady that saw EsDeeKid performing. Okay, big up Sim. She saw EsDeeKid performing, and that's it, right? Cool. And then moving on from that one, big up Hakeem. This is Hakeem from what's it called? What's that site called again? Is it called like Underground something? Anyway, former No Jumper host, but also gone on to do his own thing. He does really good interviews with underground rappers and stuff. And he had some interesting, somewhat controversial hot takes regarding Fang, regarding EsDeeKid, regarding Fakemink, regarding Netspend, all being at the fucking Gucci show, right? Let's see what he had to say. And just rappers in general going to luxury shows. So this is Hakeem. Big up Hakeem. Hakeem on his Instagram stories. Ayo Hakeem on his Instagram stories. Mink most streamed song on his AP got a little over 2 million streams on Spotify. These young kids are so distracted, man. Demna, tell these boys to get into the studio. We just need to move on from promoting optics. This shit cool, but your community and music only thing that actually matters. Another post. Carti seemed to be on your blueprint, but Carti was performing at fashion shows. He ain't walk no fashion show till he was 2 albums in, coming off Die Lit. Trav ain't walk a fashion show till 2025. Okay. I think this is a pretty horrible take, in my personal opinion. I don't think walking a show takes away from the music making at all. I think if anything, didn't Fakemink recently just put out an EP, a mixtape or something, right? He just dropped something recently. Netspend's always dropping all the time. I don't think this takes away from the artistry. If anything, it increases it. It makes it look good. And you'd be surprised about the lack of connection, understanding a lot of these designers have with music nowadays. I'm pretty sure didn't Demna say in the interview the only reason why he knows who Fakemink or Netspend all these people are is because of his family member, right? A cousin or something. I don't think he even knows the songs himself. He listened to one, and obviously the Spotify algorithm kept feeding him a lot of the underground shit. So you'd be surprised at how many people. There's probably not a lot of people within the LV studios who probably even heard LV Sandals. You know, we've heard of it, but not a lot of people have. So you have to be kind of plugged in to know it. So if you are plugged in, or you have someone in your team who's maybe younger, maybe Gen Z, or just someone just gets what's going on nowadays, culturally kind of on point, has a finger on the pulse, they're going to be able to recommend stuff to you in order to kind of have you tap into the youth and obviously get those pictures to go viral when they obviously put them online. But I don't think they take away from the artistry. If anything, what takes away from the artistry is when artists decide to like make their own brand. That's the problem. You have to rate people like A$AP Rocky as a good example. He waited until he was basically semi-retired from music to start his own brand. I think the artists that try and get their own brand and do this thing or do the other projects or whatever, or try and get to act, that's what takes away from the music. But I don't think this actually adds to the music. You know, the fact that he's been endorsed, this endorsement from Kering, the endorsement from fucking Gucci, the endorsement from fashion weeks in general, being plus all over Vogue, it's going to do way more for the optics of their music than the music just alone. It all kind of goes hand in hand. They only got the runway show. They only got to appear on this runway partly because of their music, right? But now the music is going to get elevated because of what they did on the runway. So it all kind of goes hand in hand. And it's also an opportunity that you'd be a fool to turn down. You'd be a fool to turn it down. Now, if it turns into like a proper, like, they want you to like fly to all the different shows and take away from the music, it's a different conversation. But flying for a couple of days to Milan to go do the show, to go do the after party, to hang out a bit, I don't think that's a bad thing. It doesn't really take away from the album creation thing at all, in my opinion, at all. If anything, it enhances it. It makes people want to tune into it. It's obviously going to allow them to reach more fans. It's going to make the fans that love them already love them more because they think they're super cool now. It's going to make the doubters who are on the fence maybe intrigued to kind of check it out. It's only going to help going forward. It's only fucking going to help going forward. And if they end up wearing this stuff day to day, like if they end up like, you know, if them end up going to be like, you know what, let's actually shift this whole seeding thing and actually give these people clothes that they're going to wear. And you actually see performances where Fakemink is wearing this stuff head to toe all the time, mixed with other shit. It's going to go fucking crazy. So I think this goes hand in hand and works. I don't think it's a bad thing. So I think Hakeem is way off there. I think Hakeem is way off there. But the clip that has really made social media stop and pause and really question everything has been this legendary clip featuring the one and only Cenat with my North Star, Fashion Roadman. This clip has gone somewhat viral on social media. As you can see here, courtesy of Stay Grounded TV, it's already got 1.9 million views. This particular segment, right? And the caption says, Cenat speaks on Demna and his Balenciaga Triple S. So Cenat speaks to Demna and his Balenciaga Triple S, right? So on the Balenciaga Triple S as well. So listen to Cenat, founder of soon-to-be-released Vivette. Cenat, founder of soon-to-be-released Vivette, speaks on the influence of Demna and the Triple S's.
What do you like about Demna as a designer, even back from his work at Balenciaga? What do you think about his work?
He takes a lot of risk. He was the first person. He was the first person to introduce an experimental thing, in my opinion, during my childhood. That had my mind when I was young, like, what the fuck?
Right.
The Triple S's and shit, like what he did at Balenciaga, like, it was amazing, and I loved it. Yeah.
I looked at the camera. This nigga just say Triple S's. The way I looked at the camera, hold on, where's that bit? He just looks at the way he looks at the camera. Like Triple S's. Triple S's are your fucking fashion North Star. But yeah, but he's young as well, right? I think he's at 25, so it makes sense. But I don't know, man. I like Cenat. I'm rooting for the kid, right? I love the fact that he's actually going to quote unquote fashion school. He's learning how to sew and to make things by hand, cut, like literal cut and sew thing, learning how to pattern cut, going to factories in Italy to buy fabric and all this stuff. Like, I love it. I love it. Instead of just making a brand and just having and just being the face of it, right? Or being the quote unquote de facto creative director and stylist, just picking stuff out and, you know, click it and selling it to the factories. He's actually trying to learn how to make clothes. So I love that about him, right? And that's actually going to inspire, I think, his fans as well, if they want to produce something like that, to go all the way in. But he is somewhat performative, isn't it? He is a little bit performative. The way that he's speaking, the way that his legs are, look at how he's got his legs. Why has he got his legs like bent that way? Like, he's got his legs bent in a particular way. Like, I don't know. Like, and also the point about that, I don't know. You probably would have been better off saying something like, oh, I just love the way he was able to take like basic items, you know, like streetwear items, like, you know, stuff that people will probably overlook and elevate them to a luxury level. You know what I mean? Or even just say the fact, I think Demna might have been a person to maybe introduce or maybe popularize the idea of having like, maybe it was go hand in hand. Maybe it was Demna and Riccardo Tisci about the £500 t-shirt, you know? The £500 graphic t-shirt. Riccardo Tisci of Givenchy and Demna maybe at Vetements were the first people to actually elevate that and say, yeah, the t-shirt's £500. So he probably could have said something like that. That would have made more sense. Maybe luxury hoodies would have made more sense. But the Triple S being a thing that, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I love the Triple S. I think the Triple S doesn't get the respect it deserves. But that was a weird answer. There's a strange answer there. I don't really understand that. And I don't really like the tone of voice, the way his legs are, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he's doing a little bit of like code switching, right? Maybe because he's heard, you know, he's listening, because that's the thing. For American people, a British person sounds very, very well spoken, right? Compared to American people, we sound incredibly well spoken. So maybe he's just trying to like match Io's vibe, right? Because he's hearing him speak. He's like, oh shit, let me start using words. But yeah, it's just a funny thing to say. Like the Triple S.
What do you like about Demna as a designer, even back from his work at Balenciaga? What do you think about his work?
He takes a lot of risk. He was the first person. He was the first person to introduce an experimental thing, in my opinion, during my childhood. That had my mind when I was young, like, what the fuck?
Right.
The Triple S's and shit, like what he did at Balenciaga, like, it was amazing, and I loved it. Yeah.
What do you like about?
So yeah, obviously you've got to watch the whole thing now. So big up Fashion Roadman. Let's check out the whole thing.
Okay, so we just finished Demna's debut Gucci show, and I'm here with
Cenat.
So Kai, what did you think about the Gucci show? I think it was insane, but what did you think?
I'm speechless.
Hold on, are those shoes too big for him? Has he worn? Are those shoes? The shoes look a bit too big for him, innit? Am I bugging? Those shoes look a bit too big for him. Am I bugging?
I ain't gonna lie. There's a lot of looks that I like. There's a lot of looks that I like. I'm just grateful to be here and take all in.
How do you think?
To be fair, that is kind of cool for him to be there too, though, by the way. For him to be at the first Demna Gucci show is kind of bonkers, to be fair. So big up him. That's actually a good look.
I think this helps, obviously, as someone that's like working in fashion now. What's the context of this? What has kind of like inspired you? Speak on that.
Just learning how to tell a story on the runway, and appreciating, you know, the clothes that are on the runway, down to the models, down to the walk, down to the looks.
Right.
I felt my soul felt some shit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm in there, motherfucker, like, damn. I'm thinking I'm in a museum, but man, it was good. But I don't know what it was. I was right here front row. I'm just grateful. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. Demna is really, really important, I think, for the new generation in terms of designers and people influenced by fashion. What do you like about Demna as a designer, even back from his work at Balenciaga? What do you think about his work?
He take a lot of risk. He was the first person. He was the first person to introduce an experimental thing, in my opinion, during my childhood. That had my mind when I was young, like, what the fuck?
Right.
The Triple S's and shit, like what he did at Balenciaga, like, it was amazing.
Yeah, so big up Fashion Roadman, big up Kai Cenat, man. Like, yeah, I guess the whole interview isn't as cringe as that one answer, as usual, right? The whole interview isn't as cringe as that one answer. I think that one answer maybe is the most cringy part about it. It makes him look a little bit, you know, R-worded. But I think he did a good job at, you know, basically illustrating or getting across the feeling of that show. It was a very, it kind of did something, that show, and it kind of triggered you a little bit. So I think he did a really good job of kind of getting that feeling across. And obviously you can imagine him as well going to a show of that sort of scale, carrying money, that sort of production, that sort of like attention to detail. Because he obviously been to other shows, but you know, the level of like that sort of show, like everything about it was probably a lot. Like, oh shit, this is what a real fashion show is like. Yeah, this is what, you know. And plus they back Demna, so they're giving him all the fucking resources. They, for lack of a better term, big up Crystal Leah, they're backing up the Brinks truck. They're giving him all the funds to do everything he wants to do. So seeing at that level, seeing the work that goes into it, the production, the stage, the fucking lights, the music, everything about it, the models, telling a different story, all the people around it, probably was like mind-blowing, you know what I mean? So I definitely understand his shock and awe at everything there. So yeah, let's see how it pans out for him going forward. Let's see how it pans out for good old Kai Cenat going forward. Big up him, big up him, big up him, big up blood clot him. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for me. It's been a pleasure to have your company. It's been a pleasure to have your company. Never a chore, always a vibe. Never a chore, always a fucking vibe. For those of you listening to the song of the day, if you're on the Twitch or if you're on the Kick and stuff, you'll hear my song of the day. My song of the day was gonna be For Real, but I'm gonna switch it. I'm gonna do my song of the day is gonna be Free Smoke. My song of the day is going to be courtesy of 9 Vicious, and it's going to be Free Smoke. I was going to do For Real, but I'm going to do Free Smoke. So if you're on fucking whatever, you'll hear it, right? You'll hear it, Free Smoke. Actually, you know what? No, you know what? No, let's play Free Smoke. Let's just play Free Smoke. Let's play Free Smoke. Let's play Free Smoke. We'll just play Free Smoke on the fucking thing. Fuck it. And if actually I don't want to clip it. You'll hear it if you're on the Kick. If you're on Kick, you'll hear Free Smoke. If not, you won't hear it. So thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company. Never fucking a chore, always a fucking vibe. For those of you that care, I'm gonna be playing my song of the day will be 9 Vicious Free Smoke. 9 Vicious Free Smoke, as you can see right here. 9 Vicious Free Smoke will be my song of the day. Only for those of you listening via Kick or listening on Twitter. If not, it's going to fade to black. I'll see you guys again. Big up Richie. Don't worry, we'll be back again later, mate. We'll be back again later. We'll do some more. We'll probably do a more fashion one again tomorrow. I've got to do random show later, but we'll probably do another fashion one tomorrow. Do not worry, it'll be more fashion. I got to go over the Burberry show. I really was a big fan of the Burberry show. I got to go over that as well. So we'll probably go over the Burberry show tomorrow. But thank you so much for tuning in, people. I appreciate all of you. Big up Richie. I appreciate you. Don Dotta, Coiler, of course, my guy. Big up Bell Honey. I see. Was that no? Is it Bell? No, Belly Honey. Belly Honey. Big up Don Dotta, Belly Honey. Who else is here? Big up. Yep. Coiler was here. Richie Fashion Roadman. Big up you. Andre was here, and everyone else in between. On 10 toes. I appreciate all of you. Okay. So big up, tune in, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon for Random Show. But for now, peace.